I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
I'm so excited for lower bracket. I feel like this is where the tensions rise, where everyone shows what they got. So I'm so excited for today.
Crucially, they've gotten refranked down to an eco, but it doesn't seem to matter to Emlo. To some degree, Meso's Millionaires want to hit this A side, but Millie wants to play ahead of this util.
Multiple clutches. Multiple. To get this game tied up for Meso. How is that flick?
Something is thrifty. It'll be absolutely astonishing. Illumini challenges the operator line.
Pretty good at VALORANT. The aim, pretty good as far as what I've seen. Yeah, a little tap at the end, kind of decent.
Still here come the cavalry. Refrag want to move up a bit. God, she's been so impactful at slowing this momentum down.
And took all the wind out of their sails. And, I mean, we're still full steam ahead for YFP. This seems like... And that's going to connect to just when it seems like they kind of have them figured out and it can't possibly get any worse. You see things like that.
Players being pushed to the rinks and it's like the do or die, it's the elimination. I feel like that's when we really get to see who shines, especially too when we are looking at qualifying for the championships in Berlin. We need to send the best of the best. So yeah, the lower bracket run can be heartbreaking, but for some teams it might be worth it.
Welcome to my world.
Nice mobility there to try to get out, but Carry catches them slipping. They had no idea that Carry had slipped the net. And now they can try to take some of these fights, but with the defuse already 3/4 of the way through, they've got to win these fights. They got to get them off of it. And the defuse comes through. Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, we've got a mess now. She knows. Oh, she knows!
Whoa! What was that clutch from Avery?
2 found already. Make that 3. How they kept him back. He falls into a 1v1, and Avery saves the day again. Elaborate's dead. That's a big one, but it's traded right back. Marceline able to get to make that 3. All 4 fall. Avery's left alone in a 1v3, and she cannot stand anymore. YFP survive.
We are more than halfway through the main event here for the Verizon VCT Game Changers, and it has been electrifying so far. Today, we'll be sending one team onto the grand finals, and another team hopes dashed away. It's going to be a great time ahead regardless, and I cannot wait to get started. I'm Sarah, kicking off on the analyst desk with none other than Bala and Wyatt. How are we feeling today, guys? Bala, how are you doing?
Good, really good. I can't wait to watch Shopify. It's been a long time, right? On the mainstream, they almost always just skip all the way to the upper bracket final, and then you have one series where it's like, okay, and then grand finals, and it's like, okay, there we've got the taste of what we got. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see if anything changes finally in the landscape here.
I mean, it's about due to see Shopify, and I know a lot of what we can expect from that, but it's still going to be a lot of fun. Wyatt, what are you expecting on this? How are you doing?
Great. I mean, yesterday's games were sick. Today, looks like we have 2 bangers. I've been looking forward to seeing FlyQuest and Shopify rematch in a crucial game like this, deep in a tournament again. You know, they had played one time since meeting in the grand finals of Series 2 in that BO5 just banger game that Floor took over, and I want to see a rematch. That was too good to be the last meeting for these 2 teams.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line when we're looking at Series 3. Talking about the series, the circuit points that we have. For one of the teams, yeah, that thing that's on the line, that ticket to the championships in Berlin, already accomplished. Shopify Rebellion have gotten so many points throughout the year that they don't necessarily have to worry about that. And FlyQuest Red, right on their heels. It does get to be a scary spot for them where if they're not winning, they're not finding themselves also in the grand finals here, Bala. Things could get dangerous, but if they can just, you know, either win here, go through that lower bracket, reappear there, they're sitting in a really nice spot.
Yeah, they've got options, right? So it's looking likely that it's going to be a Shopify and FlyQuest birth to the international, but you never know. You never know. Last year was literally the same situation for a different team, and Shopify did lose that grand final at the end. So things could get interesting, and that's why this is a fun Series 3.
And that's why, too, when you're looking at the lower bracket, never give up hope. So we'll be keeping an eye on that upper bracket for the first match of the day. Get a first team going on into the grand finals. Next up, it's going to be Refrag going up against YFP, an opportunity to try and get within that lower finals, keep that tournament life alive, and hey, maybe try and get that upset and find themselves in the championship. So there'll be a lot of exciting action for today, and it has just been throughout the competition so far. But we got to talk about this match number 1. Shopify Rebellion going up against FlyQuest Red. When we're talking about the top teams of the tournament, talk about the top 3 a lot of the time. And we got to talk about the top 2, because FlyQuest Red, Shopify Rebellion, easily leading the charge their way, and they have been for quite a while within the circuit.
Yeah, I want to say it's been back and forth with these 2 all year, but it kind of hasn't been if you just look at the actual results, because it is Shopify continuing to be the dominant force in North American Game Changers, as it has been for the last 4 years. But FlyQuest have been so close to beating them every single time. And matter of fact, last time they did play, they did beat them. It just wasn't, deep in a Game Changers tournament. But these two teams really are neck and neck. I think FlyQuest are the best that they've ever been. And if there was ever a time for them to finally beat Shopify deep in one of these tournaments, surely it's now. Surely.
Surely. I mean, it almost happened last time around. Looking back at Series 2 and looking at this Grand Finals, we got to see these two teams face off in an absolute titan of a match where we saw the biggest titan of all step up and really pop off. Fluorescent was on one ball, and we talked to the ends of the earth about Fluorescent, and for good reason, because this series was literally the floor show.
Yeah, she went absolutely crazy in this series. I mean, only positive player on the team, and you see the clips right here. She was showing it. They were in trouble. Like, do not get you. Like, if you watch this, you would have seen the series, and you would have thought that, okay, it's happening here in Series 2. But no, Floor just turned up, especially in those last two maps. Just absolutely destroyed Fly. And yeah, you're gonna need somebody to stop her. You're gonna need Dota to step up and actually be able to challenge for the best Game Changers player right now, because frankly, nobody's ever even really come close.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned no one else on the team going positive. Yeah, Floor was plus 40 on the KD, which is crazy. 111 kills plus 40. That is not okay. That is illegal activity. Someone please inspect the mouse, the hardware, potential malicious programs. I don't know what's going on in the background of Floor's PC during a BO5 like this. It is just mental. FlyQuest were fantastic in this series, and if it weren't for that all-time performance, these score lines, I think, would have looked a lot different. I really believe Fly were the better team on that day.
Yeah. And you've really heard a lot of people give flowers to Floor because of the way that she plays in GC, but not only that, like everywhere else. I mean, just recently we heard Narrate talk about her a lot, and how she could perform in the T2 scene, and how she still needs to prove herself over there. But either way, like, she's the best of the best here, and that's the big task for FlyQuest, is taking her down a notch, and they successfully have done that, right? Sierra, we've been talking a little bit about how Shopify's gotten their number in the, when it counts in the main events, but in the closed qualifiers and the open qualifiers, frequently you're actually seeing FlyQuest and other teams as well best Shopify, where obviously the stakes are lower, but you've had moments where, and you've seen it even in this grand final, where you can take Floor down a notch. She is mortal, but for a best of 5, for a whole series, that sort of thing, that's a really, really hard thing to study and actually break down.
And the rest of the Shopify can step up, but in that grand finals, it was the Fluorescent difference up against a FlyQuest that was frankly ahead in a lot of it. The way FlyQuest is able to play coordination, they're able to shoot back. They are just nipping at the heels of Shopify Rebellion when you're talking about those top teams, and sure, falling just a little bit short in the grand finals, but Wyatt, it is a grand finals that if Fluorescent wasn't dropping the absolutely crazy stat line, it would have been FlyQuest that we're talking about as the Series 2 winners.
Yeah, I definitely believe that. I mean, we're going through the highlights right now of FlyQuest from that BO5 final. They were looking well-rounded. All of the players were, contributing equally in terms of the fragging for the most part, but it was their team play that I think was a cut above Shopify's, which is difficult to do because, look, for as much as we talk about Floor and have been since she's joined the Shopify squad, at the end of the day, they are also a team that has been known for the excellent leadership from Mel, that top-down structure, and to see them being vested in that aspect of the game is really impressive, result regardless, loss regardless. That is still very impressive on the FlyQuest front.
Yeah, most of those clips you saw were rounds where FlyQuest was either on a retake, post-plant situation, and you could see the team play, right? The coordination through the utility, the pinches that they're setting up, those sorts of things were on point, and they've been on point throughout this tournament. and I'm not expecting that to change. But to do it against Shopify is always the hardest thing possible for a GC team when you're coming into it and facing up against them, because Shopify has that level of commitment as well. At some points it does falter, and I think that's a little confusing for me as I've been watching GC for the last 2 years as this team has been put together. It's not always there, but when it is, it's very, very difficult to also play your own game. So that's something that FlyQuest and Thea are going to have to work through. Novi as the coach as well have to really figure out ways to make sure that you're staying involved in your own aspects of whatever game plan you have.
And when we're looking at this FlyQuest roster, we're talking about this different aspects in this different team play and where FlyQuest can be stepping up to try and take this. And my eyes are going to Donut to try and match that explosive firepower of Fluorescent, because Donut has been somebody that threw out game changers. I mean, we're not like, it's Donut. It's someone that we've also talked about at length, and being able to see these two head to head. I mean, sure, Fluorescent is the one that we talk about 100 times a day, but this is actually, Wyatt, on paper, a lot closer than you would think at first glance.
I think Donut has kind of like low-key just been in this sneaky second best duelist position for a long time now in GC, and because of the often just absurd highlight reel kind of stuff that Fluorescent does with the snappy spray transfers and the crazy one-taps, all the attention and sort of outside attention is directed at her, but Donut is literally right there all the time. In pretty much every single Game Changers is the second best duelist statistically, and oftentimes, like right now, barely behind Floor in the overall rankings. Barely behind. Like average damage per round is just a couple points below Floor. It's like around 200 or so compared to 195. Like, the difference is not massive. Donut shows up for this team in a big way and has consistently. It's just about, you know, toppling the giant of all giants that exists in the scene, Floor. But Donut is genuinely not far behind and does not get the attention that she deserves.
Hey, I mean, opportunity in this series to actually put a little bit of a claim in, hey, y'all should talk about me just a little bit more. And I think that'd be really fun if we get to see the Donut that we've seen popping off against the Fluorescent that we know and love. This would just be an absolutely crazy series through and through to determine the first team that's going to be going into the grand finals. And for that, we got to find out where the battleground is and head over to our map picks and bans for this series. We know Shopify Rebellion, even if they're the #1 squad, they definitely can be fallen. Looking over the map pool, it's going to be starting off on Sunset for Shopify Rebellion's pick here, Wyatt.
Yeah, last we saw Fly on Sunset. They were playing up against Refrag, and in that game, Refrag really stepped it up on a map for them that was typically pretty poor. They had a pretty bad record coming into it. But that was a map where Donut took over. And then you bind after that, another Raze map. You're getting Donut on her best agent 2 in a row. That should bode pretty well for Fly.
Yeah, that'll be a lot. I'm already looking forward to that bind. I'm so glad it's the map #2 and not the map #3. So we're absolutely guaranteed for it. Refine, we're keeping with the Sunset, keep with the bind. Bala Ascent for the decider. I'd love to know your thoughts about this entire Veto overall.
I'm getting to the point right now, especially with Shopify, where I look at map pools and it's very hard to get me to care about the map pools. I'm not gonna lie.
Keeping it real.
Yeah, can I ask a question real quick? Because I'm feeling something about Shopify right now that's actually kind of frustrating me. This team, over the last 2 game changes, and even before that, obviously they won the International last year. I'm not trying to take that away from them, but should this team not just be absolutely dominating every single time? How was that last final even close? That's the sort of thing that runs through my head when I see the pedigree of Alexis, when I see the talent that they've added into the team as well. I'm still a little confused as to how this is even a close situation. And to me, I look at the other side and I see, you know, the players, Donut that we just talked about. I see Sonder, who was probably a top 2, top 3 player at one point. And I'm thinking, man, this has gotten way more even than it should have with all the improvement that Shopify has been doing as well.
I think it's easy at first glance to just be like, yeah, Shopify Rebellion on top. You look at the talent. when you're looking at this old core roster of these dominating squads over and over to be like, how could it be even close? But I think that's kind of forgetting about the fact that there has been this FlyQuest team and all these players that throughout these different rosters have been kind of just pushing on forward. I think it's not necessarily so much to Shopify Rebellion's detriment, but more so to FlyQuest Red and this improvement that they've had here, Wyatt. I think, too, with what they've been able to show. Sure, for this GC, it's a smidge of a different roster, stepping away, but at the same time, a lot of this core has really just been slowly and surely stepping up, and kind of forget about that sometimes since it is all the attention on Shopify.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of it is the attention factor, and Floor drawing so much of that at times. I think that this FlyQuest team as well, I think their coaching staff deserve a lot of credit. I think Jovi has had a massive impact on this team that, you know, it can be tough to acknowledge from the outside, but I think has been a crucial part of them being so good this year and being this team of all of the excellent players that just didn't really have a set home coming into this year, and then bringing in Ev recently to replace Lace, who had been, to me, one of the top 3 Game Changers players of the past year. Massive shoes to fill, and has done so. Was a really smart pickup, and that's really paid off for them, you know, maintaining the level they were at and continuing to grow despite losing one of their best players.
I have to say as well, I think this still feels kind of fresh for FlyQuest. I mean, it's been, we're at the end of Series 3 right now, so they've played 2 big tournaments at this point, but still feeling kind of fresh, whereas Shopify, whereas Mel, Alexis, how many times has it been? It's over the amount of fingers you got, right?
Too many.
It's way too much. So yeah, I think you're probably feeling a little burnout at this point, right? And so yeah, I think I honestly think that this is another chance, a big chance, probably the most percentage-wise that I would put it at Shopify losing in this GC Series 3. And normally, actually, for me, there's a big downswing here for Shopify when it comes to the upper bracket finals in the last 3 events that we've seen. Last time it was against Passion Project, and last time before that it was against FlyQuest, and there's always just a slight question in my head walking away from the upper bracket final, which is this match.
I mean, even looking ahead at this series, we're talking about these two big names, the top 2 teams. Stakes are very, very different. Shopify Rebellion, reminder, they have locked a spot for the championships in Berlin. Like, they're a competitive team. They want to win. Do not get that wrong. If they could just lose out and just whatever, run it down 5 duelists, and we're still going to be seeing them. For FlyQuest Red, even though they're so close, it's not locked. And we've gotten to see that upset in the past at that right before the finish line with teams before. So for FlyQuest Red, that's going to be a different level of determination going on into this, that they need to make it into that grand finals to control some part of their destiny. They need to, like, whether they're that team there with Shopify Rebellion in the end, it'll lock their spot, or if they win out the entire thing. They cannot drop to this lower bracket, get knocked out, and maybe see a Shopify Rebellion loss down the line. It's like, it's so different. So for that, I think
fall out of their hands.
That's exactly it. So I don't know, that with that different level of mental going into this, I definitely think that this could be the opportunity for the upset. But heading into the agencies, we have the map on the horizon. Wyatt?
I wanted to talk about with the agents, something that I do really respect about Shopify. It's something that they've always done, something that under the Mel leadership they've always done, which is push themselves as far as the agents that they're playing and keeping up with the meta. Like, surprisingly, in this tournament, we have not seen a whole lot of Neon at all, but Shopify are one of the couple teams playing Neon. Floor running it on Sunset, running it on Haven. They're using some of M80's comps on other maps. Like, if we get to Ascent, we'll see that. And I do really respect that they try to constantly push themselves, adapt to the meta. And that's something that, despite how good FlyQuest have been, they're not really playing to the current meta. They're not trying to bring the Neon in. They're not really involving some of those, you know, different agents that we're seeing more frequently now.
I think for me, I've always thought of Jovi as somebody who strays kind of off the meta, at least a little bit, in terms of trying to play a little bit more optimal and not necessarily lean into the player's strengths. I mean, for Dodo, a lot of times, yeah, let's get them on Raze as much as possible, but you're not seeing like, oh, let's take advantage of this this current agent that a lot of people are abusing the skill set to, you know, make their star player shine a little bit more. Whereas Shopify, I think you have to do that, right? I think you absolutely have to do that. But you're right. Mel does not always fall into the traps of, let's just stay in comfort. Let's stay, for example, for us in playing one of those power spike agents like Neon right now. But also, you know, following what is the trends and good comps at the time, I would say. Definitely somebody who keeps up with it.
Yeah, this is one of the maps where FlyQuest and Joey, they do something a little bit different with this double Sentinel, the Deadlock Cypher. We've seen it work on, you know, Ascent, for instance, on Lotus. Sunset is a bit of a different story. I don't have as much confidence as this comp on this map as I do on the others. They beat Refrag with it the other day, but obviously this is a much tougher task beating Shopify.
I mean, hey, if there's a time to be stepping up and starting the series off strong. If they can take this map pick, oh my goodness, that's going to speak wonders. But it's time to head over to the first map of the series, get underway, and head on over to our casters, Ender and Mimi, for map number 1.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Yes, this is going to be a good one. What is probably a preview of the grand finals here between Shopify Rebellion and FlyQuest Red. For the first time ever, Chrissy, this FlyQuest squad upset SR in the qualifiers here. But Shopify in the main event is a very different beast.
Yeah, Shopify have seemed completely locked in. You know, really getting down to the fundamentals here, not giving any breathing room for teams to try and get back into a game. And I think this is going to be a serious challenge for FlyQuest Red here. We're starting things off on Sunset, which is one of the maps that these teams played in that best of 3 just a couple months ago in the first qualifier. This is one that went Shopify's way in a triple overtime. It was very competitive between these two teams, but Shopify are making some changes here. And already, I think we're geared up for a big brawl in the center of the map at round start.
Shopify already locked for GCC and Fly, trying to run back the upset. As it gets going here, Floor going to be the one set up to brawl into mid. This comp has a lot of tools to set her up for success. Early stun in. Util from Fly will be broken. They spot out at least 2 on that Haunt, and the utility replying in is good. However, they're kept at bay, and it's a stalemate in mid. Floor gets stuck on this box, so one more stun to get away, and that's a huge one through the smoke as well. Floor opens up the round for 2.
Yeah, classic 4 thing, starting it off here. FlyQuest absolutely bested there in mid. It was unfortunate Dodo was the only player up in tiles, so when you lose that duelist 1-to-1, the entire fight falls apart. Now, FlyQuest are still in this space. The door is closed on them. And while there's no trip top mid, there are 3 players staring straight at the smoke as it goes down.
Sander will try to walk through, gets one back through the box. It's a good trade, but the reply from Shopify will be a swing in for a double. Floor already on for 3, and so Hunt, the last piece out in mid. How else to start the game but a 4K from Fluorescent?
Dude, Floor's looking pretty snappy right now. I mean, the headshot percentage absolutely wild there with the Ghost.
Number 1 most important stat as we know.
Domed Dodo immediately to start it off, then got the headshot through that smoke. I mean, like, completely absurd there. 2 headshots there, make it a 3rd. And maybe one there at the end. That was like 5 or 6 headshots in one round.
I don't think there's anything more menacing in this current patch than a good Neon player feeling hot and with a comp to set them up right.
Yep.
And I think despite having this double Senti comp, it is still going to be really scary to deal with Floor for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest with the double Sentis basically means if you can get the spike on the ground, your post plants are exceptionally frustrating to work back into. But they have far less tools for just straight up fighting you. No flashes, anything to work with as they all zoom out onto the site, using those smokes to scale up quickly, but it doesn't really matter when Noya is still finding 3 kills. 2 of which with that Ghost. I think that might be a shot kill as well. Beautiful utility, just 1 lurker left up here in mid, but that's not going to happen either. A near perfect round for Shopify to wrap things up.
Yeah, lovely start from the Danish president. I think that's what you have to do against this comp. Try and get ahead on these site executes. Don't allow them to get into a set post plant. Because like you're mentioning, that is where they get really scary. And I think their own smoke just being abused here by Noya. Really nice work by her to clean up a very clean anti-eco.
Yeah, one thing I've been noticing Shopify like to do on these B plants, or on defense at least, Sunset, they always hold on to backside control. They don't fight you super far forward on site, but they make sure you never feel comfortable. And it's going to be a big challenge for FlyQuest to ever fight into backside because of the compositional limitations. If they can find early kills, that's going to simplify things a ton more.
4 strong towards B to start for FlyQuest. With Shopify grabbing the orb on the other side. This setup playing deep. Just trying to bait out a player, pushing in towards market area and pinching out on that Sova. And that's a good opener for Starbound. Sarah in the smoke will get one off her teammate's trip. The trip stays up. Sarah dodges out, has a gap in the smoke for another. And now Floor is active, back through the site with the ult popped, suddenly leaving it all down to Starbound, who faces up against 3. Their position already noted. The spike on the ground a world away. And this is all but wrapped up for Shopify.
That was just beautiful there. Playing on site around the trips. You can see Shopify do not want to play retake. They're going to stay on site and fight you to the death. Now getting 3 players on one line just to finish off Starbound. Starts things off 3-0 here, but look at those trips, how deep those were, right?
Yeah.
FlyQuest spent a lot of utility, the paint shells, everything to try and break those trips up in main, but because Noya put them so deep, nothing was able to find them. Not the dog, not the nade, just a body, and that results in a very easy kill to fight off of. Sarah living there for 2 kills too, while pulling out the crouch nade on herself is just ridiculous as well.
So Fly back down to an eco this round, and for the first time in the game, they'll test a little bit towards B. And this is one of those areas that is so scary to play against in this composition. 2 tools for line control, with the Paranoia and the Breach stun. A Neon that can be sliding in, re-stunning to clear the space. They're basically going to be controlling this orb most of these rounds, and that's nice for Mel to get away.
And back onto the line control that you talked about. Fluorescent with the transfer back. Gets 2 kills there. That's exactly what you want to see, a little bait and switch there. You trust Mel to get the first shot with the Outlaw, and then re-swing back onto the line after baiting that out with a stun. Very nice.
Shopify on their defense always do a really good job at staying active, finding those mid-round re-clears. Even in this one, ready for any play out through mid. I think as well do a really good job of switching up the Sentinel setups for Noya, where she's playing with this Cypher, and how they're disguising the strong side that actually has that Cypher.
Yeah, their early round conditioning has always been like, Sarah stepping up into B main and breaking out the Cypher camera. So there's a little forward presence there, but there could easily be more bodies there, ready to swing and fight.
30 seconds left.
Now they show the big A fight, get that fast rotate with the Neon into B, and Shopify creeping. Beautiful dart, beautiful kill, and once again, it's just Starbound left alive in a 1v8 million. That's just not going to go your way.
All too easy. 5 left up for Shopify on another pretty round there, and another scary factor you have to start considering is these ults could begin to snowball, a few away from that Sova ultimate. Alexis thus far, cosmetic breach player, hasn't been able to farm hers up too much, but
hey,
as it
that
needed
stun
to
was
with how
nice,
much Floor
though.
is doing.
The utility has come in and been fairly helpful, I would say.
For
now,
sure.
I was going to say, with Shopify playing pretty heavily around mains, I would expect FlyQuest to play into mid this round. That is what they're going to be doing. But at the same time, Shopify are ready to fight there. Again, Mel posted up on the 10s box there with the Outlaw. Some options to fight in mid, but I think Sarah pulled out of that very quickly. And as Floor steps up into A main, FlyQuest are going quickly towards market.
Mel spotted. Paranoia, the ult, finds her. So Mel pulled away. Now a 4v5 for Shopify to recover, and no control towards main. This, for the first time this game, might actually have to come to a retake. Mel eventually gets reeled in and falls. But the spike is actually stuck out in mid, abandoned. Shopify has found that. This is a blunder for FlyQuest.
How did
the
that
spike
happen?
How did it get there?
Absolutely no idea. By the way, Shopify also realized there is a stun on them top mid that they only just now break. FlyQuest have to fight back in, but they have no flashes to get back into the space.
And Noise on the other side, cuts down one. Trade is there, but still getting this spike too big of a problem. Ev goes down alone, and this round is cataclysmic for FlyQuest.
Wait for Thea, though. If Thea can get a wrap around and get into this fight in mid, maybe there's a chance, but the time is working down. 30 seconds just about, and Thea needs another 10 before she can close the gap.
Does Sarah get suspicious of this? She holds left side, top mid, but doesn't hold towards the right. Thea swinging forward, spots one. Is the trade to come? Sarah swings out. That's only 1 for 1. Spike still yet to be recovered. 15 seconds. Floor takes down another 1v1, and Floor on the drive-by.
How do you
A
hit
blunder
that?
from FlyQuest, and Floor just steals it all away.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's just not possible to track Floor going at Mach 10 right through the opening there.
You barely
Doming you
saw
as
her.
well. I mean, I genuinely have no idea what happened to the spike. We got the kill, but FlyQuest just left it out there. It must have been, you know, trying to trade it over to someone as the hit was going in. But they just lost themselves in the sauce. They had the B site completely, and it slips away. That's a tilter of a round.
So back to mid for Fly, and back down to the eco they go.
And I'll tell you, playing against FlyQuest, they are a team that feels like very momentum-based. Like, they can win 8-9 rounds in a row very easily. But they can also just keep going for similar fights and have rounds that go the same way. This one, they're going for that mid-split again, but with a Paranoia combined with the Hunter's Fury. Sarah doing obscene damage. Another ultimate comes out. FlyQuest positions are completely known. They just don't have the tools to fight up against a Shopify that's now pinching back in. Maybe options, though, as Dota finds that kill, and they keep going up into mid. Starbound gets a couple, and Mel equalizes up in mid. It turns into a 1-on-2 now, with Starbound on the attack.
These are messy rounds, but Starbound has to salvage it, and they walk straight into Sarah on the other side. Don't even clear the angle. Another just weird one there, where Fly gets a lot of advantages. I think Shopify making some mistakes, Alexis walking through a smoke, completely punished, but immediately the spacing is rough coming through the smoke top mid, and no one clears out Mel's angle. And for the second time in a row, a round in which Fly has an advantage, slips away off a mistake, and it's now 6-0 with a timeout being called.
I think that what FlyQuest have to be talking about here is this line control. Because with that forward A main space, very easy Paranoia that Mel sort of sends into mid, stalls out that hit. So instead of everyone running into market, 2-3 players are stranded over in mid. That allows Mel to eventually get them. But also when they fought for the A main space, they've gotten brutalized by the breach stun as well. So maybe FlyQuest need to slow play these rounds a little bit more, try to bait out those key pieces of utility before ending up committing. Otherwise, Shopify have just proven that they can fight off of their utility so well.
The scary thing, too, is that even when they don't have those line control setups, I think they have a really good job of disguising the fact that that trap play is set up somewhere else. They almost always have some presence in A main. I think that Fly, this entire half, has struggled to eke out a full picture of what this defense looks like. And I imagine a big part of that is how mobile Floor has been, with either Mel or Alexis in combination, creating pressure in some different area of the map all the time.
It's a combination of that mobility and also Alexis usually holding on to that stun at round start, waiting for someone's contact before snapping that. This round, that would be an A main. But FlyQuest are trying to get over into mid. Now, last time they were able to dislodge Mel from up on 10s here, but that was with a Deadlock ultimate. It's a little bit of a different story without that, without flashes to work into that space. So instead, they are going over into Alexis, who still has stun and double flashes.
SR full reading in that this is going to be some setup towards mid. No one playing B main. A heavy stack on A. Floor will re-clear off of it. Slide in. Whiffs from Dodo, and both sides miss their shots. Sonder will eventually find her mark. So now Noya in a bit of trouble. Will escape as the Lurk finds one on the other side. Starbound 1v1 against Sarah. Wins that out as well, and now the B site open for business.
Some spam from Noi to try and catch stragglers running into the site. Now FlyQuest are low in this 2v5. Wouldn't be the most absurd thing, but when you see a Deadlock wall on a sound sensor put back towards Boba, Shopify almost need FlyQuest to overfight into them.
And finally, it's what you were talking about. The power of this comp in the post fight. The stun's perfect, and Fly
There's a camera
executes
there
on
too.
it.
Like, the utility is just ridiculous. But that was really nice play from FlyQuest, right? You can see the idea in the timeout, which was try and bait out some of this utility. They showed presence into mid initially, then softly into A, ended up running out. Floor doesn't quite connect on the shots, but also FlyQuest had players playing outside of that breach line initially, so they could try and return fire onto Floor. And then that B site does open up to them. So I think these slow rounds are going to be something FlyQuest continually look for the rest of this half.
This goes here.
Slight issue now. Floor has overdrive. A scary round to get through in this one. And Shopify go back to a similar setup, this time leaning the Cypher back over to B.
Last time Shopify had both Mel and Floor over here was that bait and switch. That worked so beautifully for them. This time, though, after FlyQuest go into this mid space, it doesn't seem like they want to immediately go into A, instead anticipating a mid refight. That's why they put the sound sensor down. Starbound, who's been pretty effective on the lurks where, you know, their team isn't already entirely dead, is able to break away that cage before they re-hit this A space.
But again, Alexis still has her stun online. She has been so disciplined with when she chooses to use this utility. And there's time to even reposition and shut down this hit towards A. Floor just a moment away. Paranoia ready to go from the attacking side. As the breach is walking full off site. Maybe expecting the raise rocket on the execute.
And wait for Starbound 2 in mid. There's no trips on that angle, so they have the chance to cut off these rotates of Shopify's.
But again, Paranoia, breach stun. Floor to follow it up. Floor, though, creeping instead towards mid.
30
Maybe ahead in mid. Starbound, though, will stay disengaged for now. Omen ult into the site, and a swing up from Mel is punished. That's an opener. And now, for the second time this game, a post plant for Fly.
And with the wall going down, Starbound activates.
Timing.
This lurk is coming in so fast, but Noya catches them in the back of the head. Now things are evened up 4-on-4, but there's still a wall back in CT.
Fly, wanna get aggressive here, rocket through. Misses out. Dodo sees nade. That'll find some damage, but not the mark on the kill. Wall still needs to be broken towards spawn. And Floor will eventually take that down. But on the site, crossfires here. Fly swinging together. The new player for 2. And Floor taken down is the last. 2 on the trot for FlyQuest to reply.
Ev secures 3 in that round as well. The newest addition to FlyQuest Red here. Showing up in a big way in that post plant. And I do think one of the strengths of FlyQuest is how good they are in just all-out brawls, right? When there's a lot of players on screen fighting, the way they coordinate their utility,
team
the
fighting.
timings of their swings. Here, they have 4 people that dodge away from a breach flash before just completely locking down that one lane back into the retake.
Money a bit worse off here, but it's a fast play. Change up for Shopify. Floor is already in spawn. Stun up. She'll duck away despite getting stunned herself. A second piece of utility removed as her teammates are getting kills around her. Mel finds a double. Floor's cut one down. And out of nowhere, Saunders left alone. The ult will connect. A chance in the 1v3, but there's a double up from Floor and Lexi to win the round straight back for Shopify.
That's crazy, because usually Fluorescent is the predator, but actually that was Fluorescent the worm on the end of a fishhook there. Like, absolutely unreal. She gets hit by every single piece of utility in the book. A Sonder ultimate at the end of the round, too, but it's her team that comes in behind her and is able to find the majority of those kills.
Oh, this is a nice stretch.
So Fly this time, start the round a bit further back. Heavy setup in B. They've almost always just been going for these slow rounds in towards mid. And this time, have a bit of early space. A fade ultimate as well to follow up off of this, but as we've seen many times, Shopify's always going to try and play on site here.
Wow. Trying to farm an orb on Dodo Nut.
Maybe a
With an
fake attempt,
option
go
to
back
maybe
to
hit a
the
round 12 ult. I don't know. I mean, they're going into this site for the time being. The spike is on its way over into A, but you're just running into Cypher trips. You lose one player on this exec. That's your raise as well. Yeah, you're getting a plant down, but see all the deadlock utility used over towards B? Now your post plant still isn't that huge.
And again, it's Alexis, being the most conservative breach you've ever seen. Full kit of util left at this point in the round. Floor has a stun. She has a slide. This retake is potent yet.
Spike planted.
FlyQuest need to get active. They do have a paranoia to fight up into shop. That's why they have 2 players ready to go off the
That's
first contact.
To hold around the corner, that's one for Starbound. Swing in, both of them try and fight together, but Noya deals with the problem. Trades were there, and it cuts down to a 2 versus 2. Wide swing for Noya, unsuccessful. Lexi on the trade. Now a 1v1. Aftershock. Against her opponent's IGL. Thea teleports away. Alexis thinks she's rapping, but Thea will just walk in halfway. Alexis turns, not in time.
Another A post plant going the way of FlyQuest. Again, that shop fight going shockingly well for them. There was so much breach utility to fight back against. And even without their raise players, see that paranoia catching 2 players? So even though this stun comes in, the actual staggering of Shopify players swinging into that line was just out of sync. It allowed Sonder to sort of clear her mind, get some of those shots down, and win out in the long run. And now Shopify, their money is completely broken.
Last Stico was a fast play off Florzol. They won that one. This time Floor the hero rifle and a more disciplined approach. 3 players set up on the angle B. Ready to fight off Noya's contact on the camera. Starbound's just creeping into it.
Oh.
Only takes 1 for Floor to take them down.
FlyQuest now have to respond by getting active up into mid. Now, Alexis only has the classic, but she also has a Rolling Thunder. If these players stay grouped up together and Alexis snaps that one, it could be deadly.
Alexis checks, spots out 1. Net won't connect. And now into the A site they go. This will be uncontested, but like you mentioned, Breach ult on the retake available, and Mel biding her time. Ready to wrap back around through elbow. Hunter's Fury, stun is in. The flank will start to activate for Mel. Peeking out the pieces. No one found on the Hunter's Fury.
No plant yet.
Rolling Thunder. There won't be a plant still. Floor slides in, both are stunned. Thea's better in that situation. Now Mel bides her time and commits to the play. But is it too little too late? Only a judge in her hands, but that's enough. Spike on the floor, 20 seconds. Mel down. Noya alone whiffs on the spray, and Sonder finds the trade.
Somehow these A post plants just keep working out for FlyQuest. Shopify just spent 2 major ultimates on both Sarah and Alexis to try and secure that eco round. And they had the numbers after getting that opening pick, but they just didn't have the range in their firepower to actually get back onto that side, I don't think. Alexis's ultimate didn't really have much of anyone playing off of it. FlyQuest win their 3rd A post plant in a row, I believe. And now if you're Shopify, you have to find some way to not give up that A site, and they're gonna gear up for another A main fight so they don't even make a post plant a possibility.
This time it's a contact up from Mel to protect Floor's grab of the ultimate. Fearing that though, it's just gonna be straight back towards B for FlyQuest. And there's no one playing on site here.
Sonder's going to get an ultimate in the post plant, or maybe with the orb grabbed here in B main. Now Shopify, like you say, they're playing back into Boba, but usually what this means for them is a fast rotate into flooding out into back site, making sure these trips are used so they can't get into the back. Good nades though, actually spot out a lot of the Cypher utility here. Oh dear, not enough. There's 2 players tagged in back site. Noya's running forward. Noya ends up slowing down as the wall is thrown out against them, but there's a monstrous flank coming on the other side, and FlyQuest Red's players are all boxed up in sight.
In comes that flank. Trip has to be broken in the player's spawn. Have to live long enough and break the wall to open this opportunity. Smoke up. Deadlock wall spammed. Now the flank coming through. Paranoia in, but the players from FlyQuest reposition. They'll post up in market now. Time working in their favor as they wrap all the way around. 2 players swing in. FlyQuest at advantage. The pinch from Thea on site is great, and now it's just the flankers. Floor trying to stick halfway. Time ticking down. Mel in a 1v1 has it half. Thea swings out. Is there time? On the edge, it's not gonna be enough. 0.2 seconds away. And FlyQuest grab their 5th.
FlyQuest string together 4 rounds there at the end of the half. I mean, this game looked cooked at the start. I think it was a 6-0 lead initially for Shopify. But FlyQuest kept getting these rounds after that timeout was called. These slow rounds, they got the spike on the ground and showed how good they are at fighting together in post-plant situations.
So now I think the big question is, how is Shopify going to navigate around this double sentinel composition? You have a lot of utility you have to get rid of to allow Fluorescent to dash into these sites with that slide.
I do think the change in their comp helps them a little bit. They previously, when they played against FlyQuest, they were playing the Rays in the Neon slot, and they were playing a Gecko in the Sova slot. Sova a little bit better for playing a more default, slower pace style of game plan, so that you can move into these mains or into mid and break a lot of the enemy Sentinel utility. Less good at quickly accelerating, but the Neon has your back on that front.
She does. Flora already has control on B site. Fly playing a set retake. Net through. Saunders spams off of that one. Floor can't protect her teammate. All three caught in the net are going down. Beautifully done by FlyQuest as Dodo collects the last few. And the duo of her and Saunder win a pistol round for FlyQuest. And suddenly, from a 6-0 start, FlyQuest are in control of this game.
That is some seriously bad news for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, not just the fact you get crushed in that opening pistol here, but also 3 ult orbs going on to Saunder. There are serious chances for FlyQuest to string rounds together. And remember what I was saying, like, playing against FlyQuest, they feel like a very streaky team, right? Like,
sure.
They were brutalized at the start of this game, but they have the momentum back. That's 5 rounds in a row for them, I do believe. And Shopify definitely going to be remembering what happened to them the last time these two teams faced. It's a quick attack into market here from
Hello.
Floor. And with a Bucky, she's able to find the kill. That also means the site, shockingly, for Shopify.
A post plan on an eco round. How much can they do with this one?
Not that much.
Brilliant's already died. Maybe something silly with the Bucky. It'll post towards spawn. There's no flashes left, but a cat, a Roomba, tools to deal with this one. Surely Floor can't get away with anything here. Swing out from the Bucky. Bell gets it instead. 4v3. There's still danger in this round yet. Ev tries to deal with it, but they're gone. Alexis finds 2 off the classic, and it's down to Thea. 1v4. She's already found 3. The Ghost, though, cannot find the shots. And Sarah wins it for Shopify on a thrifty.
Oh, dear. You cannot be losing those. I mean, Fluorescent getting this first kill is absolutely massive, but then here, Starbound activates a little bit quicker than the rest of their team, seeing Mel's shoulder, but when those shots don't connect, it then just turns into a disaster. Shopify had a great little crossfire setup ready to punish those players coming out of market, and when you lose your one Boba player, I don't know how you're getting back in there, and FlyQuest didn't either. They're knocked out of this start of the half now.
And their control has slipped back away. Shopify, the third round running, waltz their way onto an open B site, will secure themselves a post plant, and are just tasked with dealing with the onslaught through market. 5 players from FlyQuest all ready to send themselves at this spike. And I think the goal, just trying to get some ult orbs onto a player, maybe Floor can eat up in this round. Alexis 1 away from her, Rolling Thunder as well. As these spam post plants just too tough to deal with. Floor already gets rid of Ev, and the 3 players left alive have nothing to do but hope they can get lucky on the shots. And it's just not going to happen this round.
1 enemy
Maybe
remaining.
an ace for Floor? Not today. Spam
Yeah,
too
very,
good
very
from the rest of the
skillful
team.
post plant there.
Yeah.
Absolutely raining bullets from B main. It's a scene we've seen many times before here. But good on Shopify to make clean work of this. And I don't know, I'll tell you, like, Shopify have just seemed to me like they are taking things way more seriously, right? You don't lose 2 different times in different open qualifiers as the best team in the world, and then you know, take things easy going into the final main event of North America here. But just in terms of how they play their post pants in particular, I have found them to be extremely diligent and not to be trifled with.
Yeah, a very scary team indeed. Crazy crosshair for Toto. Let's see if it works out for a kill. Trap play set up, stun off the net. Sarah's in a lot of trouble there. Bye-bye. Nade gets an opener for FlyQuest Red.
Yeah, that's all the crosshair right there.
For sure.
Because it sort of simulates the blast radius of the...
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
of the-
that's so true.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, we'll see what Noya can do in mid. I feel like it would have to be up to her to get some space back in this game for Shopify. Because there's still that trip in B main, because there's still 2 players over towards A. Mid is ready for a big fight from FlyQuest. Saunder actually goes out a bit before the rest of her team. FlyQuest are just unstoppable here. Saunder finds another. Floor went zooming on in there, and that's just about the round.
Mel swings into Sonder. Got 2 players ready to swing off. And punish Shopify's leader trying to get out on this site. They will get a bit of space. Time bought by that paranoia, but this flood retake should be too much to deal with. Mel's trying to wrap around. If she can catch a timing here, that opens up a chance in this round, but Sonder again shuts it down, leaping into Mel's face with a rifle in hand. And Fly will lock up that round flawlessly.
Sonder's been looking pretty sharp in the second half. That pistol round was nuts right there, finding a lot of kills. That's the ultimate online too.
Would you say it's any kind of time?
I
don't have a watch.
Is it like 2 o'clock right now? I mean, you're like East Coast, so it's like 5:45 for you. That's what time it is.
No other time.
I mean, if you're talking like 24-hour clock, then that would be like 1945.
No, this is in Europe.
Okay, yeah.
All right, great. Thanks.
Sick reference.
9-7 for Shopify. And a timeout taken for them here. You were talking a little bit about how serious it looked like they were taking this one and how locked in this team was. So I want to give a little anecdotal evidence about how real you are about that. You messaged me, well, your team, Teddy Tactics, was still in this tournament. Rest in peace. Just scrimmed SR for an hour. I want to cry.
That is a real message that I sent to you. We also had to play them in the first round and got 13-2 twice. Yeah.
So you can know how scary this team is, and I think how impressive it is that FlyQuest is really pushing them this map.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I played against Shopify like last year too, and they 13-0'd us, and it was clear that they weren't trying. And then in main event rolls around this year,
it was just like individual skill diff.
Yeah, like they're just running at you, you know, floor is overheating at every post plant but killing you 18 times. And then when we played them on stage, they played every post plant completely perfectly and never once overheated. The only round floor overheated was the last round of the game. And yes, she killed all of us. But like, it was just like, oh, okay, they mean business here. They're not going to leave you any chances to win rounds you shouldn't be winning.
Yeah, I think that's something they talk a lot about. Not just winning off the individuals, even if it is sometimes what it takes. SR have opened this round towards A main. Put a little pressure there as they'll re-rotate and turn their attention to mid.
FlyQuest looking to play off of the B side for the most part, get back on after the Rolling Thunder. Good scout into front B with the Fade Prowler, sees nothing. They also throw down the Deadlock Wall, so that one's going to be expiring around 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Shopify have the choice to break this and accelerate, but there's still stuns behind it. I think just breaking this and resetting back into mid would do them more favors, because you can already see how quickly FlyQuest have shifted back off of that B site.
No one on B at this point. Just 2 players posted up in mid, high, low.
I really like this read from FlyQuest. Ready to fight big into mid, big into A. And now, after that 20 seconds has passed since the wall is broken, get ready for a flood back into that B site.
Yeah, 2 deep trips set up to allow them back into this site. Neither broken just yet.
Alexis held the Rolling Thunder. They still have that to stop the flood.
5v5 post. Plant committed by Alexis. And now the ultimate ready to go. They will all retreat to main.
Wow.
How much util does FlyQuest use to get back in? Omen ult for Mel to reposition with the rest of the team. They have a Deadlock ult, but Deadlock is still across the map. Time's ticking here. Alexis still has the ult. First tap is there. Breach ult now committed. Stuns onto all of these players. The spike yet to even be halved. And still all the spam ready to go in main. Flash out. In goes an ult. That'll pull Sarah, who immediately gets released from her prison. Sonder's sticking this one halfway. Spam goes through for both sides. SR wins out, but Sonder is still on it. And no one stops her. Last one standing. It was actually Starbound to grab that one away. And FlyQuest suddenly win a round back on the retake.
What a wild situation right there. And I can't help but feel like Shopify Rebellion putting so many bullets into that Deadlock ult to try and pull Sarah out of that ended up making them have to reload, pulled them off of the line to spam away from the planter. Those shots were going real wide, and FlyQuest are the ones that went out there in just the full-on spam battle. even though they end up losing 4 players. That's the best news for Shopify is their econ is still fantastic after that. And they're just going to blitz into the A site.
Stun onto floor. Spam will find her though, eventually. Taken down, Noya and Sarah. Take back the advantage though. Dodo's nade, a swing off of it. Alexis finds that kill instead. And Shopify have control of this site. So again, Shopify take a debilitating round. They change the pace, reply immediately. But the job's not done. 2v3, and FlyQuest a critical chance to work back in and keep their opponent off double digits. Thea and Starbound. Positions already noted. Noya ready to swing through off for teammates' contact on the other side. The crossfire is so tough to deal with, but that's already won. No trade from Noya. Now she's the last one standing. Pushes out, but Starbound escapes. 1v1. 29 HP on Noya, but the tap is good. And Noya wins the round for SR.
Madam President stepping up when the rest of her team falls. Unreal there. I mean, it didn't feel like a super winnable round for FlyQuest, but somehow all those fights ended up going 1 by 1. Noya still getting really active at the end there, trying to go for the swings. As Starbound was just running for the spike. Really gutsy call out of her, but it goes her way in the end and puts Shopify in double digits. And now, because Shopify won that last round, and the one before, even though FlyQuest won, they only survived with 1 gun, that econ's broken.
They have a Raise Rocket, though. And a Hero Rifle on Starbound. A walk through mid. 3 players. Floor holding. They'll double up. 3 easy kills for Shopify Star.
Sometimes that just happens to you. FlyQuest are going to have to get back on that streak to get things going for them once again. Starbound had the 1 rifle for FlyQuest, but at the end of the day, it's not going to pan out. And ultimately, FlyQuest have just gotten broken twice by these early full-on fights. Shopify with quick exec into A, there, countering out FlyQuest's walk up into mid. I'm curious how FlyQuest are going to adjust to this. I still think playing one side of the map stronger than the other, similar to a couple rounds ago, where they were just playing for the full retake B, could be pretty effective, especially with the ult cycles that are coming up for them now.
This round is the real last chance for FlyQuest to build back into this on a full buy. They lose here, their money's rough, facing down the barrel of 12. And they'll take a timeout.
I still feel like OT is pretty likely, all things considered. Just in terms of the ultimates that we're looking at, Shopify aren't really going to be getting ults online for a few more rounds. Whereas FlyQuest could definitely start stringing together some round wins. But the econ, of course, is going to be a concern. So this next one is the first one. So if you have to use every ult on this round, that is going to be well worth it for FlyQuest, who've now used their last time out. I feel like FlyQuest don't really need to reinvent the wheel or anything like that. You know you're playing a very heavy control comp here. They don't need to be looking for these early aggro plays up into mid.
Right here.
SR start this round towards A. The faster look got them an advantage in that previous one, and they'll go straight back to it. Floor pushes through, tries to bait out any utility, but FlyQuest holds their nerve. Don't commit anything, and even steal the sonic sensor away. They should hear that being replayed. And SR will want to punish. Play the game again. Will it get placed? Not yet. Blinds go. Thunder? How's she done that? Fully blinds, gets the kill on floor, but the trade is back through. And it's a 4v4. Hunter's Fury out onto the A site, connects onto Ev. And the newest addition is dead. 4v3 now. Dodonut has a Raise Rocket. Does she want to try and be a hero? This round coming up on last chances for FlyQuest, and she'll try and save it. Up and over the top. Noya low, but ready to swing through the smoke. Defended by Starbound. Rocket, 1 for 1. Now a 2v2 on this site. But SR repositioning. They both walk back in. A tap on the spike. Sarah 1 for 1 on the trade. And Starbound retreating. All the way around towards spawn. Sarah still yet to plant. But she's working the ring around the rosy too. Who finds the timing first? Does Sarah go B? or wrap all the way to spawn. Starbound waits. Spotted. But Starbound wins it! Somehow on the disadvantage angle, Starbound comes up big and keeps FlyQuest in this game.
That was a wrap if Starbound can't win that 1v1. And this fight was ridiculous. First of all, Sondra getting one there. Sarah proves to be the best Sova in GC. I mean, her shots with the Hunter's Fury are always finding their mark. But in that late round clutch, Starbound shows up in a big way. Still 2 ultimates for FlyQuest to play with. We've still got a game going here.
Scanning ahead.
Go, go, go!
Floor takes space B main. Again, trying to pull out that util early in these rounds. And again, FlyQuest not replying off of it. I think the biggest danger in this round is Alexis one off the Rolling Thunder. If she can get another orb here, gives a big advantage to SR.
Because both teams have so much like catch utility, damaging utility, whether it's the crouch nade, the C's plus a nade, something like this, both teams are sort of trying to bait out a lot of those big abilities, whether it's Shopify making a ton of noise in B, or even in the post plants, tapping Spike, running off of that angle, etc. Shopify now are expecting there to be a softer A site because of that forward wall. And options to refight into mid as FlyQuest walk on up here. No one's looking at Noya. She gets some big damage down, but is caught with util in hand. Now, without that Sentinel, it becomes a 4-on-5, but Shopify will have the post plant on B.
Trips keep them held back. It's broken by Alexis. Sarah, though, walking all the way through mid. Needs to find a fight quickly. Isolate a player from Fly.
They could crunch this fight over in market off of Sarah's contact, too, with the Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder. That could be big to winning this round. Stun in. Rolling Thunder committed. Floor is sliding off of it. Sarah fighting as well. She'll find the first. Floor disengages, regroups towards market, and Fly are separated across the angle towards market.
Sonder with the
for
ult.
Shopify.
And Mel is coming late into the market. FlyQuest are nowhere, and they're getting flashed back in Boba. The fights are going back and forth, but ultimately it's Shopify coming away with them as Fluorescent goes ballistic on site with a 4K Shopify on that point.
Shopify navigate a complicated situation perfectly. The amount of repositions in that round from Fluorescent, from fighting towards spawn, making noise there, to regrouping market and aiding Sarah in that duel, to closing out the round as well. The way these players set up off each other is perfection for Shopify.
I mean, look at that. The flash and the reveal from the dart. Just 3 players back in spawn. That is Shopify winning a round against 2 power ults from a 4 versus 5. And FlyQuest are the ones without anything to go with now.
And Floor is not slowing down. She's already in. Stun isn't enough this time. Noya's traded that one back through. Spam onto Starbound. Can't get it done with the Stinger. This might be wraps. Only 3 left alive to work back through from market. And Ev dies alone. Gun recovered. Sonder with the rifle. And who else but her to try and keep this map alive? A reflank coming from Noya. Sonder suspects it.
Throwing net.
As a net goes towards main, she'll try and bait out this fight, but won't get that luxury. Mel on the angle is ready, and Shopify Rebellion 13-9 take map number 1 of this series. After a dominant start, and it almost slipping away, some late game excellence put Shopify up in this series.
100%. The second half was just pretty lights out from them. They lost the pistol, win round 2, then string together a couple of huge rounds. That second to last one, I'm still thinking about with them winning that fight into back Boba. But still, that was the map that in the previous series these teams played, Shopify ended up winning. So FlyQuest are going to remember back to that and be able to wipe that out of their minds before they head into our second one.
Well, a massive start from SR, but FlyQuest not out of this one yet. Map number 2, their choice of bind, coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro and a new iPad, all on us. Only on Verizon.
I was a little bit worried at the start of that game that it was just going to be another day for Shopify Rebellion being able to string all these rounds together. In the end, we're able to get a decently close match, but Wrath of Shopify Rebellion too strong. 13-9 victory to be kicking off the series, right? I mean, Bala, this was their map pick, but still, FlyQuest pushed them a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. This was a fantastic game. But right off the bat, I mean, this is not the Shopify I was expecting in the upper bracket final, the one that I was talking about slacking off a little bit when it comes to these types of situations. No, this was fired up floor. She was hitting the TDM hard before this. I don't know. She was snappy like crazy. I mean, the neon movement right off rip was fantastic. And Wyatt, you were talking about how, you know, staying up with the meta, playing these kind of OP agents in certain situations, especially with Floor, has looked great, has looked fantastic.
Definitely. I mean, Floor is the exact kind of player that should be playing in Neon. Just the 24/7. Shopify have the IV drip of monster energy going into her veins. Just caffeined out zoomer energy, going crazy. All the mechanics, actions per minute are the highest they can possibly be. That is who you need on the Neon. The openings from floor, the space that was being created was more than crucial.
100%. But hey, on the other end, FlyQuest, they're shooting back. I remember a couple Sonder kills onto Fluorescent that was like, oh dang, okay, this is how this is gonna go. So this was really, really fun to watch. And even though there's a lot of flashy Fluorescent things, I mean, Paula, I have to back what you said. Shopify Rebellion across the board came to play. We've gotten to see the score lines from the other matches where each individual game there is somebody popping off that we don't necessarily get to talk about quite as much as Flora, because Flora is by far the flashiest, but Steam really stepping up. The clutching coming out from a couple of other individuals. It was all around a really good start to the match. So
Sarah,
it's good stuff.
I'm just looking at the kill differential between the two teams right there. There was 3 players above 19 and 13 KD for Shopify. On the other side, it wasn't like that. And I think you kind of felt that in the game. The back and forth in terms of rounds, which was happening quite frequently. At the end of the first half, it was almost all even. It was significant in the sense that you had FlyQuest consistently having to rely on late round situations and the strategy coming out to play and ending up, winning out in post plants or whatever, even Spike exploding in some situations where the rest of the team is dead. That sort of stuff was happening a lot, and you saw it right there on that stat page.
I mean, even when we're getting into later rounds of the game, and even from the get-go, someone that we wanted to talk about here, Wyatt, was Noya. And there is a clutch that I'm remembering that really was able to stifle out the momentum that FlyQuest is building. But from the get-go, Noya's like the biggest silent killer out there. Yeah,
Noya's anchoring. First of all, Cypher on this map is super important, and it's a map where Cypher can really dominate. Noya's anchoring over on the B site was fantastic and was the reason for me that they got out to that really early lead where it looked like we were in for just a dominant classic Shopify performance. And then, that clutch you mentioned late in the game right here that completely halted the momentum. Fly was starting to get back on defense, winning that 1v1 at low HP. Crucial rounds coming up for Noya, who we have not been giving enough credit in this tournament. Coming into this game today, in the main event, is sitting at a 1.01 kills per round. Is getting 1 kill per round on Sentinel. That is crazy. Like, we had a lot of talk and justified talk about how back in Series 2, Shopify, that was a tournament where they were really reliant on Floor going crazy to bring them over the finish line in the finals. But for them in this one, Noya has stepped up massively. The stats she is putting up are just crazy.
She's somebody who has definitely put the team on their back in some situations, right? I even remember back to GCC last year in Brazil, her stepping up on this very map, right? Finding some crucial rounds. So to see it here again, I think you're really seeing this situation, this game, this Shopify is in major form. We haven't quite seen it yet on the broadcast, but here as we first watch them, today, this is looking fantastic. With that being said, Sarah, I really think FlyQuest hit some key things that give me hope for the next couple of maps. This was Shopify's map, but again, those post plants were fantastic. Some situations that they had to play with against ults were really good as well. The calls that Thea is able to make right now are really, really good against Mel.
I mean, it's a good thing that Shopify Rebellion's informed, because FlyQuest made them work for it. Looking back, even once FlyQuest was able to start getting these rounds, I mean, Bala, we have to be talking about this post plant. Look back at this round 11 and round 12, because these ideas you're talking about and the calling, some great ideas coming out.
Look at this breach ult. There's a Sova ult going in. You have Fluorescent executing, and they're still able to hold their nerve. This sort of metal is exactly what you need. We were talking about in the beginning of the game. There's so much stuff going on that you have to deal with, and instantly the key factors, the win conditions that they get, shut down. Here, this is them on their attack side again, and you've got this wall that normally is just going to buy a lot of time. This flank is coming through from Shopify, but the call instead, they're running out of space, is to just disregard the fantastic wall that we have on spawn and go for a double push in through the backside here in Link, and you're just completely negating this pinch. In fact, pinching the pinchers. This is beautiful stuff from FlyQuest, and if this continues, Mel has definitely a tall task on her hands. She doesn't get the defuse here, and these types of rounds were plentiful as we headed into that second half. That led to a significant comeback that, honestly, I think we were all thinking FlyQuest might be able to actually bring this to overtime if possible, but alas, not quite there yet.
Not in the cards for that one, but this was Shopify Rebellion's map kicking off the series, so things aren't too dire out there for any FlyQuest fans. Is now we're going to be looking at Bind. So this map, first off, this was one that we hit at the top of the day as this should be so explosive and so much fun. And when you're talking about the calling that FlyQuest has, as well as some of the individual performance of Sonder, who's always been good on Bind, also popping off in that last map, I definitely think that with FlyQuest being able to hold their nerve, have the ice cold blood in their veins, that they should be able to put a good performance here, Wyatt. And Agent Select, all right.
Yeah, this is FlyQuest map pick. And as you mentioned with Sonder, who was hitting some nasty shots, outright won a few rounds for her team on Sunset. If she could continue that level of performance, mechanical prowess on Bind, that will be crucial. But I am looking at Dodonut to step up for FlyQuest. Silent on the first map, gets to play the Raze again. I do think this is her best agent. She needs to really come to life here. Take advantage as well of some of those synergies that they're going to have with the Astra, using the paint shells in some crucial moments, things like that. I'm really looking at Dodonut to step it up now on FlyQuest map pick.
I mean, they pushed them on Sunset. Now can they push it over the edge to try and take this to a map 3? Reminder, winner goes on to the grand finals. Loser has to battle it out just a little bit further. It is time now for Bind, and time back over to your casters, Ender and Mimi.
Thanks very much, Sierra. Yes, the final chance here for FlyQuest in the upper bracket. You have players on this team that have been there before. They just beat FlyQuest in a qualifier, or Shopify that is, and for this FlyQuest squad, a lot of their players have made it to GCCs before. You have some of those members of that EG core that found an upset in the finals last year, and a real chance to dig deep on a map that has been their favorite for a long while, Christy.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, these are the teams that are expected to make it all the way to Berlin. And for FlyQuest, firing back against Shopify, hanging neck and neck to win out in this series, getting that map veto advantage going into a best of 5, that's the best chance you're ever going to get of taking down Shopify in a BO5. But we'll see what we've got in this opening round. One thing to keep in mind is FlyQuest comp is real fun. This is a comp that, reminds you of the spice in life. Tons of tools to fight with, and already you're seeing them just blitz up this A-short line, using that dog to scale up super fast.
But 3 players from SR waiting on the other side of that orb. And they have a lot of util to fight back through. Mel navigating her way all the way around. They've passed each other through the smoke. Mel will eventually fall, but her teammates do well to trade things back. It's a 2v2. Swing for backside, spike down in the open, and Sarah puts a ribbon on the round.
I'm pretty sure that if there was friendly fire in VALORANT, everyone would have just been team killing in that one. No one was on the correct side of the site that they should have been, but it's Shopify that could see through it and get the win.
I mean, Mel literally running through the smoke at the same time as another player. There it is. Sonder and her crossing each other up on the court.
Breaking ankles out there.
Not even on Neon this time for Floor. Still doing it. Oh, good. But all's well that ends well. It's a pistol round win for SR, and that's how they started last game. Went up 6-0 to begin on Sunset.
It's a really big buy for Shopify as well. They've got some rifles that can fight into round 3 here, too.
Nice shot.
Definitely some fear. Interesting that FlyQuest are playing on the inside lanes of the map this time around, probably trying to take those closer gunfights. They know there's options for Outlaws and Guardians on the other side, so they just scout up A short, scout into hookah, trying to find where that Cypher util is. But one thing that Noya actually does really well on this map, and on a lot of Cypher maps, is she's not always playing on the same side as her utility. And even in the pre-round of this one here, she actually got trips on both A short and B.
Fire just gonna walk down A short and waltz their way into Noya's judge. Welcoming arms of everyone's president. How much can she get done here? Spike actually getting planted would be big for a bit of extra money, but the will deny that, and into the meat grinder they go. Noya finds 4, on for her ace, the classic! Gets that job done. An iBuyPower ace to Madam President.
Yes. The 3 shots of Judge, 1 classic ace.
I'll have you know it was
love
4.
that.
Actually 5. That's
Actually,
impressive
it was a full
nonetheless.
clip. It was a full clip. I take it back. The Judge is an OP, guys.
They had no armor.
Crazy.
Intended outcome.
I will say, though, like, one of the cool things about FlyQuest Comp is they're playing the Astra on this map. Look at where those stars are, especially in showers and down B long. It's so stifling as a defender to play against this Astra because that star can easily be a stun or a suck, so it really shuts down your ability to try and fight on those early lines.
Not a lot of Astra you see on this map these days. Maybe a little bit more with the buffs bringing back 5 stars.
And even if the threat is a stun or something, not shot floor, ultimately it can just be a pullback to help you in your scaling.
So an opener for Floor. Picks off the lurker on short. Noise Judge. Ready to strike again towards Hookah, but no one coming that direction. Instead it's 4 strong. Over towards long. Only 3 though. A chance to teleport back A if they want to. They're just trying to fake this one out. They're already losing players. How's Sarah done that? Jumps down in the open, fully seen. She just mogs him on the site. And Thea's alone here. An open A site, but no spike to speak of. The second trip's gonna hit her as well.
Oh no.
This round's over.
Even taking damage there too, like you have to rebuy your armor. Because of a stupid tripwire. Ay.
Fun.
Yeah, not exactly fun, I would say. But I mean, already you're seeing that like Shopify have ideas to play around this FlyQuest style because this isn't like a brand new comp for FlyQuest, right? It's not your flavor of the month style thing. It's just a comp that they really like and is super good at these brawly fights that you
They're
often
not
run
like
into
those
on
other
Vine.
girls.
They really weren't.
They were the ones still playing Astra, even with 4 stars.
Yeah, they were playing Astra on 4 stars. Bind just surely has to be turbo buffed for FlyQuest because of the 5th star Astra. Like, it's crazy now how often you find yourself in a late round situation with still like 2 stars available to play in the post plant.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this the other day, but normally when you're playing Astra, like, if you want any late round util, you have to, like, purposefully make sacrifices in the mid round with 4 stars. But
like
now with
every
5, you
star
almost...
is a recall.
Yeah, you almost always have something for, like, that late round post plant, a suck on the bomb, something like that, that it can really make the difference in rounds.
Yeah. And you'll also see later in this game, too, Thea, the way she uses her ultimate has been really effective in the Bind games I've seen from her.
How many rounds does Noya keep this Judge? She kept it the first bonus. Now this is kind of becomes like a second bonus since they won their real bonus.
Oh my.
Let's see if she keeps it up.
Well, the one rifle went down to 10 HP. I think Floor had a... was that the Outlaw still? Yeah, landed the shot,
so.
but unfortunately there was heavy armor purchased. But yeah, I imagine next round Noya's chucking that one away, but you never know. They did get her an ace.
3-1 setup for Shopify. Now holds the angle well, but the trade is very good there from Sonder. That'll
Again,
keep control towards Fly.
When FlyQuest are fighting together, you're hard-pressed to find teams that do it better. Like, Shopify and Fly are some of the best when it comes to these scrappy, coordinated team fights. Their spacing oftentimes very, very good. There, Sarah gets a little jump peek and is actually going back in. Look at that! Right next to her Sky, Alexis and Sarah completely destroyed this long fight.
The crosshair placement there is so gross. Perfect shot from Alexis.
One enemy remains.
Another one.
Ev dead too. This is not unwinnable though.
30
A 1v2 on the B site. Noya's an ocean away, walking up short. But now no stars left to work with. Double swing, drop down, that's the first spacing, not good enough! Thea has opened up this round, and now it's Noya with a Judge on a retake. She's gonna go all the way around though. Gun will be recovered towards long. Is Thea ready for the flank?
Well, does Noya want to press ult either, is the question. The answer is yes on that one. Now she knows it's a CT plant with Thea on 70 HP.
Noya has an outlaw. One shot will do, but tough to handle in these situations, and the spike is planted well for Thea. Headshot angle in spawn. And the spike ticking down. Tap from Noya. Thea holds her nerve. Doesn't swing just yet. Second tap. Noya spots out Thea. Another tap, another fight, and Thea wins it. A 1v3 for FlyQuest to open up the game.
Thea is just cold. I mean, a 1v3 Red Bull clutch for the in-game leader? I mean, look at that. Instantly getting the kill, resetting at the finish, and then here, tracking Noya going on that wide swing. Just a thing of beauty.
Wild round there for Thea. From last year, having only just started as an IGL with EG, slotting into that role, then winning the finals of GC3 and making it to Brazil. Oh, a chance for the new roster to try and bring her team to Berlin as it's a swing down short. And Floor, of course, comes out the better of that one. Mel is still close, though. Are they going to clear this one? Or is she just going to try and inch away? She will. Mel escapes, and it's a one-player advantage, but Mel is still in danger here. Two players swinging in. Thea again! IGL on IGL. Brings it into even territory, but Noya, a play attempted, it won't succeed. Bird through for Alexis. Dog ready to go as well. She spots out too. Last player towards short. They're TPing. Long gone towards B, and a spike plant secured for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest heard the teleporter come through into B long. So they get this plant down. They're actually leaving Thea in the TP. That's going to be a late hookah position playable for her. The problem is Sarah does have heavy gas, so it might not be so simple for FlyQuest to play off site.
Here.
No stars left for Thea. No, one, just on the recharge. Last second, that'll come back up. So a pull ready to go off first tap.
And there's no gas
Over
now.
that 5-star Astra. In goes the pull. Sarah swings, spots out Ev, but Ev gets the better. And Alexis, stunned and blinded, is dead too. FlyQuest clean up in the post plant and win out their second.
FlyQuest, again, I feel like their spacing was so nice in the fights they were taking, and Shopify, it just kept being, after that initial two players on A short, one by one they started falling down. Noya wasn't quite quick enough to reinforce Mel on the site, same thing with Sarah's TP, and FlyQuest jumping away from that one. It gets a little bit dodgy for them, and now FlyQuest have reached a position where for the next 2-3 rounds, they're going to have these heavy sight-hitting ultimates that they can cycle through to bully Shopify around a bit.
Showers control, and a Thrash coming through short as well. It's just a fast hit towards this A site. There was a player top truck to try and punish anyone scaling off that Thrash. Doesn't work. Noya ahead and down. Another opener for FlyQuest on an isolated player. So Shopify groups up. They'll play two towards U-Haul, but one's already fallen. Mel not there to trade. She's getting flanked. It's perfectly coordinated for FlyQuest.
Shopify just have to call it off. You can't play that round at that point. Losing players on site. Again, FlyQuest, the way they fought around their Viper wall, starting on the left side, switching over to the right, catching out Noya. That was very nice. Forecasting into the next round, Starbound holds on to the ultimate, so that's a big post-plant ability. Dodo's just one off too, so that acceleration could happen just about out of nowhere. And you can just see that FlyQuest, they're very well practiced in a lot of these execs, right? That round, they had a Viper Molly line up through the gap in the ceiling in showers, and that Astra stun. Usually that star's just been sitting there, but this is the round FlyQuest want to accelerate, so they cast that stun. If anyone's swinging there, they're getting vulnerable, and there's a quick excel into a kill out of showers. That pinch play from them looked very well rehearsed.
And for Shopify, I think we've seen a lot of moments where players are getting pressured by this utility and trying to push forward, make the play. Go for something on the anchor position. I think especially for Noya, she's really feeling it. Got that Judge Ace earlier on, but outside of that, only one other kill to her name. I think she's really been getting bullied on these site executes thus far.
Yeah, when you swing through a smoke and there's 3 people looking at you, it's hard not to just potato out on that. Yeah. Shopify maybe need to focus more on holding on to, I would say, like showers control might be a good place for them. Obviously, the Astra Stars and things make it a little bit more challenging, but they've been playing very heavily around A short, which worked a few times, right? When they doubled up and got an early kill, when Floor's Outlaw found a kill from top truck. But now we're at the point where between the ultimates and also just the mid-range like util dump that FlyQuest have, It's not very easy to play around a short where you only have realistically like 2 different angles where you can take cover.
Put you in this weird spot where you almost want to try and fight forward, deny that plant, because if you let them get into a post plants, everyone remembers the Astra Viper meta. It's scary for a reason when you let this team get into those late round positions, especially adding the Gecko, the Raze, all those tools into the mix. But I think Shopify have really struggled to find that same value on these coordinated fights. Fly's team fighting has just been really nice, honestly, all series.
Shopify, their response is to play for extremity control, so showers and long. But again, that star goes down. They try to use this forward Viper smoke to threaten crossing over into that teleporter space. That means also if there's a fight outside showers, they can jump into that TP and crunch those players. We'll see if FlyQuest can read this and refocus their efforts.
And she's dead. Beautiful start by Thea. The extremity fight on the other side, bit more successful for Shopify, but the trades are perfect. Sunder gets back 2, and they keep their lead.
And now Noya isolated backside. She pops her cage. She's going to try and live in the backside, but FlyQuest don't have to go anywhere. Really measured stance from them, putting down Wingman to get the plant, and they can just stay off site.
Two v 3 to try and make something of this retake for Shopify.
Somebody's there.
Dizzy spots out the first.
No fuel.
Mel mollies towards long. Tap on the spike.
What? They TP'd!
What? She's completely gone out of this one, but it doesn't matter. Okay.
You know, I don't know if that was a mistake or if there was util that was coming in that was going to kill her. Either way, it doesn't matter because Sunder is just frying.
Okay. Yeah, let's see that one again.
I mean, look, that shot from Thea just about wins the round, and here, it looked so good for Sarah, but Sunder was just still playing off of that angle, and got those.
Actually, just a calculated bait play, so Sunder could be there to punish on the last 2 for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't understand the 500 IQ IGL that is Thea.
Mimi, get ready, we're execing.
And we're going quickly through A.
Mimi, I'm lying.
Thanks for making that one up. They do have the Raze Rocket, though. It's on Nancy Eco. So maybe they want to give a little respect here. Nice read.
Yeah, I try my best. Shopify are actually creeping up out of sand. FlyQuest delaying this may end up costing them big. They don't have anything to watch that flank in terms of a trip, so if they just caught in outer space placing stars, they could be vulnerable.
Rocket through, Mel dunked on. Super slam vibes for Dodo Nut as she wraps all the way around for her second kill of the round. Retake strong for Shopify. They've been working on this flank since the start of the round, and they've made their way through short. The players posted up. Floor the tip of the spear, and a rocket for her to work with. First tap is stunning, but Faye in the close corner. She's been a menace this game. Monstrous even, but too much to deal with Floor Satchel. Now a Roomba clears out towards U-Home. Nobody's home. And the pit, the biggest problem now. Alexis getting overwhelmed by utility. Flash in, rocket over the top. The Viper's known, but the rocket doesn't connect, and Floor down to 1 HP. Has a lot to deal with. Dodo tucks outside the pit. The Viper repositions too, and she cannot get it done. Another post-plant win for FlyQuest, and what is that now, 5 rounds unanswered?
Yeah, just ridiculous stuff from Fly. They also eat up Fluorescent's ultimate, so very happy to get that one on eco round. So gave up this flank idea too. I don't think FlyQuest are going to get fooled by that ever again. Still, Shopify have some serious ultimates headed into this next round. It is a little bit different because FlyQuest agents, I feel like, have a little bit more powerful ults round to round. Shopify is a little bit more situational.
Thrash through A. Was just trying to fake out there. No plans to follow it up, instead they're heading towards B. And Sarah's actually going to use her own Viper pit here.
Yeah, this pit's nice. It gives you just a fraction of space up in heaven, so you can play right underneath Hookah and see people's feet as they run in. Can't really see their feet, you can see their knees.
Sure.
And it also extends over into Octo just a tad. But see how it's like over your head level too? So like as an attacker, you can't look down into that smoke. It's completely unfair.
It's funny because with the Astro buffs, this feels like something a little bit new, but it's really just going back to like 2021 Nats pit.
time travel Viper's Pit.
They
Shopify,
won't
3
touch the
players ready
Viper's
to fight
Pit,
here
though.
on short, though.
Yeah. 4 posted up for FlyQuest. Seekers won't show just yet. That's coming from B. Floor not tagged. She's dead, though. Stunning opener by Dodonut. Now a lot to deal with. Flicks around. It's only 1. Maybe not enough here. Noya has escaped towards the back side of site. And now a teammate will group up with her. Alexis on her way. And only 30 seconds. Spike not planted. Sonder recovers. One of her little buddies. They're going to try and use that wingman to plant through. Wingman on his way. Can he get the mission done? Noya's going to try and stop it. She'll spam. Wingman dead. 10 seconds. They need to plant her. Get these kills quickly. 3 left for Shopify. Starbound on the first. Spike recovered. Stick coming through, but there's a molly at her feet, and Alexis will wrap around to win the round.
Huge one to take right there. Alexis coming up with 3 kills in a big way. Shutting down this run of FlyQuest. We've seen how good they can be at stringing together these rounds when they're feeling the momentum, when things are going in their favor. But Shopify, they trade out evenly on that short fight. You kind of wanted a little bit more from them, right? Mel only gets the 1 there over on short, but there was still time pressure and the pressure of getting down to Spike with the Viper's Pit on you that Alexis took full advantage of on the swing.
FlyQuest, 3 players set up for long this time. SR's been getting a good bit of success fighting for these extremities.
Yep. Although Dea has punished on this showers angle when Shopify have crept up too far, where she just snapped Floor's head off that 1 round.
Mel does have a judge this time, so a little bit scarier.
I remember the last judge. They got an ace.
Yeah. 3 players now towards B. They're trying to buy some attention. Let these lurks over towards A get something done, and they will. Thea finds Mel, I think, just spotting the gun around the corner. It's a spam kill to open the round.
I mean, look at these lurks, too. Starbound crept up short on a gas cycle, broke the Cypher utility. Now they've got the Astro Wall they farmed on long. For the only player here prepped over in short, she would have to find something, but it would be completely isolated. Instead,
The flank,
it's the
though.
teleport.
Already
That gets
through,
everything.
Sarah. And Noya from heaven.
Spike
Another
down
one
A.
found. 3v2. Sarah has support from Alexis. There's still their Cypher towards heaven and Mel. Can they pinch onto the spike plant? 30 seconds. Time again becomes a problem for FlyQuest. Starbound is down, and the pinch is just too good. Shopify tied the game.
All back to even now. Shopify, things are looking real dicey, but that quick double teleport, making sure FlyQuest can't put this spike down. That's the 2nd time in a row on these A post plants that FlyQuest have run into that trouble. As they're trying to put the spike down, players just flying in at them.
Another timeout for Jovi. I think we have seen a lot of success for FlyQuest finding the right adaptation out of these timeouts. Map number 1, really what turned the tide in that first half after going down 6-0.
And honestly, like, if you're looking at things that have gone well for FlyQuest, I think their execs have looked very good, especially the plays they've done at directly on round start. It's like very clearly something they Valo planted. The way they're fighting together looks real nice. But also, like, the work they've done on some of their lurks has been pretty effective. Thea's found multiple kills outside showers. I think Starbound, in a similar vein to what they were doing on Sunset, has been just catching out a lot of this Cypher utility. It's hard to know what their exact read is going to this next one, but I think without the big ultimates, playing for that attrition style, baiting out as many, brimstone smokes as you possibly can, baiting out the sky flashes, is really effective. Because that is the main weakness of this old school comp, is you just don't have refreshing utility. And that just loses to something like a Gecko or an Astro over time.
That goes there.
Floor starts the round close on short. Maybe considering a walk up. No, just tucking close for now. And now she'll activate. Walk straight in, but the timing into the wall, not great for Floor. Trade, though, from Mel is excellent. How to FlyQuest reply, though? Orb is going to go down soon towards long, and they have 3 players ready to pounce off of it.
The unfortunate thing for Thea is that there's still a camera here, so the lurk isn't going to be super effective. Alexis got pushed back off that long space, and Thea, she's what? Winning that with a camera, staring straight at her. That changes things.
I don't think Noya ever looked into it.
She was coming into it right as the swing happened. It was crazy.
The timing not working out there. 4 on 3. Into the B site they go. And Alexis dies through a smoke. Chaos in this round, but FlyQuest again come out the better of it.
And now Sarah is somehow over in long. Spike hasn't been planted yet, but after missing the first shot, Ev turns straight around and locks that one up. So it's all on to Noya, and even she has been pinpointed exactly. Her whereabouts known. FlyQuest not going to give her a moment to breathe.
The third weird kill of this round.
Soccer seems to be getting a lot of kills.
One's on the
turret.
And one with the camera staring down her face. Okay. FlyQuest though going to be happy about that one. Seems like almost every round they've been able to get this late control towards B long, despite Shopify committing a lot of resources early. And I almost wonder if part of that is playing this solo Sky. You're using those early flashes. You don't have a Gecko Dizzy. You don't have that refreshable utility to re-clear space in the mid-round. That's why so many teams have started to play the Fade Gecko 100 Thieves comp on this map, because you get the refresh. You get those re-clears on your defense.
Shopify went for the one big long fight, and ever since it's just kind of been jump peeking into falling back. This time actually a pretty serious B stack. 2 players up in hookah. Bit of a scuffed buy for them, but still certainly playable. And of all things, Dodonut actually has an operator. I think FlyQuest are really anticipating some kind of flank play that Shopify went for on their last sort of bad buy round. You're gonna get it.
Spot for Sonder. Only a tap into the opposing raise.
I mean, their raises still be long with an operator. They're not satcheling into a site anytime soon.
And you see Shopify set up to avoid the thrash. No one playing front A.
Oh no. It's bad info too.
Oh, it's a fake. They've wrapped it all the way around into hookah, and the stack has been removed. Only 2 players left on this side. But Rotate's coming in. Will Floor be able to help her team in time? Through the smoke, a nade, an ult. Sarah for 3. Spams off her molly and cuts FlyQuest out of this round.
Oh my! FlyQuest really thought they were doing something, weren't they? Little
They
fake
did.
on
I
the
thought they were doing something.
And then Shopify just destroyed. I mean, what? Look at that utility. They flash out straight into the vulnerable, into the ult, into 4 players flashed. Yeah. I wouldn't want to play against that.
The entire team transformed into soup in 5 seconds from that util combo. I mean, it's not been the most dominant game for SR here. Fly really pushing them. Despite that, Sarah casually 15-5. Kind of owning as this B anchor.
Yeah, kind of an absurd game from her. The fights down B long had been working. The anchoring's been working. Even some of the retake looks not too bad. Shopify threw a pretty interesting wall this round, I'd have to say. Very deep on that diagonal. And really Fluorescent just here with Mel fighting out of long. Sonder catches Mel, though, and with the smoke to get out, no one's holding. But Sonder still wins it!
How's she done that? She was full sticking an orb. It's the kill anyway, and, well, gonna keep on going. Dodo and Sonder remove Shopify from the server.
How is Alexis here, though? Like, FlyQuest had 2 players on B at the same time Alexis was on B.
Long?
Yes. And they literally walked straight past 2 players. And
Why
now
is this
Alexis
winnable?
is here.
It's 2 isolated 1v2s. No one is looking at her.
Oh, but she's
Surely
taking
someone
too long.
checks.
Yeah, now the 2 players that pushed out of B are grouped up.
Dodo's holding it. Spot is good. And now all 4 are together. There was a window where Alexis had some isolated fights, a chance to make something of this round. That looks to have passed. Sonder low, baits out the swing, and shuts down that round.
Sonder playing kind of well right now. Like,
yeah, I mean, Math won too.
The shoulder baits and everything. Right here, like, completely stranded by the team, by the way. Doesn't matter. I don't need a team, Sonder simply says.
remember the implications here for Fly. The only way they don't go to GCC is if a team that is not Shopify beats Shopify in the finals. That's the only way they don't go. They have the second most points. As long as Shopify wins, or they're both in the finals, they're going. So making it to the finals here is huge to keep that fate in their hands. We saw what happened to the last Shopify last year, where their chance got stolen away from them after they lost, and EG found that wild upset.
Yeah, because that was another same situation where it was required that miracle run to make it happen.
And EG did it.
They, of course, the brand new IGL of that EG team that made the whole run. Trying to keep things in her own hands now. Good hold from Ev, gets two. The new player to FlyQuest, of course. And that's going to be a little bit extra on the other side of that. A 4K to wrap things up and secure that round 2 win. That's something that eluded them back on Sunset.
How often do you see a Stinger spray transfer? That's a rare one.
All the time. Petty Tactics,
okay.
IGL Arya, Stinger enthusiast. She gets it.
Aficionado with the weapon?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
All right.
But it requires a certain ilk of a player, and Ev's just got that, you know?
Yeah, they've got the ilk.
They've got that ilk in them.
I'm always saying that about Ev.
I think more people need to speak like they're from the 1920s.
Yeah, absolutely. Get another one in there later. 8-6 here. Walk down long for Fly. 3 players ready to phase that smoke off the Dizzy. Double flash. Floor's not blind. Oh, she is at the end of the day, just not in time to save Saunders' life.
Yeah, FlyQuest decided not to go for the flash combo there. Just use the Dizzy initially. Although FlyQuest still do have a double up here in U-Haul. Things could get ugly because there's a Stinger and there's a Judge in on that angle. Shopify doing well to ignore that completely, and after hearing those early TPs come through, they snap the teleports themselves over into the B site.
Is Fly going to come through the TP as well? No, they're going to elect to flank. 4 players running all the way around the world, so now Mel has to be the guard at the gates. A triple will alert her. How much can she do? Surely the second. Surely they look. No one's watching. Mel cuts down 2. Not the third to be found. But they only have 30 health. And all 3 members of SR are staring her down.
So I need a kill check on Sarah. She just keeps racking them up here. 16.
16 and 7. She's gotten
one since last time.
About it.
Yeah, ignore everything.
Great.
Yeah, I was just trying to gas up Sarah, and then they shouldn't have run the numbers. This is actually production that ran that.
Oh,
like if we just hadn't showed the scoreboard, no one asked for the scoreboard, Mimi. Come on.
Oh, my bad.
Don't gaslight me.
It also comes up automatically.
Oh, dang it. She's playing well, is what I'm trying to say. This time, that flash down long, but this flash, fairly uninspired in the year 2024. Very easy to turn away from.
Yeah, and also you only get 2 of those now.
Yeah.
And maybe the second one will be the one that counts. Ev posted up off contact. A Gecko Dizzy over the top to come as well. Roomba activates the trap. Nade in. Dodo's blind, but Ev is not. Lovely double. And that's advantage gained to FlyQuest.
Yep. FlyQuest here, that spike drop as well. So Mel is going to eventually have to go over there and get that. I like how FlyQuest have played this. Backing up on A, waiting for a lurk to come in.
Sarah.
And instead of sticking on the spike, they've now crept up out of sand. Mel has sort of lost her window to get this.
Player watching from spawn. Starbound 2, good for it.
Yeah, FlyQuest just know a lurk has to come in to give Shopify some kind of position to continue this round from.
Someone's going to have to be a hero if Shopify won any chance at this round. It ain't going to be Noya. She's dead. Mel's just going to grab Orb and maybe hold on to this one.
Yeah, is there a Showers Orb? Maybe we go grab that one too. I don't know. This round not looking like it's going to be possible.
No.
See if Thea's even just like still hanging out over on triple, just in case a TP or rotate were to come in. You can just run in, kill, make sure plant doesn't go down. Now Mel had the option there to decide to like play out the round, go for an orb, just die or get a kill to get the ulti.
They're going to throw something through and let Thea follow it up. Here comes the util. Door is open, and eventually Mel will fall.
Very nice. Now, it does mean Mel, of course, does get access to the ultimate, but it would have been a buy for Shopify, I think. They could have forced up 3 rifles, I believe, and then had that
Mel
extra
is in poverty. 2,400 credits.
No stimmy coming in for that.
That trap
Imagine
was really
if
nice.
Brimstone, you could just use the stim and it would just give you like 1,000 credits.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
That'd be it. You should go pitch that one to Riot. I think they
yeah,
love
I'm gonna work on that. I've got some contacts.
Sick rework.
All right, maybe I wasn't born to be a game designer, but we can still work forward from here. I think Shopify calling this time out here. I'm very insightful.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really what I was looking to hear. Anything else?
No, I think that's all I got.
Okay. Critical turn here for Shopify. I think a big question, do you want to try and build something off the op? They're going to be able to get a couple hero weapons this round, but it is going to be a pretty meek buy. And one of the real dangers of FlyQuest comp is that it has started to snowball with the ult. Thrash online, more power ults on the way if they win this round.
Looks
and
like
already
they just
staring
wanna,
down the barrel of 10.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like they just want to use their 2 rifles to take fights on the extremities. Right, like Floor was thinking about showers, maybe a short. Sarah actually switches over to a sheriff. There was a guardian in hand for a moment.
Minus 2,600 though. I think drops Floor drops the sheriffs for Noya and Sarah.
I'll take your word for it. That sounds like math.
Alexis gets the orb showers. No one was policing that one.
I mean, it would be a big win for Shop.
Oh, okay. Good night, Ev.
Okay.
Sarah is having a map.
I actually think this game might be over. Like, FlyQuest would have won already if Sarah was not being Sarah right now.
I think that is extremely true.
I know exactly.
Oh my lord. That's going to be another orb farmed up on B long. Actually using Sarah's ultimate.
Floor is escaping. Noya trying to be a guardian angel. Takes onto Dodo. She is feeling it this game. TP's back through. They'll pivot into A, but the flank will come all the way back around as Sarah has stuck around.
Leaving Sarah.
Smoke baiting. Starbound not quite ready. Sarah single-handedly might win Shopify this round, but they still have a lot to do. Flip the map, plant towards spawn.
Look, they trust Sarah to win that. They can play it from spawn completely. That's Sonder using the ultimate, getting absolutely nothing. Thea maybe has a smoke coming up, but FlyQuest are going to have to fight forward. They're going to have to go straight into Sarah here, and that is an absolute death sentence. The first spike doesn't do anything. Now the ultimate comes through more and more time. He's just being chewed away from the clock. And FlyQuest still have yet to act. FlyQuest have to do something. They have to stay on the spike. They have to go for a fight because the utility just continues denying them anything. Sarah gets the first, turns around, but Sonder connects on 2, make that a 3rd. It's over to half now, but Alexis is just toying with this classic. Sonder wins out in the fight, but there's simply no time.
What a round from Sarah. From beginning to end, that round was all about her. Gets a stunning opener towards long, cuts off the rotation in spawn, allows her team to flip the map, and they win it on time.
God, that's just filth. And then
She
Noya
even
also
got
hits
the dink on
that
Dodo.
dink. Like, unbelievable stuff. Shopify Rebellion walked into that round with a Guardian and maybe 2 Sheriffs, and they eat up a Gecko ultimate, win out in the round. Now,
People
very
throw
real
the
chances
term
to tie it up.
super team around really often in Valorant. Any team with some good players gets that moniker. But when you're talking about GC, there is no team more deserving of that title in North America than Shopify Rebellion. Every one of these players can step up and have that game. And you're looking at the Sarah game right now. It's Floor this time to get the first in the round. But with an anti-eco on the cards, They have all but tied this game up.
Shopify's macro has looked pretty damn good this game too. Have found a lot of opportunities to either hit onto the right sites or in the previous round leave Sarah embedded in B, find the TPs to avoid the stack up FlyQuest, and this round is no different.
Goes in. Quadruple flank for FlyQuest. Who's gonna get the orbs? Noya wants them.
Here.
Go ready yourself for a fight towards short. Have has a dog, but no flash to get around this corner. And have an angle to watch. Mel does well to shut down one side, and the rest of us are waiting on the other.
Just a very well constructed, pieced together round and finished off about as clean a fashion as you can find. FlyQuest have now been stifled, and it'll be up to them to get that momentum going once again. That shower's walking up. I do believe FlyQuest are coming up on some big ultimates. Let's not forget, a big strength of this comp isn't necessarily just like going out and winning fights at round start, but you have so many different pieces of utility to stall out a spike point. So as long as you hold on to an area like showers or octagon on the map, Shopify are going to have to run in and find a way to fight you. Looks like
But they have
FlyQuest
struggled to keep that control this half.
It's true. But I think
Shopify's done a really good job of identifying that weakness.
I was gonna say it's an operator purchase finally for Dodo. But once again, Shopify have found a way to avoid it. Like you're saying, like they're getting around all of the problems that FlyQuest are throwing them.
Blinded. Flash spots towards B long. All 5 players from Shopify. Looking for a good honest split onto this B site. Seekers will spot everyone.
Fairly early Seekers. He does tell them of the stack towards B. They know 3 players here for sure, because everything ended up getting shot. And look at Shopify actually turning around. They're really concerned about someone creeping up on their flank. Fairly passive trips would give a lot of space for FlyQuest to maneuver on.
Here comes the execute. Showstopper for Fluorescent. But no one inside the site. Everyone from Fly flying back to avoid it. We're gonna go deep and try and find a connection. How has she done that? Halfway across the map. Sonder picked out of this round. And now Dodo has to retake with an op. Sure, there's a gun down spawn. And she has the raise rock, but this is still difficult.
It's going to be the Showstopper retake. Double teleport now comes in. That's a Showstopper coming out of Hookah. Fluorescent and Noya currently the only players stuck on this site. They're going to have to find a way to get around this Showstopper.
The fight is available towards elbow, but they've tucked towards site instead. Rocket over the top. Dodo doesn't find a thing. Nave's trying to do something. She looks away. The spin around is not enough. Shopify Rebellion cut down the retakers in the open. And that is 10 rounds now to Shopify. They're 3 away from another final.
Wow, a huge misread from FlyQuest. They assume because they have the Showstopper, no one in their right mind would be playing on site, right? You just play off site like they've played every post. But they don't recognize that I think with control over Hookah, Shopify need to play forward. So that Showstopper finds absolutely nothing, and Shopify just come flooding out of Octagon, flooding out of sight. FlyQuest have nothing to play with.
Back down to the eco for FlyQuest Red. And again, taking their last time out of this game.
Things are going to start slipping away now. Shopify in a huge advantage here to go up to 11 rounds. They'd only need 2 more after that to advance over to finals. That's a best of 5 with map ban advantage. You get to pick the 5 maps because you get access to the double bans. And sorry, but no one beat Shopify on double bans, I don't think.
No. They don't tend to lose those. And if they win that final, the #1 seed for North America, going into Game Changers Championship, an opportunity to go back-to-back. They're already qualified there, but you can still see how seriously they're taking this one. That #1 seed, that practice going into the event. Very important to them.
Sheriffs are active for FlyQuest. 3 players crept up short, pull back smoke, and they find the shots. One is there, but Noya's there on the trade. A site completely shut down. This will be Shopify's.
SR have done such a good job all game of eking out the aggression from FlyQuest, punishing that, and then just finding these weak sites. Flexing on the movement a little. She'll have 2 players waiting for her in heaven. She casts him out of it. Flash up, she gets them both. No surprises from Fluorescent.
There.
What do FlyQuest have in their corner? An Astrowall and a Thrash. One off a pit. I mean, honestly, like, FlyQuest are again in a similar situation where they're going to have 3 big ultimates before this game is over. But they keep just getting shut down early on in rounds. Like, I can't remember the last time they got the opening pick. Shopify have just found all of those.
Walk down short for Fly.
Not again.
Shopify's holding it. This time only Mel. She'll get the opener. Smoke almost worked against Fly. It's just a pullback. They'll follow up with a Thrash. Mel tries to duke it out, but her team is here to support. Can they get the trade? 1 for 1. That'll keep it even. And Sander has to concede this space. Noya is pushing her all the way out of here as the last 2 players on the other side from FlyQuest will rotate in as well.
They're going to be here so quick. Flash is coming in. Sander swinging, but the util missed. Ev missed the flash. Got caught up on the wall. And now it's a 2v3 retake. Ev has had some nice shots, but they're going to have to come up in a big way here to find some way back in this round for FlyQuest. Alexis out wide finds the first. It's all on Ev, but it's all on Alexis. Shopify have 12.
Match series point to Shopify. 1 round away from another final in GCNA. So many opportunities for FlyQuest. In both maps, moments where it felt like they were in control. And now in both maps, a late game rally from Shopify. And up against 12, FlyQuest have 2 Guardians and only 1 Vandal to speak of in this round.
FlyQuest have to figure out some way to get ahead in these early fights or avoid them. Shopify have just been waiting for them every time, and it's no different now. Eyes spotting every creep forward. Alexis, who found 3 in the last round, is going to be ready for this walk. Out on the swing, sees those players, and pulls back.
And now our teammates towards short will begin to inch their way towards the site. FlyQuest spot out 1. Dodo gets the opener. Down to 15 health, though. And in comes the ult. Dodo has no shot at survival. And already, Sarah on the other side has worked her flank all the way out into the B side. Alexis picks off another piece by piece. Shopify winning by attrition.
Sometimes
Starbound,
even
though,
when you do everything right, nothing works out for you. FlyQuest stuck in a 2-on-3. Starbound might just have to snap the pit to hold on to something here.
35 seconds. Shopify head towards B. Mel only has 1 smoke.
Toxins going up.
Does she use it to block off Starbound? Or do they just contact all the way out? Tough angle for the Bulldog with the first found for Starbound. Another as well. Starbound has more to do. 10 seconds. Alexis dives into the site. Needs to get the spike down stat. She'll commit it. No utility to stop her, but a running Starbound is around the corner in time. And it's 4 kills for Starbound to keep FlyQuest in it.
What a hold! Starbound just tucked up in the corner there. With the Bulldog, too. That is not an easy fight to win a straight up 1 versus 3.
No.
But takes those fights slowly, calmly. Just 1 spray is enough. And I mean, finally Dodo gets that opener. Honestly, baiting out the Brimstone ultimate is enough there in the 1-for-1. Now, hopefully, FlyQuest are going to have a little bit better of a buy going to this next one, because, yeah, it is not going to get any easier.
Starbound again does have that Viper's Pit. Will they use it early? No. So playing up a little bit more aggressive hookah. And I think he's been spotting out 2 on that camera.
Shopify sees space down low way faster than they have the last few rounds. Only 2 orbs off of Fluorescent. Play for that, they could guarantee it for the potential final round of the game, but right now they just want to play slow. A few times now, they've been able to just walk out behind that Viper wall onto the B side. They've been punished, but they've gotten that space, and I think they're going to go for that once again. The suck does absolutely nothing. No one is there to play off of it, but the 2 players in hookah from FlyQuest are the ones to stay alive.
A flank's coming through. And Noya is trapped between both forces from FlyQuest. She hears the steps on the flank. She's going to go all the way back around, try and fight back towards spawn. Do they suspect this? Do they clear Noya? In astral form, Thea sits, swing around the corner. Noya opens it and escapes. 2 players trying to get away from her. Sonder fights towards Long, gets 1, but the trade on site is good, and that's reopened space in hookah. A molly down from Mel, and suddenly it's a fight from one front. 2 players back through short. Raise rocket in. Floor finds 1. Sonder on the swing is picked out as well as Shopify Rebellion recover in both maps to clinch another finals in GC North America.
Look, it was the rockiest road ever for Shopify Rebellion just to make it to main event. But they once again head into that finals through the upper bracket. You know when it's crunch time, you can always count on Shopify Rebellion.
They always step up when they need to. And now a double ban advantage into the grand finals. A massive advantage at that to try and clinch #1 seed going into Game Changers Championship. You've really seen this team level up throughout this main event. They have looked lights out here.
Yeah, they've been just so fresh, you know? Every single map they play, it's been real nice. And I feel like they've just been taking it so seriously, too. Like, they're not leaving any room for ever whatsoever. Like, I don't know. This team is just back on form, and it's very, very fun to see.
Well, a scary opponent awaiting anyone in the finals in Shopify Rebellion. But stick around, because an interview with your victors coming up soon, as well as a second match where we decide our team in the lower finals. Stick around.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
1, 2, 3. Wow. Boom. What? Wow. Hey.
Hey guys, it's Shopify Rebellion back in the grand finals of another Game Changers. No games changed
Crazy.
out here. It's
Insane.
deserved though. Looking back at this series and Shopify, how they played. I mean, we've gotten to see they're a mortal team, but today, Bala, they didn't really look it. There's a couple rounds that were quite close, but overall in the end, being able to bounce back, some of these individual performances, Sarah's crazy. This, they'll wrap it up in 2.
Yeah. Noya played fantastic throughout the entire series. Floor was electric in the first map, but overall, I think they held FlyQuest very, very well, despite, I think, FlyQuest having some, honestly, it felt like they had, again, really, really solid ideas. This day, though, Shopify is just playing out of their minds. As usual, as you expect. There's so many moments where it's like, oh, wow, FlyQuest made a good play. And then it comes back in, and it's not even just like an individual moment like it was on Sunset for us, right? It's just key reads from Mel and key plays from Alexis getting in on there, Sarah with the Viper. Like, these sort of things are so solid at holding back what Fly was a pretty good bind to me.
Yeah, this really felt for me that we got to see a far more well-rounded, holistic Shopify, which is what we wanted to see given how we felt the last time we saw Shopify go up against FlyQuest deep in a Game Changers tournament, where it was very much in the direction of the floor carry performance. That's not what we got today. Contributions from everybody, fantastic calling from Mel, a very whole team, and it's great to see.
And it was a great 2 map, so close it out in 2, but when we're looking at FlyQuest now, as they are going to be moving on to lowers and have another opportunity to try and fight their way into the grand finals, it was a team that is, like, the shots were crisp. They were pushing some of these calls, but Shopify Rebellion, even if they were caught back for a half a second, I mean, Bala, they were able to bounce back. The recall to be able to hit, I mean, Sarah's just absolutely nuts on the day. Like, it was really nice to see from this team now in their grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I want to call out, I actually think, again, credit to FlyQuest for making this close on both maps. Honestly, they probably could have won Sunset if they brought that to overtime. To me, I'm looking at the stats of the players, looking at the individual kills, the ratio between the two teams, and I'm thinking that FlyQuest was a little lackluster in terms of individual performances. Yes, we saw pop-offs from Sonder, but when we were looking for that donut performance, it just wasn't quite there. So if they come back through this lowers, they're already top 3, right? They just need to win the lower bracket final tomorrow and get back into this. I still think that they have a chance. It's just about form for the individual players after that. If they follow through on what they did today with great game plans, great ideas, I think they could still challenge Shopify here.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion was not short on individual player performances there. And at the top of the show, we talked a lot about Fluorescent, but we really got to see throughout this series individual pop-ups. Noya's last map, still doing good this map, but Sarah's someone who we wanted to talk about. Because when we were looking at some of these earlier rounds, especially to Wyatt, I mean, Sarah single-handedly is just like absolutely not FlyQuest.
Sarah really was a brick wall on defense. When they were trying to hit into her site, she was really unstoppable. Some great defensive Viper gameplay. And again, this is what we wanted to see from Shopify, right? It is everybody on this team contributing. And we know that they can. This is a stacked roster. So it's great to walk away from a series. Of course, Floor is playing well. We expect that. But to see Noya have that outsized impact on map 1 and then Sarah have the outsized impact on map 2, just a nice reminder of how good this team is from top to bottom, how excellent these players are when they're in the form that we're seeing today.
I think that's especially nice too when we're looking at Shopify Rebellion almost losing out to FlyQuest in Series 2, where we talk about Fluorescent being that difference and a series that could have gone otherwise, to be able to see other individuals really be able to pop off for today. Because I think when we do get to see those individual moments of brilliance coming out from every person on Shopify Rebellion, they're unstoppable. And it'll be interesting to see then how the grand finals will play out and if there is a team that can try and stop them at this point. But it is time now for a Verizon post-match interview. Get to hear a little bit more from the team and from head coach Evies. First off, congratulations, not just for this victory into the grand finals, but also the qualification for Berlin. Being able to get that secured early is quite nice. So how has that been, just having that stress off your shoulders there?
Honestly, it's been great for me. I'm quite the stressful person, and like just this past week I was like hella nervous the entire time. I just wanted to make sure that we booked our ticket to Berlin. And honestly, the match today was a lot more relaxing than the previous one against YFP because we were already qualified, so it's pretty nice.
That's nice that you get a moment to breathe a little
Yeah.
bit. Now you can kind of like look ahead and look at the individual stuff coming out from Shopify Rebellion. And I want to know then too, now looking ahead at this grand finals, looking ahead at Berlin, how you're feeling about the form that Shopify Rebellion is playing in, because this was a strong showing coming out today.
Yeah, I feel really great. Our map pool is really getting together. Like, I know a lot of people kind of wrote us off this summer. It was not by design, but to be honest, we didn't play much this summer because we knew we had like a long fall coming with champs and GC3 and everything. So our form this summer wasn't great. We just didn't play the game that much. But for the past 2 months, we've just been grinding and grinding and grinding. Everyone is like playing a ton of ranked games. They're like, we're practicing 5-4 scrims a day every day, taking like 1 day off here and there, but we're really grinding. So I knew going to this event that our form was going to be exceptional.
I mean, the hard work has definitely been paying off, so we got to see some great standout performances. I want to know though, looking ahead at this, FlyQuest, they did test the team at some point, so we did find Shopify Rebellion down a deficit, nearing that tail end of bind, callouts time, and then we see that turnaround. So I want to know what you kind of identified. Was it kind of the team needed a moment, or is it a, okay, this is what we have to do to be taking down FlyQuest?
It was a bit option number 2, but I would like to keep that for myself. What was said, but it was definitely not like a chill out type of tag pause. It was actually like tactical stuff that was discussed because the team was in a pretty good mood. Like regardless, it wasn't like we weren't quiet, we were pretty hyped. It was just some stuff needed to be changed in the game, but it was definitely just more tactical than anything else.
Well, it's definitely good to hear that behind the scenes the mood is good for the team. And now for the grand finals, the FlyQuest has been the team that's kind of tested the most when we're looking at the past. YFP took a map off you. I want to know who you're kind of expecting to be playing in the grand finals for this time around.
Well, heading into the event, we thought YFP was like almost second favorite because they did beat FlyQuest 2-1 in the like a Neon Dream Invitational, I think, and we thought YFP was looking really good. But after today's performance, I think FlyQuest has this. I think FlyQuest's map like talent pool is just really good. They have shooters on their team. They're hard to play against. Jovi makes some great calls as well, so it's really difficult. But I think FlyQuest has this.
Will definitely be fun to see the rematch there, but regardless, for yourself and for Shopify Rebellion, you get a day off, you get to relax a little bit. Thank you so much for chatting with me. Enjoy the rest of your night. Go celebrate or something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Always loving to hear some insight. And Shopify Rebellion, well, that's a ticket to the grand finals. We do still have a lower bracket to be playing through. Who is going to be meeting FlyQuest in that lower bracket? It's going to be YFP going up against Refrag after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good.
I'm Alexis from Shopify Rebellion, and today I'm going to be guessing your ranks. What is that guy doing? I mean, nice shots, but deadass the Omen is running into a wall. Oh, I like the comms from this breach. She's looking like me out there. His aim is really good, but his movement is throwing me off. I don't know, his movement, he just kind of stands there and is aiming at the ground, but then he sees a person and he just like one taps. I don't know. He just looks a bit unaware, but his aim is really crispy. I don't know. I don't know enough about low ranks to know. I want to say gold, but like this could be like diamond and I don't even know. I don't know. I'm gonna go gold. Okay, I got 50 points. It was plat. I was close. Okay, that was actually insane spray transfer, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, if he TP'd behind the kid shield, that would actually be insane. Okay, not the TP I would have done. No, there's no way. There's legit no way. That guy's gonna get flamed in the group chat for literally 18 years after what I just witnessed. Okay, his aim was clean and he had the Omen ult, KJ ult, like, technology, which I feel like low ranks don't really have. Oh man, I kind of want to go Ascendant again. Low key. Oh, I got 50 points. It was diamond. I was close. Noob King 154. Okay, no, this guy's actually insane. Bye. Okay, this is actually like a Radiant clip. Wait, it looks like he's on a Smurf though. He has no knife skin. Hang on, I need to rewatch that. Oh, this is old too. Okay, I think I'm gonna guess Immortal, but I might get scammed. Like, people are talking too. But the names, his name is Noob King 154. Like, that doesn't sound like a Radiant name. Okay, I got 50 points again. It was Ascendant. This is GC Deagle. This is GC Deagle if I've ever seen one. Hang on, I need to replay that. GC Deagle is like, every GC player is just insane with the Deagle. Like, he just has GC Deagle like aura. You know what I mean? Okay, I think I'm gonna guess Diamond. I feel like I'm getting thrown off by the fact that I didn't see him use a rifle. And also he's on Omen and has D-Gun pissed around. That's slightly concerning, so I think I'm gonna go Diamond. Okay, I got 0 points, he was gold. Okay, I like this scan. I'm already biased. I'm biased towards Radiant right now.
You fought well. Spike planted.
Okay, nice flick. Mom Finder 48. What a username. Oh wow. Okay, these were some nice shots. Again, I feel like everyone looked a bit confused. So I kind of want to go silver. It was silver. Best day of my life. Okay, wow, 1% of people guessed Radiant on that. That's... I have no comment. Legit no comment. Clean shots so far, okay. Nice movement. Oh, okay, alright. I'm not even, his aim is very good, but this situation where they're just staring at him, not killing him, it's making me rethink things. I think I want to go bronze. But his aim's good though. Maybe I'll go silver. I think I'm gonna go silver again. It was silver. Wow, so I got points on every single one, so I'm kind of go. Honestly, historically, I think I'm pretty bad at guessing ranks, but I feel like I did pretty good that time. But thank you guys so much for supporting Shopify, and see you all in GC.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Verizon VCT Game Changers. Guys, be honest. If Alexis had to guess your rank,
What was the question, Wyatt? What was the question? Tell me what the question was. You don't know what the question was.
Yeah, I do. Radiant. You know what I'm saying? What?
That's still not the question, brother.
No. That was the answer.
Oh,
That was
okay,
the answer.
okay. Bye.
you think Alexis would think
know
you're
what
a
the
radiant
question
player. Okay. Wyatt, so
Immortal.
humble.
Maybe immortal. You know? Maybe. If it wasn't my finest work, immortal
Look,
3.
I know what Alexis would answer because I've played against her a couple times and definitely poo-pooed on me. So yeah, she's calling me gold.
And she's getting 50 points for that one. all right. We gotta focus up because we got a lower bracket match to be talking about. We still have to figure out who's going to be going on into the lower finals to face off against FlyQuest Red. And it's going to be YFP going up against Refrag. See who has the opportunity to live another day. And both have gotten to show quite a bit for us throughout this lower bracket. I feel when we're coming into this, YFP was definitely amongst the top conversations here, Bala. I mean, even Effie's was talking about this roster and this team, but Refag, I mean, they've also been able to pop off and show some potential too.
Yeah, I think Effie's giving them credit yesterday. They took a map off of Shopify, right? But the other two, they got dumpstered. So I'm really kind of still trying to figure out exactly where we're at with this team. They did win that Neon, the invitational that they played in, and these two teams have faced off. So like, to me, I really like YFP and how they've been able to build over this year, right? But then on the other side, Refrag as well as a team that is completely fresh, right? Completely fresh this year, and I'm a big fan of what they're building.
I mean, it might be a little bit more of a fresh team, but what they've gotten to show out there has been nothing but. So talking about Refrag first and the squad, we're talking about a team that's a little bit fresh, and they do have a core on this squad. Being able to see Kazler, Riv, and Millie be able to come together with then Emlo and Aluvali to really round things out. And those two definitely have. I mean, this whole team across the board's been good, but the impact that Aluvali and Emlo have been able to have for this team throughout the qualifications, Wyatt, speaks volumes.
Yeah, absolutely. For real. And two players that have a bit of a different history that had joined this team, with Aluvali being more of that unknown quantity, has competed in Game Changers on, you know, the random sort of unsigned teams that are a little bit in that tier 2, slightly lower space. And Emluo, a far more experienced player that I think is hitting a new peak on this roster. And it's that duo in tandem, the two new players that they had picked up after going out 5th, 6th in Series 2, have been able to push them past 5th, 6th place, now into the top 4, with serious potential of getting to the top 3. I've been so impressed by this team. I think their victory yesterday against Mesos Millionaires really displayed just how good this team has become and just how great these two new additions have been for them.
Yeah, and want to be pulling out this one tweet that Emlo had after a completely lights out series yesterday. We could not stop talking about Emlo, and love this tweet. Why is no one as hyped as my dad when I win? Can I get more attention, please? Well, careful what you ask for, because we're about to give you a bunch of attention, and totally deserved, because Paula, just Emluo coming on into this. I mean, when we're talking about people in GC that really made an impact, name's right there on the list, and someone that frankly does need more attention.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the pedigree that she has, how long she's been playing, I'm surprised that this has kind of been a hidden gem for me, right? Like, we've been watching Emluo for a while, but why is she not part of any of these super teams? I mean, maybe Refrag is going to make me eat my words, but she's been fantastic this event so far.
It's just been, you're sitting there and you're like, wow, surely she can't do it again. And then it's like, bam, all right, another few kills. And this chamber too. I mean, every single time we get to see this Lotus coming out from Refrag, they're doing something else new. They're going into this, they're having fun. They're all about these vibes, and Emluo said, all right, I love the vibes, and she has been showing up. I think it's been so much fun to be watching Wyatt, and that just creates insane upset potential.
The confidence on the chamber yesterday. Like the
good.
swings like that. Yeah, just into the off.
Okay.
And just deletes Bunny B. Was just ruling over Rubble on attack, always fighting Seaside on defense, winning out every first engagement. 2 times has played Lotus in the main event. The first time on Deadlock, drops 29 kills. Second time on Chamber, drops 27 kills. It's out of control. The Sentinel play is just absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I mean, it's like what you said, Arden. It's like, it makes you think, or like, is this like an upcoming player? Who is this? But it's like, oh wait, no. She's been competing on a bunch of known teams forever, which is what I'm saying. It feels like to me, something has happened where she's just been able to kick things up to a totally different level and has just been a joy to watch.
I mean, it'll be a Travisine upset if she is not on a super team next year. Whether that's a part of this team and they've leveled up or a new team, I don't know. They have the opportunity to be making this run in the lower bracket and show that as a squad it can be them together, but they have to be taking down YFP. One of the teams coming into this are hailed as one of the teams that could be making this run and could be going for an upset. And being knocked down to the lower bracket hasn't necessarily slowed their stride. When we're looking at this team ball across the board, it's been really, really fun to watch them come together. There's been a couple of little hiccups, but hey, every team has to go through it at one point, right?
Absolutely, and I think mixing up the roster quite significantly as well throughout the year is good for an up-and-coming team. It gives them new life, and yeah, it's been really nice seeing these players come together. Some of them played together for a while. This team is wacky. I mean, you have multiple players being proficient at Yoru, which is not something that you see quite often, and it makes it hard to play against. It makes it really, really difficult. Both Corrupt and Marceline are two players that are unpredictable, and you have to say it. So YFP, I think at this point is a bit of a wild card for me. They've clearly had some success recently at the most recent LAN that GC played with, and yeah, this is looking to be a good deep run. So far, top 4. Let's see if they can make it in the top 3.
Yeah, and yesterday, I mean, we're talking about the wacky stuff they play. We're talking about the duelists, and we have to talk about Marceline, because what she was able to pull off yesterday, you're talking about this confidence on the other side with Emilua and the vibes. Well, right away, YFP set the pace. The amount of kills that Marceline was getting, not just with the op, but even just with the Outlaw down this main stretch here, why it was just so much fun to watch and never really slowed down from there.
YFP are really one of the teams that are made dangerous by that explosive firepower that they have. Just several players that at any point can take over a game, flip around on its head because suddenly they get some crazy 2K, and no doubt Marceline is one of them. That performance yesterday against Oomfies was outrageous. She actually torched them on 2 of the maps, and the third one, Bind, which was close as hell, it was a 13-11 win, dropped 34 kills to get them over the finish line. 34 in regular time. It's just out of control, man.
Yeah, that's just absurd. And I think when you watch these clips, when you think about the performance she had yesterday, it kind of makes sense what happened against Shopify, right? When you have a player who's able to catch fire like Marceline, you could definitely have these moments where you take down a map from Juggernauts. And that makes it difficult for everybody who's not a Juggernaut. And I think Refrag right now, yes, they're good. I don't think they're at that level yet. So this is going to be something that they're going to have to contend with streaky players who can go crazy randomly throughout the match. Marceline's one of them, Corrupt's one of them, a couple of other players, Nora, for example, Scary Shark on this team, who went to GCC last year, right? Now you're talking about them as kind of a vet in the scene. Yeah, you've got some scary players on YFP.
You definitely do, but hey, with how things have been shaking up, you never know how this lower bracket can go ahead. So talking about the series that we have ahead of us and heading over to our map picks and bans for the series, I think this one should be fun, considering that both of these teams that you never really know what to expect when you see the age pools at the maps, it could kind of be anything. And I love that level of just unpredictableness coming on out here, and buying just across the board, Wyatt, is just one of my favorite maps to watch. This is where Ursuline was popping off yesterday and got that 34 kills. So starting off here with Refrag's pick, actually, awesome.
Yeah, both teams are really good on this map, so can definitely expect them to really show out. Refrag, they lost it the other day to FlyQuest, but pushed them to the limit, one of FlyQuest's go-to maps. They were very impressive there, and I have really no doubt that they'll continue that high level.
Absolutely. I think as well, Haven's actually a map that we're not seeing as often anymore, and YFP going on here. This one, I think for sure, is one of those maps that'll be super interesting. Abyss, still not quite certain on what all the different teams are playing and experimenting with, but one thing I know for sure, Sarah, is Refrag has been experimenting a lot and shifting things up, so you could definitely get thrown for a loop. YFP is going to have difficulty actually preparing for that level of just randomness in terms of composition that Refrag can throw out.
YFP is not really a stranger to switching things up either, though. After they had a rough ascent going up against Shopify, they swapped it all up for the next day. So heading into the Agent Select 4 bind, I love that we get to see the double duelist again from the team. Marceline, yesterday, I mean, you're not expecting the change on the Rays, but how are you thinking about this face-to-face?
I mean, this YFP comp is crazy. They even swapped it up from the last time they played it. They've been playing the Yoru, Rays, Omen, no Viper. But any initiators? Any initiation on this comp?
Initiators in the chat?
There's no initiation.
Yeah, like, what, half an initiator with Yoru, kind of?
With Yoru? Yeah, that's crazy. They've swapped out, so they were playing Gecko, and now they have the Deadlock instead. That is a mad comp that they've brought into this. I mean, you were just talking about the potential for Refrag to mix things up,
and
get some crazy comp, and YFP, they're doing the same thing.
Refrag mixed it up too, by the way. This is a comp that they've played in the past, but the other day they played the Cypher on this map, right? They went into something against FlyQuest where they were trying to get the upper hand, and here they're going back to the standard that they used to run. So I'm wondering if YFP expected that and tried to throw something crazy, or if they were 5-head and expected the unexpected. You know, it's difficult to tell.
I know in this that we've talked a lot about Marceline, but Corrupt going to that Deadlock. I mean, also fantastic game on Ascent when they went the other day. So that one I think is just going to be so exciting all around. So we're not going to waste any more time. We want to get right to buy and get started with the first map here in the lowers. With that, head on over to your casters, Baby Bay and Doug.
Baby Doug?
Thank you so much. I'm so pumped that we get to start off this series, given the stakes with a comp like this. The Desk talked about it. Wyatt very aptly pointed out that there is no initiation to be had on this comp. Dre, what are your thoughts on this? How do they find space on attack?
Must be a glitch, but I think the whole point of this comp is they are starting on the defensive side. They want to just start off strong, and Corrupt started off very, very hot the last time around on that Deadlock, but it was Ascent, keep in mind, obviously. But I mean, I don't know, like YFP runs some of the craziest comps when they don't even need to, you know? On paper, again, the better team usually is supposed to play something that they're more comfortable with, something more consistent, but they just keep throwing these daggers out of nowhere. And let's see if they can make it work this time around against RF.
And I have to figure something out. You mentioned RF. They are on the attacking side of things. Refrag very quickly accelerating as they try to get up through B. Scary Shark is the first to fall already.
Great entry, but a great answer back from Elaborate. It's going to be all up to Marceline and Melia on site. That Sheriff goes down very quickly.
This cross is going to be tough. Melia has to try to stay alive, and if they can keep that and keep hookah control, there may be a shot at this, but backslide falling. A little bit of space found out of Octagon, and that's a great round from Refrag. They were very decisive from the very beginning.
Yeah, it was a complete brawl towards the B site, but the decider was that initiator utility, right, Doug? The Gecko flash right at the end there, securing the last two final kills for Riv to get even closer towards a Thrash of her own. So a great start for RF on this attack side of Bind, dealing with that, you know, double Senti comp very well.
You see the buy, nothing really on the side of YFP. Meanwhile, Refrag a couple Bulldogs and then 3 Spectres around it. And it seems like they're going to try to go back to what worked in the previous round, and I get it. I mean, why not? Corrupt was able to get the orb. See how much longer they're able to stay alive. But again, it's just so fast. The paranoia is drawn out. Corrupt on the swing. Riv gets another.
It was a great idea for a setup, but unfortunately, the firepower just wasn't there to support it.
Yeah.
And you only have classics to work with. Sometimes you can get lucky, but not this time around.
No, and especially not when there are that many on the other side. I mean, it's not just like, yeah, and it's not just like one gun that you were having to face against, right?
Spectre with the stimmy. That's oftentimes when it's the most deadly. I feel like just normally it's been a gun that a lot of players in general have kind of veered away from. Used to be a lot more broken than what it is, but I mean, when you have a stim like that to just give you full speed boost, you could really unload that entire mag into no armor.
And so YFP will try to die to the spike. And it seems like they're going to succeed in doing so as RF starts to take a slow step back. Whoop. Kazler takes a little bit of damage, but yeah, they all get out. So you start to think about the next round and kind of how things will carry over. Every single weapon kept on the side of Refrag.
Yeah, every single weapon kept, but that Thrash is now going to have to be taken either B long or in showers. So a really good heads up play from YFP to not drop there. And maybe, you know, if I'm RF in that moment, maybe I just send Riv, you know, flying in, trying to secure as many exits as I can. You know, keep in mind, it's only one Spectre. You have a million other ones in play. I say a million. It's a big exaggeration. You have 3 Spectres on the board.
Oh, really? I thought there were actually a million. I appreciate you clarifying. Yeah. Riv 4-0. You're right. One away from the Thrash. I think a little bit of aggression there would have been nice. Again, Corrupt gets in, gets the orb, gets out. And it seems like we've seen this round before. The difference is here, though, Dre, the trip that just got cleared out. There was a little bit more defense behind it.
Yeah, it's cool. You're already seeing fast adaptations. And honestly, what it picked from Elaborate onto the spam on a B long. But you saw what RF was, or what YFP was going for this round. Complete orb denial on both sides. And it's so smart because you don't let that Thrash get online. And now, you know, bonus round in a game like Valorant at the current state of the game, it's so important for the attacking side to be able to snowball and just basically make it so the defense has no economy.
That wall's going to buy a little bit of time outside of Octagon. Corrupt still playing close by with Elaborate, not far off. The thing is now it's not just waiting on the wall. 2 of the sensors have just gone up as well, and there's a smoke that they're going to have to deal with.
Sight cages as well. You're going to have the deadlock nade coming through for all those players under hookah.
30 seconds
all these
left.
protocols are going to be in full effect.
One satchel out. Again, attempting to clear out some of that utility, but Millie's not able to find any safe passage out. They managed. Go on.
Yeah, Amulo's going to just get a crazy entry on the site, just running it down.
The interesting thing here, though, is that YFP was able to keep, I mean, for the members, yeah, they lost Elaborate, but Corrupt staying alive there so that they can fight on this retake very well could be the difference maker. But YFP, again, stalling out a little bit here. Seeming like they want to go for a split approach. A little bit of pressure out from Elbow, a little bit back from Spawn, but Emlo continues to be a problem. You wanted more attention. This time, Melly had all attention Emlo's way. The Thrash out, a little bit more found, and it's all going to fall into a 1v2 as the spike ticks away. That's 1 kill found, but Corrupt on the trade and the defuse. YFP are on the board.
Aluvali had no chance in that moment to actually even peek out. Corrupt with the perfect wall bang. It doesn't get better than that on the retake, but you're right. It was Corrupt who at the start of the round was throwing supporting utility, all for Elaborate to just pop off in the middle of sight. And it worked so well. This little dynamic duo that they had with the double Senti. Look at that. Okay, this is the little pop shot through the smoke, but there were so many protocols here. Cage on the left, trips for the main, grab net to hit anybody under hookah. Emluo ended up slipping through the net, but still just wasn't enough. And that's the power of denying those orbs, and that's a Thrash gone on a bonus, and it wasn't converted at all. So YFP are really in this.
Plenty of work to go, and this feels like the first time from the attack that we're seeing a different look. I mean, you think about the first 3 rounds, it was a whole lot of pace towards B-Long, but this time it changed, Dre.
Very pacey. Very pacey. And I think now when you're running up, look, understood the blueprint of success against it. You want to find out where all the trips are, all the utility is from the double Senti. See what the setup is, fish it out, and then make your play in the mid round. That's why you saw that Showers deadlock wall already be broken very early on.
Wow, the spam through is crazy.
Maybe just a hard read from Scrims or VOD review or something. Just understanding that That's a play that Marceline likes to make.
And for as much as things change, they stay the same. It's the same rollout from Millie. It's the same hit towards B from Refrag. Deadlock ult was used. I don't think it connected onto anyone. Meanwhile, they're still... Oh, sorry. It did just tag. It did just connect. Spam through, though. Able to stay alive. Mluo getting the best of Scary Shark. Again, off the swing. The smoke goes down. A little bit more to be found, but it's Corrupt who ends out on top. Millie on the swing back sight. Not able to connect. YFP tie us up.
Now we're seeing the power of Corrupt on the deadlock. It might not even be, you know, the fact that they want an initiator, just comfortability. Maybe this is the comfortability that I was speaking of. We saw how well Corrupt performed yesterday. Just absolutely, dropping a 30 on Ascent? And already now playing very, very smart in these moments. Just tucking in the smoke right here. Winning the head-to-head against Emluo had a great late flank around that hookah area. And the pressure of just surviving alone that Corrupt is putting on RF, it's been paying out dividends for YFP.
Arceline with the Outlaw. Again, a menace yesterday. Back up to their old ways. Scary Shark has one too.
It's the double Outlaw just locking down all of A. And the quick Yoru TP into heaven as well. With the fast rotate in. So even if Scary Shark feels overwhelmed here, which she does not.
Nope, not with an Outlaw like that.
It's all good. Everything up to Kazler. I mean, what really can she do?
Nothing here. And so I think, Dre, I wonder if we end out, I don't know, if maybe we go back to some of what RF was doing at the beginning of this half. All of the success they were finding towards this pacey hit B, or what the difference here is. Because, I mean, beyond the first couple of rounds, YFP, excuse me, have had firm control.
Yeah, the A fights have definitely not been going the way of RF at all. And I think it was cool, like a cool concept of kind of running it down the first couple of rounds, making the defenses have to put trips a little bit more forward to have to deal with that type of gameplay. But not converting that bonus round, the bonus round, Doug, that was where kind of things took a tide in the way of YFP, because that Thrash was invested again. That's such a snowbally ultimate that gets online so quickly. And if you're not able to convert with it, it's tough.
And it's back up online right now. We'll see if they're able to find some of that success. But Riv's already tagged down. Literally catching strays. This time a little bit of aggression. Nice trade. Emlo was in a spot to get both. He tried to satchel out, but all for the paranoia. They had no idea what hit him.
That was insane, Doug. And that was the same set play they tried to do on the anti-eco. It's Corrupt to get 4 into the round, getting another Deadlock ultimate online. But yeah, this time with the firepower behind it, the Vandals, that paranoia and Gravnet, it was just a masterclass in B long.
Yeah, it helps when you've got guns, huh?
Yeah, it does. I mean, a classic can hit, but it just doesn't sometimes. And the Vandal, that spray down is so satisfying as a player. Oh my goodness.
YFP up 2 here. Still a couple of volts to work with for Refrag. But YFP now have a couple of their own, including the Yoru ult. And it seems like there's a setup for it. Maybe off of a flash or something like that, but they want to go ahead and accelerate this. Forget about the ult. It was just a TP out.
Insane. Wow, even though that TP was a little bit too early, Riv still will fall.
No shot. Mluo gets one as a fadeaway. They tried crunching in through showers, and now Corrupt's able to go ahead and clean this kill up and just move on.
Ward gathered as well, and look at the set of trips here to help out Elaborate on site.
Luvely getting tagged by the first. Millie with the Guardian. No satchels to get out onto the site. And the cam to deal with. Luvely gets caught out. Leaving all in the hands of Millie. A nice shot out from Elaborate. YFP full steam ahead.
Such poise, such finesse from Elaborate on the site. Just having complete info with the double trip in the cam. I mean, she really peaked those angles perfectly. It's near perfect. You can't get better than that. It was so precise. And this aggression in B long, shower, short A. It's so overwhelming to play against if you're RF. Even if you're doing a default, you're running into 2 players on either side. It's a really unique playstyle that YFP is showcasing right now. You know, especially since they're only running a single controller composition, but they're making it work.
And honestly, when I saw the Yoru up by the gate, I thought it was just going to be use of an ult to get info.
Right?
But lo and behold, they wanted something way more valuable.
Just complete disruption.
That is the name of the game for Yoru. You see the buy for refrag here. It's borderline non-existent. Elaborate's already gotten the opener.
There's so many layers to the setups. I mean, cam, off the trip, the swing. It's just so many things to give your self-confidence on the defensive side. And with this start that Elaborate has had, oh my gosh, Doug. I feel like RF, they need a miracle right now to get back into this.
The miracle might be Emlo. She's still shooting, man.
Yeah, it's a nice upgrade as well with that Phantom.
Well, look at the position for Marceline. Yeah. With ult in hand, too, in case you want to get really invested on it. They finally found the op. That's been in play for the entire round. And there's... Uh-oh. That's tough. That's really tough.
And still...
that gets us into a 2v2. The pit invested as well.
Yeah, and you still have Brimalt to play with as well if you want.
Yeah.
And Louvely not going for any upgrades. Right here. Might work against her, though.
Keep an eye on Elaborate. Trying to flank around and completely clear out the area around the pit. We talked about how good Elaborate has been this map. And the need to make something happen again off the face check. Louvely falls, leaving things in a 1v2. Emluo still around the pit. Has been exceptional, and she's going to do it again! The 4K and the Red Bull clutch for refrag.
And this may be exactly what RF need to get back into things. Emluo, who has been playing out of her mind this entire tournament, has really stepped it up. The analyst desk was hitting on it. Just secures this 4K clutch. And you can't forget about that 90 degree or 180, whatever you want to call it, from Louvely, who honestly has been a great anchor on this map. Yeah, we're on the attacking side, but a lot of the success of RF on this map has been off of the back of Louvely anchoring and Emluo having perfect lurk timings.
Yeah. I mean, Louvely opens up that round. If not for that kill, Marceline probably gets 2. And then we're not even in that position to begin with. Whoa. Scary Shark, a narrow miss. Buzzing the tower, but not connecting. Now Corrupt with the op. Spam down as well. That's another for Riv. Yeah, you mentioned it in the previous round. That might have been the spark.
It's just so crazy how momentum has such an impact on this game of Valorant. And it showcases in every single league, even in ranked play. It's a big 1v1 to win if you're Marceline. Now the lurk doesn't have to be worried about whatsoever.
That snap was almost really clean. Melia TPing away. So they've given up the site, but again, 2 big ults to play with. It's just a tap of the plant. They don't want to fully commit onto this. Interesting. On the second approach, Melia getting all the info. Both spotted. There's the rocket popped. Oh, but it never goes off. And now Melia's left in a brutal situation. Outgunned and dead.
What is that from a Louvely? Just has Marceline's number completely. 2 rounds back to back. This time it's the showstopper invested, plucking her out of the air. Oh my goodness. The mechanical skill right now that is showing. It's ridiculous. And how many 2v2s have we seen this entire half so far, Doug? I feel like it's been like, what, at least like 7 rounds of 2v2s. That's what it's come down to.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
From the pistol even. Just from the start of the game, it's came down to this crazy brawl and trade. And we're within 1, just like that RF, slowly climbing their way back up.
You know, it feels a lot like yesterday where you think a team has finally gotten control of the situation. They're going to run away with it, and then...
Have a playmaker on your team that just brings it back into your favor.
It's just unbelievable. This time a slower approach here from Refrag.
Yeah. Cool setup. Just hitting out of this Yoru teleport that can go into heaven. So they cannot be 3 members here.
They committed the TP. The ult has been used to satchel out Billy, not getting enough clearance. Meanwhile, Emlo pushing forward. Another kill found on a Scary Shark. I think Scary Shark was mid-TP.
Yeah, a little bit of pop shots as well from Kazler, taking out Melia in U-Haul. That's the spike planted for free. All of a sudden, you're in a 2v4, and Elaborate has a stinger. Trying to get an upgrade. There it is.
Succeeding, but do you go for it in a situation like this? It falls down to a 1v1. Given the money that they had, I thought they might try to save, but Elaborate's sliver of health might be the decider in this round. That was insane.
Yeah, it is such a crazy slow pace to the round when they've honestly been showing a lot of aggression. They kept 3 players towards B that entire time. And then that speed up onto short after Emluo gets the 2 picks and showers. Too clean. Emluo is so good at these 1v1 engagements.
Surely we get a look at some of that again. Oh, or we get a timeout.
Oh gosh, is it a
hopefully
it's a
one of the
timeout?
good ones.
I hope it's a timeout. No, it's our worst enemy, is what it is, Doug.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
happening.
we'll have a moment to think things over and to kind of discuss how this half has played out, because as we were talking about earlier, Dre, it really does feel like YFP was in control. They were going to run away with it. Refrag somehow roar their way back into the game to make it a fight, and an even one at that. And I think this half has just been, obviously the score suggests it, but the way that this map has gone, the half has gone, excuse me, has been really competitive.
In the first part of the half, you saw YFP winning a lot of the first engagements, getting a lot of the first bloods, and then being able to fall back and play off of a double senti utility where Corrupt would just bunker up in U-Haul or play alive and wait for the retake to come through at the B site in general. And now we're seeing Emluo stepping up huge, as well as Aluvali, to just get these first engagements, take these lurk fights. They understand that the defensive side right now for YFP has been one of 2 things. Okay, you're either gonna fight showers and be long, or there's gonna be hookah short. That's how it has gone so far for the defensive side of YFP. And I think that RF have read into that, and that's why you're seeing a little bit more slow approach and just letting Emluo basically take her time, clear out angles methodically, and just win the 1v1 duels.
Back into the action we go. It seemed like there was a little PC lag issue, but it's been rebooted and hopefully resolved as we resume into the 11th round. And again, a little bit faster back towards B. Back to the tried and true. Interesting, the paranoia was just used by Scary Shark to try to crunch into sand, but there was nobody there.
And right now for RF, I'm reading into that. I'm understanding that this is probably a B stack. No reason not to rip the TP, but you have to re-clear all that space because everybody started on this B side of the map. That's why you see Emluo already worried about it.
There's a wall on the other side too, so even if they did try getting through a TP, they'd have to spam the wall down and then obviously turn their attention back towards A, where Corrupt is waiting with Sheriff in hand.
And there's really nothing wrong about playing this type of way on the attacking side, especially against the deadlock. And even understanding that Corrupt has been using that wall really early on. So they're basically just playing the timer. I mean, same thing with the Yoru. You kind of want to wait for that TP timer to go away. A lot of players put it down so early in the round. But if you're able to default, wait till about 40-50 mark, it's probably not going to be up for the rotate. Worth a call right now from RF.
Yeah, Corrupt's got a lot on their hands. His first couple of shots of the Sheriff, again, not connecting. And unfortunately giving away the element of surprise. Reinforcements at the ready, starting to rotate over to the site. And there is a Vandal in the hands of Elaborate, who will be the last to join the fray. And yes, that's a powerful weapon, but where does the rest of the firepower come from? There's got to be a little bit more magic. Something else has to connect on the other side. It very well might be the Stinger and the Sheriffs. As a couple of kills have been found, they've been traded out. And again, Elaborate still with the Vandal, but now you've got to deal with the Thrash. And I believe it whiffed. I don't think it connected. It spammed it through, so it's just going to be the tap onto the spike. Elaborate with the Vandal, choosing to try to take the fight. Melly's already gotten it to half. There's all of the mollies coming through. The insurance policy was there. Refrag, get to 6.
I mean, considering the way that things were going and the firepower behind YFP into that round, baiting out that Thrash was really good. They brought it down to a 3v3 with just Sheriffs and a Stinger. So baiting out that Thrash, not having to deal with that into this round, only having to deal with that Fatal, it's going to give you a big peace of mind going into this last round to try to tie things up on the defensive side.
Again, you see it on the timeline 4 rounds in a row for Refrag. Roaring back into this and attack side op. We haven't seen that very often. That smoke is danger, but the shot is clean.
What a rollout from Millie. outplaying that one-way completely. Getting on top of the ledge right there on B long so nobody can see your feet underneath the one-way. What a heads-up play.
I love that too. Off of the swing, you saw the room, but got the tag from the clone. Ultimately not able to punish behind that. Elaborate, getting tagged down, and now dead. Meanwhile, the rotate's going to come through, but you've got to be careful. They've lost all Shower's control. And they're having to wait on the other side. They hear all of it. But Corrupt gets spammed, gets caught. Tried using the ult. Are you expecting Marceline in this position? Remember, Dre, a few rounds ago, this exact same play, and Marceline whiffed it. It was bad. Can they connect this time around? Too many targets found. One connecting, the second falls. Aluvili is so tagged up. Marceline on the swing, make that 3.
A nasty flank from Marceline, and what patience. I mean, not jumping the gun whatsoever, waiting to the very last second. And the enemy is actually turning around, looking her dead in the eyes. But still, the confidence and control to tuck in that cubby. That was a great entry from Millie that I was speaking about. That double flank, proactivity outside of hookah. That's why this double duelist comp is so annoying to play against. You expect it, yeah, but you don't expect the second this late into the round, and
no,
it's a straight up tied half. This is so competitive.
And again, to go back very quickly to what you're talking about and not expecting a second, Marceline's positioning there was super nice, right? Once Corrupt gets caught, Marceline not immediately swinging, just kind of letting it go. It was just, perfectly played.
Yeah.
And so, as you said, we're tied at 6 apiece. YFP now on the attacking side with their double duelist, no initiator, but they do have a flash kind of comp. We need to come up with a better name for that.
Double duelist, really, double senti.
Yeah, didn't really roll off the tongue. Yeah, I guess. Emluo, careful in the smoke, still somehow getting away with one, but the right click. Messer. Nice shots out from Red, shooting the clone, really no choice. And the Dizzy over the top. That's very well handled, but Scary Shark, a great response. Traded right back, though. Melia left alone, a 1v3. Spike out of reach. They're going to try to funnel out of the smoke. Not able to settle the shots. Overwhelmed. Aluvili gets the last. RF take the lead.
It was a great rotation by Millie, and the nade was right on par. The nade lineup right under hookah, just getting a freebie, basically. And, you know, YFP approached that pistol round as they should. You don't really have an initiator to get you info. You want to contact in. Going 1-for-1 against Emluo in that smoke is really good for you. Like, that was a great start. But there's just not enough follow-up at that point. The Satchels couldn't make it out in the site. Yoru couldn't make it out on the site either. It's going to be very difficult breaking through the defense of RF.
Molly to buy a little bit of time. That should slow things down a considerable amount. And then the tap of the orb funneling into the hands of Melia. Interesting.
Trying to closer towards that Yoru ultimate. So many cool split plays happening from the side of YFP yesterday.
Oh, I like that. Using the clone to go through the TP.
Yeah. And you go through yourself, but your TP is actually towards B, so it keeps the player at A at all times. Very cool stuff.
Smoke back towards elbow, the paranoia out. Meanwhile, the fight taking place in hookah. That's a big one. That was where the spike was supposed to go. But again, a flawless round the way of refrag.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. You know, it was cool, don't get me wrong, but it was all for naught. It looked pretty easy for RF to deal with that Emluo, just holding down that hookah. And right now, for the side of YFP, haven't really been able to get much going. The rounds haven't really been too competitive on this attacking side. Kind of understand that, you know, it's been the Viper defaulting towards B for the most part, and Raze has been playing the rotate from the A site. So maybe you could try to bait out a rotate towards B and end up going back towards A. Endless possibilities right now for the side of YFP.
Over there.
Is there a nade combo here? A net nade of some sort? They're both here. What's the plan?
Spot. So this nade, I mean, if you keep jump spotting this angle, Millie needs to be careful, but a little bit of intuition. Millie gets a nice little chunk of damage done on the Melia.
Keep an eye on this. They still have utility at the ready.
That nade hits both corners, I'm pretty sure. I think it's going to hit the jump spot angle and also the cubby, so this is going to be difficult for RF. It doesn't hit the cubby.
It doesn't hit either. And now the paranoid. They don't know that. Yeah, they don't know that Illuvely was there. But Marceline saves the round. At least for now.
Elaborate gets dropped here. That opens up the flank, Doug.
That's going to be enormous. Kalster was able to clean one up, make that two. Really nice tracking. Now the spike out of reach against Scary Shark, left in a 1v3. Feeling pressure from every single angle. RF are running away with this, and it's not what we expected.
Had the bonus round going the way of RF this time, and not having to invest any ultimates, but it was the utility that was on point, and understanding the limitations of that gravnet. That gravnet is so massive, Doug. But to have the heads up intuition of knowing where you can like play in these type of moments, that's the difference maker here. And yeah, this tracking, you said the words out of my mouth. I was literally thinking it as you said it. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that's so hard to do.
Yeah,
it's so insanely hard to do.
You have a ghost,
and it like up close too. Uh-oh. That was not the intended destination there.
Yeah.
But they still take Showers control. They still get the orb. Melia 2 away from the Yoru.
Look at this B pressure, and it's all off the back of Emluo, who basically got all that free real estate in the last round.
Footsteps. They were not quite about their rotates, and now again surrounded, but again no real weaponry on the other side. Even having the target selection there, not shooting the clone, finding the right Yoru. Very well done.
You want to talk about proactivity, you think of double duelists, but right now RF are basically playing like they have a double duelist. Emluo is so confident. I have to say this again. She's so confident in the 1v1 engagements. She's willing to take the peek out of Hookah. She's willing to walk down B long, whatever it might be on both sides. And this is why they're catching YFP off guard. YFP are getting a taste of their own medicine, and they're not used to it, Doug. That's why you see the timeout.
Yeah, late one called here as RF are just a couple of rounds away from taking map 1. What's the situation here for YFP? The money is not great. They kind of have to win here.
Yeah.
And you have a couple of ults that are coming up. I wonder if there's a plan around getting Marceline's ult or maybe Melia's ult to get info. And then I think there are 2 ways you can go about this. And both of them, honestly, are entirely different.
I just feel like for YFP, the problem is the way that RF is approaching these defensive sides, a little seesaw, so to speak. You know, whenever there's shower controls, you've seen Emluo 2 rounds in a row walk down B, this time having Riv to back her up. But if you play a slow default with this composition that you have, you're going to run into this rechargeable utility that refrag has. And now all of a sudden you're running through a Viper wall, or like, you know, the never-ending delay of Brim smokes on default at A site, followed by, you know, Gecko Molly, Tether, Raise Nade, Satchels even to delay the plant.
Everything.
You're kind of damned with this comp. It kind of sucks not having that initiator to secure info, and, you know, at least with the Gecko that they ran previously, you could pick up the flash when you used it. You could pick up all this extra set of utility to have for that next hit. You're kind of forced to play off the first layer or YFP and not want to use any of your utility early on.
Interesting opening for YFP here. 3 pings up the minimap towards B long. And Corrupt started to walk up, but then they rotated back. Meanwhile, they've left Marceline back towards A short by themselves.
Yeah, look at how far up Illuvely is in this cubby. It's the first time she's played the spot. If YFP aren't careful, they don't do their due diligence and check their corner, she could really turn up to go huge.
Oh, remember what Illuvely did back in Showers just a couple of rounds ago with the Bucky.
Doug, look at this. Being long, walking all the way down, walking down short.
Yeah, full aggression. What a great response here from YFP. And because they're able to alleviate a lot of the pressure, now they have a little bit of space to play around. A deep smoke back out towards B spawn. They've got the site all for themselves.
It's all up to Millie and Kazler in this 2v3, but the post plant, it's going to be so hard to deal with. Kazler trying to get ahead, but yeah, Elaborate just holding the angle. It was easy pickups, and for Millie right now, just try to build towards that ultimate.
That's such a good smoke too, because it's not just like blocking out the push out onto site from spawn, right? It's a little bit deeper. So if somebody wants to hold that angle, that smoke from elbow, they can. If they want to hold it from mid site, they can, like what we just saw. It's a minor adjustment on that smoke, and it pays off really well.
And it kind of baits you as well on the retake.
Yep.
It kind of makes you think, oh, maybe I can work with something here. And that's why you saw, that play being made. But now we're seeing the aggression start to get a little bit punished. I think that the B anchors, I believe it was Mluo and Riv, getting a little too ahead of themselves there, especially with the heavy lifting that Aluvali did in A short.
Refrag still with plenty of money though. And again, it's foreboding. You take a look at the HUD right now. 3 members, 1 pip away from having their ults online.
On the flip side, YFP, they have 4 ultimates of their own to work with. Obviously, for that Cypher ult, you're going to have to try to get a pick somewhere. That's what this comp is made for. And if you look on the opposite side of the map, Alvarez is working up showers all alone, getting all that space.
What do they do around it, though? The spike not even in hand right now, as they're trying to feel out what the defense is throwing their way.
Whoa, not taking the bait on that Yoru clone.
Wisely. Patience on it. Oh, that jump spot was so wide.
Scary stuff, Doug. Scary stuff. But with all that showers control taken and B long control taken in Octagon, you kind of are able to pick and choose where you want to end. You can really manipulate the defensive side. They're not going to the right side unless they rip that TP.
And they very well may. You mentioned it earlier. Elaborate has a lot of space in towards showers. A pop of the ult. Corrupt is dead. Maybe they can scoop up the spike, but it seems like they've lost full control of the situation. They're going to grab the spike. They are going to TP out. But the problem is, Millie's still here. And if Millie plays their cards just right, they're going to secure the round. A TP away. Elaborate on the prowl. Millie now dead.
What was that?
Kazler with 3. Ridiculous so far. And now the Nightfall invested, traded with Paranoia to buy a little bit of time as the reposition comes through. What in the world do they do here?
You have the Yoru ultimate, but what value does it really give you?
remaining.
I guess you can get the info. I mean, now you're not going to use it for sure.
No.
Battle of the controllers going the way of Aluvali.
Oh,
This is messy! Oh, that's so messy! Melia gets 4 and the Red Bull clutch for YFP!
I'll return.
Forget the Yoru ult, Doug. All you need is to hit your shots. And Melia, she played her time perfectly. Kazler, I thought they saw a shoulder, an inkling of where Melia was. But just being tucked into Cubby, nobody aware. And that one definitely slipped away from RF. A very tough round to lose there.
I mean, a 1v3? When the
insane.
3v2 seemed secure as it was.
It's insane.
This is interesting. A deep smoke and a thrash out again. Pace towards A short and through B as well. They have fully controlled the middle of the map. Melia has nowhere to go. That's a tragic way to die, by the way.
Yeah, even if you reach the corner there, the Brimstone ultimate will still kill you, but Elaborate evens the score here. Scary Shark trying to get another of her own, but...
and Kazler was in a brutal spot. Fully surrounded.
These engagements are so awkward. Marceline's already out under Luka.
What a mess. This feels like the first time that we really saw YFP punish a lot of this mid-aggression. And I think it was handled exceptionally well. They weren't really interested in fighting that mid-aggression. They just decided to give up the mid-space, go into the extremities, and then rewrap them when they knew that they were going to have to rotate back across the middle of the map to get towards the site.
Everything you just said was so on par, but it just sounds so crazy if you didn't watch the round happen. Like,
yeah.
Like how?
That makes no sense.
Yeah. How is this comp with double controller, double initiator, the standard comp, all the way basically in market and T-spot, and the double duelist comp is flipping sites, but it's all because of Elaborate, honestly, getting these awesome timings on the work. Just finding immense value in Marceline to have the heads-up intuition of, taking all that B long control off of what had just happened. It's all just this crazy, chaotic gameplay that we're seeing. And for the side of Refrag on this timeout, you got to think maybe just play a little bit more standard. You had so much success in the round prior of just anchoring the sites, letting YFP take a lot of the map control. But YFP, they have to methodically take their time on that map control. So the hits come down with around 40 seconds left. Maybe use some of that aggression for a re-clear instead of on the first 10 seconds of the round if you're RF.
Again, the momentum has swung back for as often as we talk about it. I mean, you see why. You see why it's such a regular topic in these games is because things can turn at such an instant.
Yeah. That's been the story so far in a lot of these GC games that we've seen. The swing of momentum, the shift of control. Just goes back and forth based off of heroic plays. This time around, Melia with that 4K.
I'll find you.
Who's next?
Bit of
Here's
a light buy for the side of RF, Doug.
Yeah, here's the first time we see Melia use that ult, too. If I'm not mistaken, and this time it is fully exploratory. Clears out a little bit of space, hops out, and then TP's back.
The bombardment of utility in backside. Yeah. And Illuvely is stuck here.
Oh, it's a jump scare! Scary Shark just flies into Illuvely's face!
Right now for RF, you have to save this. Maybe Riv can go down, only a Bulldog.
Shadows traveling.
But you have no chance coming back into this. A 2v5?
No.
But if you look on the minimap, Melia's already on the hunt. Already all the way in T-spawn, working their way up B-long. These players are going to get pinched.
They have fully lost control of the situation right now.
Seriously.
Again, we talked about it in the first half, and it was Emluo who delivered, if I'm not mistaken, but they needed something. They needed a play, right? Somebody needed to make a play, and we're in that position again, where somebody needs to make a play on the side of Refrag to bring this back their way, because all momentum has been lost.
Yeah, but the problem is, how do you do that? Because now YFP, they've been defaulting. They've been holding for the aggression. It's kind of a situation where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You kind of feel like you're forced to have to make that play, like you're stating, to bring things back into your favor and turn the tide. If you get punished in doing so, you're going to do the complete opposite. And yeah, that little dunk from Scary Shark, the wrap onto U-Haul. I mean, I feel bad for Illuvely. She couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Deadlock wall. It's so weird. Not really used to playing against that on a map like Vine. Maybe this Viper ultimate can be the answer. Denying B long control.
If nothing else, it'll buy some time. Millie's ult is here too. I like this, using the cam to clear out truck, then the swing out to get the tight angle on Hookah. This is
methodical.
Yeah.
Super smart play. Understanding that you have no initiator, you have to make ends meet somehow. Contacting is the name of the game. A lot of pings down B long right now.
This angle that Millie's in, might be the one that goes unchecked. Uh-oh. A little bit of a whiff on the first, but Illuvely over the second. Elaborate down. And maybe this was the response. I mean, it wasn't flashy. It wasn't a big multi-kill or anything like that, but they've stabilized on the round.
It's crazy that something as simple as just B long control against the way that YFP has been playing is what turns the tide and what nets you a round win. Something as small as that, just denying that one portion of space. RF should be back in the lead after this round. Scary Shark just hoping to save this Vandal. And if you look at the economy right now for YFP, you have Marceline sitting at $1,600, Corrupt at $650.
10 seconds
starting
left.
to get beat down slowly. Still should have a full buy going into the next, but anything after that, it's going to be scrappy, especially if you don't win flawlessly.
I actually want to draw attention to the economy on the other side, because again, for Refrag, for as rough as things had been, the fact that they were able to get through that round with only having to rebuy, they'll probably buy armor on 2 members. Yeah. I mean, they had nothing. And so even if they walk away with a round win, but it's messy, it's ugly, they have to rebuy a lot, they're not in a great spot.
100%. And we got the classic. Of course. But it really does come down to this round, Doug, in terms of the economy game. You're 100% correct about that. Whoever wins this is essentially going to break the economy of the enemy team.
soon as we figure out what the situation is with the tech pause, we will let you all know, and we'll get back into the action. There's really no telling. I mean, Bala could have kicked a cable. Sean could have said a terrible joke that was so bad that it really just destroyed the entire broadcast. Or now I'm being told there was a player that was disconnected. So they'll rejoin. They'll figure it out. We'll get back into the action here very shortly. It was a quick fix last time, so hopefully we'll be able to do a bit of the same. But again, if you are just joining us, welcome. You've missed a banger. Refrag fighting their way back into getting this lead in these closing rounds of Bind, this opener in the best of 3 with elimination on the line.
It's been back and forth by far, and it really felt like YFP had a really good read on how RF were playing this defensive side. But with the buffer that RF were able to accumulate by winning the pistol, winning that bonus round, it really put themselves in a good spot to be able to make a change of their own, an adaptation of their own. I wonder now, going into this gun round, when you don't have, that Viper's pit, are you still going to try to fight for that B long? I think it's something they should, test the waters with, because clearly denying that space, YFP didn't know what to do about it.
Still have the rocket in the hands of Millie. A heavy focus towards B. A TP forward. The Han already cleared out, so a little bit of pressure being applied towards Showers. Meanwhile, they want to fully split in. They've invested the paranoia. They've already tried to satchel out and TP through. Kills traded 1 for 1, but the defense so far holding up strong.
You still have Lupley in the U-Haul. Hazler not taking the bait on the clone either. Gets spotted nevertheless. That double swing from Melia, it was too clean.
Lupley settle, traded right back though. Falling down to a 2v2, a tap of the spike, still not committed onto the plant. Plenty of time here, though. Behind the safety of the wall. Now a little bit of high ground being found by Riv. The smoke goes through and should give a little bit of cover for Corrupt. Riv not comfortable to drop out here from heaven out onto the site. No real idea of where the other 2 members could be. What's the play here?
Is planned for Showers. Corrupt needs to be careful here. This is such an awkward spot to play. The shoulder was seen, but the spam is not connecting.
Finally landing onto it, traded right back. Here Shark left in a 1v1 and Mluo again. Unbelievable for refrag one more time.
Team Ace.
And you just can't stop Mluo in these 1v1 positions. She's too good. She's too confident in them. All game long, all map long. She's been like this, absolutely stone cold in the clutch.
One enemy remaining.
Scary Shark. Tried her best. It was a really cool, unique post plant, but that spot that Corrupt was stuck in, not getting out with that Omen smoke.
Yeah.
Just being so good for RF in that retake.
And that's such a 50-50 because the smoke would suggest that if there was someone there, they would be getting out, right? So it becomes a mind game. This time, a different approach to deal with the haunt. Never mind, a little bit of pace theft towards B. The rocket has already been popped. The second satchel. Again, rough on the exit, rough on the entry. Scary Shark's already down, and Mluo with 2. Refrag looking to put the finishing touches on this as it all falls on to elaborate late to the party without a gift in hand. The spike's sitting on the other side. There was a spark, and it wasn't flashy. It was that round where they used the ult back towards B long, and that really kind of swung things back their way.
It's so insane.
Mluo.
Yeah, everything's up to elaborate.
Yeah, elaborate, excuse me. Left in this 1v3 with 50 HP. Again, they know exactly where the spike is on the other side, so they don't even really need to take the fight. They just sit on the spike and force the fight to go to them.
Up, down. I mean, Elaborate does have 2 cages to try to make something work here.
My brother.
But it's going to be
30 seconds left.
The toughest ask of all time. Oh, she ends up getting one, but Millie with the trade and RF. They close out this map of Bind. Wow, Doug.
And to be honest, Stray, I think again, it felt like there was a window there where they weren't going to be able to pull it back in. It felt like all momentum was the way of YFP. They were able to stifle all this, and it felt like the team that we expected in this matchup, where it looked like they were going to run away with it, but all it takes is one round. And that's what's going to take us to map 2 with Refrag on a 1-0 series lead. We'll be right back.
some of the best brawls happen on Bind, and no exception for the first map here on this series. But in the end, Refrag to take their map of choice. Going into this, I mean, Balo, we highlighted a couple of individuals from the get-go that in past series were just explosive, that we couldn't stop talking about, and they delivered up in this series too. It was great.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the players from YFP that we called out before instantly turned on at the beginning of the game. But I think throughout this, as soon as Emlo gets this 1v2 in the pit, all those players kind of went a little quiet, and I think that's not going to cut it if you're YFP here. Refrag came out a lot of Emlo, but after they kind of cooled off the players from YFP, it was smooth sailing all the way almost up into the end where this little comeback happened, but for the most part, it was in control.
A little bit of rough water at the end, but being able to clean it up, making it entertaining, doing it for the content. I mean, some of these comeback plays, Wyatt, are just absolutely phenomenal, but through and through, I mean, Refrag, this is a team that was ranked a little lower, but they're able to keep their cool.
Yeah, I mean, again, YFP, they are this team that just has explosivity in the firepower. Different players at different points. Specifically, it was that double Sentinel duo early on that was putting them in that early lead until the clutch that Arden mentioned kind of turned the game on its head where the momentum started going in that other direction. I mean, goddamn, the first kill differential is just insane. I mean, when you see that, you're wondering how this game was even that close, to be honest. 18-5 is crazy.
I mean, because YFP, we've talked about them a lot for a reason, just not enough to get quite over that line. It's tough, too, because we got to see this. I love Melia on the Yoru. I thought it was a lot of fun. Corrupt is someone that the get-go was kind of doing good with the deadlock and faded away as soon as Refrag really started picking up the heat. And it was really fun to see. I mean, Aluvli and Emluo, we keep talking about them, Wyatt, and I mean, we just can't, I can't stop.
Yeah, it is actually Shaq and Kobe colorized, like the colorized, even though there was color television in the early 2000s, but you know what I mean. That duo is just insane. It's the two pickups that they made between Series 2 and Series 3. They're just unreal. Every single game, it's those two top fragging. In that game specifically, they were the driving force of the first kills. A Brimstone and a Viper were in total combined 10-1 on first kills to first deaths. How does it even happen? How is it even possible? It's just so ridiculous.
It's the Emluo difference, simply put. I know she tweeted about, you know, hey, like, my dad's giving me the attention. Give me attention, guys. Okay, we're gonna give you more attention because we need to keep talking about Emluo. Even when we were down in a little bit of a deficit. So yeah, we're a highlight reel. This is just the Emluo show now, guys.
We watched all the highlights of the game, and it was basically just this right here.
We're just running it back. But I mean, Bala, just the impact she's making out here, you can't not talk about her.
Oh, yeah, for sure. She's really stepping it up in this GC Series 3. I mean, so many impactful rounds, and Wyatt's absolutely right. The fact that this Viper is having such an impact early on in the rounds is ridiculous. I mean, absolutely absurd. And then on top of that, how many clutches was she part of? I think 2 1v2s, right? This level of sustainability from Emluo throughout the map, throughout the different stages of the rounds is so crucial. I just look at these stats. It's out of this world. Really, really, really solid player. And again, you keep calling it out, like, definitely somebody who a lot of people is going to have their eyes on after this GC.
And it's a shame that people weren't really beforehand, in all honesty. Yeah, this has just been lights out so far. But even from the rest of the team, even though we've talked so much about Emluo, I mean, Bala, we have to look back at one of the earlier rounds too, with just what Refrag was doing in general, because this round 15, I mean, this was such a cool round.
Yeah, this was a really nice little approach here. In showers from YFP, you thought there was going to be this combo going through with a nade and a net, but no, in fact, this lucky combination is not able to, is able to withstand perfectly, and there's just a perfect crossfire. And from here, the kills keep coming through, right? There's a perfect trade, but Kazler's still in sight. All this space is still owned, and as soon as you get this pick from the Outlaw onto the Cypher, you get the Viper activated, and you have nowhere to go as the final two players here. Scary Shark especially. I even love this little micro adjustment from Riv there on the back line as the Gecko moving out of lamps and coming back over to the side of truck where they can triple peek really, really nicely, all three at the same time. Really well done from Refrag there.
And that was the bonus round win too in the second half, where you're just getting as much momentum as you possibly can early into a half of Valorant. And I think also moments like that were displaying where the comp that YFP brought in was lackluster at times. A situation like that where you don't have the fade, for instance, that the other team had, where you can't send a Prowler to clear a corner like that easily against a shotgun player. You don't have the Sky to send in a Trailblazer to clear a corner like that. So things can get tough, right? And just having the grav net only with the nade, it's just not enough to deal with a position like that. And Refrag were able to exploit those kind of situations nicely.
I mean, now YFP, they do have an opportunity going into their map pick of the series to try and bring this back on Haven. And when we've talked about the strength that YFP had, we think back to their Haven going up against Shopify Rebellion. They had the Neon for Marceline, but for Refrag, we actually haven't seen this with the current iteration of the roster ball, but we're sticking to nice stuff. Okay.
Yeah, solid, I think, on both sides. I'm really excited to see Marceline on the Neon, see if they can get activated really, really early like we did see in that first map. Just slowed down as time goes on. That can't happen. You need to see all the players who come out of the gate swinging continue to level up their individual play, because I think Refrag is playing some super, super solid Valorant right now.
I totally agree. Bear in mind, this is the map where YFP, they got that crazy comeback against Shopify just a couple days ago, where they were down 9-3 and then went on to win 10 rounds on attack, which is just a crazy comeback to make against the team that is already in the finals. So certainly expecting them to be on point here when we're on attack. We'll see if Refrag has what it takes to deal with Marceline, that Breach Neon duo that is just so potent. All of the stuns, so frustrating to deal with.
I mean, at this point, YFP, they've made it past Shopify Rebellion, but now in this lower bracket, they have to get past Emilua and Refrag to try and take this to a map 3 to try and send themselves to the lower finals. So it's time to head on over to Haven, back over to your casters, Vijay and Doug.
Thank you so much. A little disappointed there's no silly goober nonsense on these agent comps. It's, as Ball mentioned, it's pretty strong. It's pretty standard. And while it's not going to be as much fun as far as comps goes, I do think this will end up being strength versus strength, Dre.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger matchup. YFP have not dropped Haven since last year. And I mean, you know how many roster changes are made in GC. So they clearly have a big understanding of how to play around Haven, especially with this Neon composition. But for RF, they've actually matched up against YFP before on this map. Keep in mind, it was with Rise and not Illuvali. But it was pretty close. It was 13-10 the way of YFP in that BO1. So it's not like, you know, RF doesn't have an understanding of how YFP likes to play. It's going to be a banger.
BO1s are just so silly.
Yeah.
And it's so tough to really extrapolate much of anything from there. But into this we go. YFP on the attack. They've got the Breach Neon setup, excuse me. And it's a slow start, actually.
Yeah. Something that's very common on this map is to deny that A-long control, especially with the Breach. Just wait it all out. They're waiting for any type of re-aggression. But it's going to be a retake in a 1-3-1 setup or the defensive side. Maybe a flood in or just a 5v5 post-plant retake scenario. It's shaping up that way, Doug. It's probably going to be the spike being planted, and it's going to be retake versus post-plant. We're seeing pings across the map. YFP need to be careful. If they blow too much utility before the drone scouts out that no one's here. Oh, I was going to say they won't have anything for the post, but they have so much to work with on this post-plant, Doug. It's going to be so hard to break through.
I mean, the Breach utils all the way. Even the stun is back up. They've got, you're right, they have so much here. Some of that utility has already gone through. You've got Kausler, who's already posted up in heaven with Dart out off of the dash. Millie on the swing, and it's actually Scary Shark who's patient 0, but it traded right back. Again, this pistol going back and forth. Kausler still standing strong, 2 on the round, and it's all on to Corrupt now. A classic 70 HP on the swing, overwhelmed. Illuvali messing with him. That's a tough way to go, and that's a pistol for Refrag.
Yeah, my goodness, Refrag, what is that? They bigoted it out. 3 sets of utility so early on with just a fault line and probably something else that I couldn't see. It was so crazy on the actual site. But nevertheless, baiting out that set utility that YFP wanted to fight with on that first layer and then going for the actual retake. It was Kausler who ended up jumping up heaven at the perfect timing to kill everybody in Graffiti and just clear out all of sight. Also, you got to give a big shout out to Millie, who in the face of 2 players in hell still yoinked 1. Went 1 for 1 there. So the retake was super well coordinated from RF, and YFP, I don't know, doing a little bit too much utility on that initial layer.
Yeah,
Emluo is out of this world today. I swear, not even today, this whole tournament.
That's true. The Bulldog at that distance, though, it's just tough. And you just saw the extremity of the game in those back-to-back kills. You've got the Bulldog from one of the longest angles on the entire game, and then you've got the Judge. Up close and personal.
And then you got the Outlaw, front B. I mean, what do you do? There's so many different looks that RF are showing right now to YFP. So many things to be wary of going into your first gun round. Like, what are you going to do? What kind of plan do you want to make now? Because you have to worry about where the Outlaw and the Jet's going to be. You have to worry about clearing out A short or garage again because of that judge. I mean, you're really limited on possibilities here. You kind of are going to have to default A long or C long if you want to play to your gun advantage angles.
Standing ahead. You wonder here what utility they have to clear some of those angles to deal with the fact that there's a judge waiting around. You've got the drone, you've got the dart, and that'll help some. And then you've got the breach stun, but I mean, they have a couple of things. But the thing is, all of the other ones, other than the Sova, require you putting your body on the line.
Exactly.
In order to deal with it. And again, when it's a judge on the other side, that's tough.
Yeah, I guess you have to pray that Marceline will slide past the judge and hope that she doesn't get picked off in that moment. Maybe you'll...
Okay.
I don't think you're going to be able to slide away from Illuvily's judge with what we just seen. Apparently that thing could shoot from default to A long, but, that gun's balanced. Notice the follow-up utility, though, as well. The breach stun coming out from Riv off the contact of Illuvily in garage, had there been more members following it up. So there's a lot to be worried about right now if you're YFP, especially with the way that RF has been playing as a cohesive unit today.
A Guardian and then 4 Vandals. Still the judge. And it's a setup. Try to get the Outlaw on this deep angle and connects.
Jeez.
Nicely done.
Yeah, and one of the players that just so happened to have light armor and now you have full info as well.
A little bit of trap there in garage. And now the trip is going to catch the span through. Mluo continues to be a problem. A massive one at that. Kind of gets caught there trying to trade weapons in an awkward spot, and Scary Shark and Melia punch right back. A 2v2 now. Scary Shark weak, 22 HP. Melia trying to hold the line. Melia on the swing, gets a kill. Traded again. And this judge, not quite what you're looking for, but choosing not to switch weapons here. Going with the Sheriff.
Just wants the enemy of doubt to play in the mind of Melia at this very moment. That paranoia is going to be perfect. Oh,
but the
settle!
weren't. That's tough. That's real tough.
That's tough to bounce back from as well. You had that. The outplay was there. You could have even used the judge from that distance. What a rough way to lose your bonus. That would have been such a good start for RF. With Melia. Coming up clutch, just playing the AD strafes while full blinded. Oh man, if you're Illuvily, you gotta bounce back from that. You cannot let that linger in your head. You're still in this. You're up a map as well. It happens. It's Valorant.
Yeah, those stick with you though.
Just can't be rash in moments like this.
Short-term memory is the best bet. Little jump spot off of the stun. What a cool setup. That took a little while, and still probably shouldn't have netted in a kill, but that was such a cool setup. Off the jump spot, you had the stun, and then you had the neon there too. Emlo snappy onto elaborate the swing onto the second, and it's Riv over the top, helping things out. Meanwhile, the spike planted out towards C. Corrupt trying to keep them back at arm's length. Trying to rejoin with teammates. A dart in the face, and really gonna be able to clear that one out. Meanwhile, that's cleared out. Tap. Gonna bait out the ult. There's still plenty of time on this. Yeah, that was a miserable spot for Corrupt to be in.
Yeah, so even though YFP clutched out that previous round, the following does go to RF, and it was just good team play from the start. You said it. That setup in garage was awesome, honestly. And yeah, Illuvily can't quite connect on those shots. That Omen smoke kind of getting in her way. But the trade from Riv, who secures 4 into the round, closing it out, just running down Corrupt, who decided to pop that Sovault. That's a big round to win and a big ultimate that was not converted into a round win for YFP themselves. The ult economy right now for Refrag has been awesome. They've done such a good job on this map already, and even the last map of getting a lot of those ultimates online at the same time. Allows you to combo different ultimates together on important gun rounds. Ideal scenario here is, you know, you just obviously win the eco as cleanly as you can, but get that Sova ultimate online, get the Breach ultimate online. You don't really need jet knives at this stage of the game, but why not? Some cool set plays that RF probably have in the bag with that Breach.
Any sort of advantage. Yeah. Deal with this drone. That's already position already given away. That's 3 rough kills back to back to back for Illuvili, if I'm not mistaken. Kazler stunned, blinded, flashed, dead. Not even really allowed to play the game.
I think a little bit of nerves now on the side of Illuvili. Maybe a timeout needed for RF just to get their teammate back into the game. Positioning is very decent so far, but the retake is coming through right now.
That should not have gone that way at all. And it all it all started off of the space that they were able to take up towards short, getting the best of Illuvili, really kind of set that whole thing in motion.
Yeah, she's just been in her own head right now, rent free. Last 3 rounds in a row. And it's tough as a player. I mean, you can't stop thinking about, you know, the mistake you made and how important, you know, the moment is. The gravitas of the moment can really get to you at times like this. You don't want to be that one person that feels like you're letting your team down.
There are the blades. There's the updraft. Finally landing the shot, dashing forward. I don't know that was the plan. But hey, Millie got hers.
Yeah, a little bit of vintage sneak play right there. At least she was able to get one, though.
Yeah. Not theirs. Care about much more than that, though. It really was just that knife kill. Emlu was very far away from the play, kept at bay by the trip. Now a couple of shots to the hip from Melia, and that's the round. We're tied up.
I mean, decent damage done, but the economy of YFP after winning that eco round, it's just flourishing right now. You got so much money in the bank. You could afford to go for a couple more rounds. And now your ults are getting online as well. I mean, you almost have all 5 ults available for you on the attacking side. So much to work with, so much to do. On the opposite end, you have Riv sitting at a Bulldog. Emluo sitting at light armor, less than ideal. Only 1 trip in play as well. And a change of pace for YFP. Getting that last ultimate online at C-Long. Everybody else freezing, holding a default. But there's mid-aggression right now from the defensive side of Illuvili.
I like this position.
Gotta get out of here.
Yeah, after that cam. Yep.
That one little mid-push baited out a camera, baited out the Sova drone. So yeah, nothing was netted in terms of, you know, fragging department, but he's got so much utility out.
Oh, the sun. Where's the sun? Up from Riv. Where's the sun? Up from Riv. It seemed like it was a little bit late. The kill comes through, though. It's a 1-for-1, and now the Rolling Thunder will pave the way for an empty site. Corrupt popping their ult as well. The spike should go down. Traded right back, though, trying to dash out, trying to stay alive. Marceline's already dead. Castle repositioned, flashed up, and stunned. A 4v2 the way of refrag. 8 bullets left for Corrupt. It doesn't matter. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Insane. A great round from refrag here. All because of that mid push, baiting out that Sova drone and that Cypher camera early on. So when the actual A hit comes through, you don't have that extra set of utility. And honestly, Kazler only sitting at 4 kills, but the impact she's had has been immense. I mean, that Sova got 2 players tagged, one being the Breach, one being the enemy Sova. Made it so, you know, all you have to do is tickle the opponent to take them out.
Yeah.
And something I want to point out here is the last time these two teams faced, yes, it was a BO1. There's not much you can extrapolate from that. But RF on the defensive side were up 8-4 and still lost out the map. So YFP on the defensive side, that's really where they shine. And right now, YFP, they're feeling like they're in a good spot, even though Melia just gets taken out right away by Mluo.
They're still going to get a lot of space out on the site here, too. Even that late smoke that's coming through from Luli, they're already past it. Mluo is the only one in a real position to do something about it. Really nice pathing to stay alive and avoid a lot of that danger from Heaven. Waiting for the dart. You know it's coming off the paranoia. The dash out into the smoke. Corrupt's already dead. Millie able to settle. Got the best of Scary Shark. That's a deep flash. Do they know? They're going to know now. Yep. If there was doubt before, it's been confirmed. Elaborate's going to have to 1v4 with the spike defuse happening right in front of their face.
It's just so tough to win a post plant on that site without Omen smokes up. You have to worry about so many different angles, and then you're getting isolated as well because the enemy Omen is still alive and the paranoia is still in play. It's a very, very tough task in order to win that one. It kind of makes you feel like you have to play up, feel like you have to play in sight, try to take those deep peeks into CT. But the pacing on the retake this time around for RF, they understood the window of opportunity that they had. There was no fault line to be used from Nora in that situation. I think it was, what, like on an 8-second cooldown. So had they stalled in CT and waited, you know, and gotten even more situated, maybe then YFP would have had a better chance. But understanding, you know, the win con and understanding that, okay, we need to go now while those rechargeables are down, while we have our own Omen smokes up, that's what made that retake look so easy.
This timeout coming through gives you all a chance to call me up and give you a recap of how things have gone in case the timeline wasn't telling you enough as it was. It's been very swingy. I mean, again, the pistol and then the following round goes as expected. The bonus just narrowly doesn't go their way, but even in the face of that, Refrag have been able to stay competitive. They've been able to keep up with this lead, winning 2 rounds in a row, having plenty of money to go around here too. And yeah, the ults aren't necessarily hitting, given what we saw as far as some of the investments go, but Dre, Refrag are in a great spot here.
Yeah, they're all things considered, they are, because this could have been like, I don't know, they might have only lost 1 round legitimately.
Yeah.
Based off of that eco round they lost, right? So had they had won the bonus, which honestly they probably should have, had they had won the eco,
right.
I guess who knows, you know, eco rounds are you know, RNG at times, but they could have an even more bigger of a lead than they have now. So the fact that they're still staying into this and, you know, Aluvli has been able to bounce back, it's good signs for RF right now. And Emlu,
holy
not
smokes.
Good signs for her.
No, they had that read like a book, man. They knew exactly where Emlu was going to be playing. As soon as the trip cleared, you saw 2 guns snap towards Heaven.
And we've seen this lurk from Elaborate from the pistol round as well, I believe.
Oh, but it's going to work, isn't it? Oh, it's not.
How do they know?
I don't know, but it seemed like they were going to get away with so much. The dash up top, not going to connect either. Rave's also dead. YFP, I mean, on the other side of that timeout, they fixed a lot. And honestly, I saw on the other side of the timeout, they head back towards A, and I thought, oh, well, they're not changing much, Dre.
But they understood that the contact approach on that A site, when they run into no enemies fighting them, no fault line, nothing there, they understand, okay, it's probably likely this is a retake setup. And where has Emluo been playing most of the time? She's been playing in Heaven, and she's been netting a lot of kills from Heaven as well. So this time, just fully posted, multiple rifles on the board. It was just too easy, a very hard read, and now that's why you're seeing a change of setup from RF themselves. Emluo this time playing in that short cubby.
Back towards A. Similar look. Got Elaborate, who's making sure there's no push towards mid. The deep cam. But this time, there isn't really much back from Refrag. I mean, you've got a fault line set up depending on where the pressure is felt.
You're so worried. You don't want to give that first blood out. Trying to make it a mystery for YFP if they're going to run into a stack or not, but the Cypher has been found out. Trips are starting to break, and the execute is starting to come through.
They've got a couple of members trapped in short. The stun coming through as well.
Oh, perfect stun.
That's nice for Millie out, though. Only one found, though. These sheriffs, again, continue to be a problem. They've got numbers. They've got a weapon upgrade to make that 2. Melly up in heaven. It's going to be another thrifty round. Unless Elaborate can do something about this. But I don't know how Elaborate does.
I mean, it would take some incredible finesse at this moment. Oh, some pre-fires coming through. But no, it's just too much. Too many members geared up and looking towards you. That flood in from refrag through CT. Yeah, that's only sheriffs, but when there's 3 of them, it's a firing range for them, and they can take you out like so. And that's just the never-ending battle of Haven when you default towards A. You feel like you have enough utility to really deal with the flood, but you don't. And right here from Millie, the fact that she was able to net that kill onto the Neon of Marceline, it bought enough time for the remaining cast of RF to flood in. Elaborate was just stuck outside of short that entire time.
Back on guns for YFP. Ult in the hands of Corrupt.
Take flight.
And this time a little bit of mid attention. We haven't seen this before, Dre.
Yeah, it's the first look, front B, and everything is just so explosive with the contact style. Hits about to come through. Riv, his fault line's gonna connect. Oh, no fault line, it's a flash. And Riv gets ahead of it in that neon wall, Doug.
So well played. When you look at that and you go, I mean, Riv is dead. There's nowhere to go. So I want to go back to some of how we've seen this series play out so far, because I think there's a notable difference. When you think about how things have gone, it's been RF who have had to put up like a catalyst punch back, right? It seems like YFP are running away with it, and RF have been the ones who have had to respond. This map has not felt that way at all, Dre. It has felt like YFP are the ones on the back foot, and they're not the ones who can't get anything going.
Exactly. RF are taking their timings on these fights very well, and they're doing it as a team with utility. I mean, this time around, Riv steps in front of the neon wall, but honestly, most of the time, teams use neon. There's no one actually holding the wall for the neon. So you could get ahead of it, especially on that timing with your Omen Smoke front B. That's the main problem that I would have a lot when I was playing previously on that neon. It was so annoying having to deal with players swinging into the wall. Almost felt like it was impossible to deal with.
Hop in the hands of Millie. Discipline out to use the drone, clear out the way. Oh, got a tag as well. I mean, it's hard to find a jet dashing away. What?
How?
Onto the neon?
I don't know how that just happened.
Unbelievable. Hopefully we see that again. That's ridiculous, and it seems like there might be a thrifty the other way. Couple of stingers. This map just continues. I mean, this series just continues to give.
It's so insane, Doug. It almost feels like it shouldn't be happening, but at the same time, you can't discredit the amount of mechanical skill that is required in order to pull it off in the first place. Yeah, Kazler left alone in a 1v3 facing a breach ult. I want to see that shot from Millie's POV onto Marceline. I mean, I know that YFP win that round, but this shot was ridiculous. Full blind? What?
There's no way.
I mean, in the face of all that utility, it's insane. Also, super unfortunate positioning right there for Emluo, who just happened to be in the dash path of Millie. That's why she gets taken out by that Hunter's Fury. Sometimes it just be your own that do it to you, Doug. Sometimes it just be your own fam.
You think you know a guy.
Right?
Unreal. Into the second half we go. Refrag with the 2-round lead. And there was a little bit of spark that YFP showed to close out that half. A round that you wouldn't expect to have gone their way. But it did.
This is where YFP shines. It's this defensive side. They pop off. Absolutely nuclear on the retakes. info is going to be gathered towards A short right now with that drone being used by Corrupt. Alton mid. Maybe Mluo wants to break that garage cam, but instead it's going to be lurk front B. She's got a lot to worry about right now. This is going to be a very tough entry here. Scary Shark holding a stun out as well. Everything off of contact right now for the defensive side. Marceline jumping the gun a little too early, giving a lot of info into Mluo. Both players
Got the fault?
hit by this fault line, Doug.
Yeah, maybe Corrupt doesn't, but with the reposition there, it's going to get way more difficult. Scary Shark's able to get the first, traded right back, though, and now you see the pistols all in tandem, funneling out towards A.
Seconds left.
And that lurk front B as well, keeping multiple members there, so there is no flood right now. It's going to have to be a set retake versus post plant.
This is a really nice position up for Marceline. Well, never mind, position now given away. The stun's going to help it. It will buy some time. Get a little bit of damage dealt. Melia down to 20 HP, left alone and cleaned up. A big pistol needed because, Dre, you mentioned it. YFP thrive on this defensive side of Haven. You get that pistol away, and all of a sudden, we're tied at 7s.
Yeah, and if you don't get ecoed here, Doug, there's a chance that you could snowball this lead and put yourself in a spot like you did on the last map where you have a big buffer to accumulate a lot of ults together and string around like that. If RF can win this round, you're sitting at 9. If you cook something up for the bonus, maybe you get Kazler, Sova ultimate all 9. Anything is possible. You can really run away with this one.
Yeah, there wasn't much on the other side, but that was well done.
I like it from YFP, though. I like that they're not shying away from what has netted them a lot of success in the past. Going for these aggressive plays with the Breach Neon combo. It's something that you still have to keep doing no matter how the game is going, no matter what the score is. It's just so quiet across the map right now. Just now, YFP trying to get some info, but the A has already come through.
I thought there may have been a window there for Melia.
Yeah, at least one, right?
Yeah, gave it a good run.
Planted.
But tough indeed. So the spike gets planted. We'll see what kind of weapons they carry over. A Bulldog, 2 Bulldogs, and then Spectres. Unless YFP can do something to try to remove some of these weapons out of their hands.
It's not looking too good, Doug.
No.
It's not looking too good. And they're feeding ult orbs as well. But no one on RF is really close enough to have it matter going into the bonus round, so shouldn't be too bad of a detriment. But still, having all 5 guns alive for RF, they can cook something up here. And when you look at the economy on the other side, it was a big investment of sheriffs and shorties. You have so many players on light armor right now. Those Spectres, the Bulldogs, they all shred in moments like this.
Remember here, too, in the first half, they had an attempt at a bonus, and it was so close to converting, and they couldn't get it over the finish line. Will we see some of that again here?
All depends on if YFP can get an early first blood or not towards this A. RF are not playing into their hands. A little bit too ahead of the pack was Millie there. Not even a single ounce of supporting utility, not even a flash to take that garage space. You're gonna have to contact elsewhere though. That's why Mluo walking up C-Long. Should have heard that jump spot.
Here.
Definitely hears it now. Maybe a fault line to come out or a double swing.
You even saw the pings on the minimap as soon as that last one came through. Elaborate tagged up. Starting to drop some of the cages to provide some cover. There's still a trip on the other side too if they try to conceal it. Elaborate, nicely done. A second, meanwhile, a second kill with the judge from Elia.
A little taste of RF's own medicine. Elaborate. I have to shout that jump cage that was thrown from back sight. It was near perfect. Almost like a lineup jump throw. And basically made it so Mluo just couldn't see anything coming out of that choke. Worried about that trip. Turning from their own teammates' flash as well. Maybe thinking it was the enemy team.
Fully blind. You're right. He couldn't see anything at all. It's like trying to use Discord on light mode. It's just you can't see a thing.
You know, there's some people that actually do that, Doug. You know that, right?
Don't get me started. Yeah. Don't get me started. 3 rounds separating these two squads. Stun, but Marceline able to get past. The question is, do they know?
Tell you one thing right now, YFP definitely knows there's tons of players for it to take long.
Nothing found. Nothing found at all. Marceline digs their heels in, trying to hold the line, knowing there was a fight on the other side of the smoke.
Side smoke does come out though for Scary Shark, who runs through the smoke. Riv, quick to clean up, quick to get the second on Elaborate. And that's a full A site in effect right now for RF.
Good luck with this.
Yeah, just save the weapon at this point. That's what feels bad. You knew. You had all the info. You heard all the footsteps.
Yeah.
But the pace, the power of the jet updrafting to get all the info on where Marceline was playing. Yeah, Corrupt was able to get one to scavenge. But there's just too many bodies to deal with when you have a Guardian in that moment. Honestly, it would have been better to have a judge. Like... Super unfortunate.
Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Off of that, refrag will get to 10. And the window of opportunity for YFP to get back into this is getting smaller and smaller. I think, if I'm honest with you, in the back of my head, I always kind of expected this would go to 3 maps. And I always kind of expected YFP would win this one out. But the probability of that just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Yes, this should do.
And again, this is a map that YFP haven't dropped since last year, Doug.
Yeah, that's tough.
They've been so dominant on it. Beating Shopify, beating FlyQuest on multiple different compositions.
But given how this is on, like, knock knock, who's there? It's refrag.
Yeah.
And they're just, I mean, they're just doing whatever they want here. This is a really nice spot for Marceline. Again, an aggressive line, an aggressive position. No success found in the previous round, but this time at least one. But then they're done.
I mean, look at the spacing of refrag right now. The trades are instantaneous, it feels like. They're swinging together and everything, but now they're all corralled at A. If this rotate doesn't come in on time for YFP, this is going to be bad.
I don't know how it's going to come on time, man. It's got to be Scare Shark and Corrupt holding the line by themselves. Now Elaborate has arrived, and Emlo was playing in the smoke the entire time. The micro decision there to wait half a second before clearing the smoke and fighting back sight might have just won them this game.
Yeah, and then to walk out as well around that timing when Aluvali was going to grab the spike to get the kill on the player that was walking out back sight. There were so many things done well right there from Emluo. She played both smokes to perfection, the in and out on both ends. That causes YFP to take a timeout. But look at the ults, Doug. Look at the ults for RF right now.
It's a mess.
I mean, tournaments like this is why I love Valorant so much as a game. It's just so entertaining. You have the underdog story of RF making this crazy run. Like potentially taking out YFP on a map they haven't dropped in so long. Can't make it up.
Nope. YFP have to make up a plan here, though. I mean, they have to. And the problem is, though, Dre, I don't know what adjustments can be made. Like, they're trying to get these aggressive lines. They're trying to put Marceline in a position to make a play. They're trying to put tools in the hands of their shooters to convert, but it's not working.
Yep. The main problem is, Doug, is there's no follow-up. There's no one to help Marceline when she's in these spots. I mean, one of the times it was Corrupt, but I think there just needs to be an extra body on the battlefield. Maybe an Omen Flash, Paranoia, someone that can get really in the mix. Because as a Sova, you don't want to be the one that's really taking the forefront there. You have so much good utility that needs to be used in the mid-round.
Revealing area. Stuns them.
They've got Marceline's ult. What can they do with this? Corrupt's not going to be around to see it happen. There's the ult popped. The flash through, nothing connecting yet. Now pushing forward, 1 kill found. Aluvely falls at the hands of the finger guns.
There it
And
is.
they
There's
just
that
rotate
extra
away.
body I was mentioning about, Doug.
But even this, even that, Dre, like, Refrag just rotate away.
Yeah.
They decide they don't want to deal with the fight. They could just wait this out.
Thing is, it was the smokes player taken out, so any site exec from this point forward will be a little bit tough. And this is all a distraction. Riv is just a body bag, just trying to bait the rotations, keeping 3 members here. RF are calling this round to perfection right now, Doug. And Melia, she's going to have to come up huge, but she's going to be found out.
Paranoia's nice. It'll buy some time. Melia buying a little bit of smoke. Trying to reposition. What? Melia getting 2 there is nuts.
30 seconds left.
It's all because of Marceline with that neon stun. That was such a good time and a place for the neon stun to come out and help the anchor. YFP are still in this thing, man.
They still have a long way to go, though, to get back into this, but yeah, I guess. There's a lot to go, though, Dre.
It does feel like a bit of an uphill battle, to say the least. But that neon stun, I mean, it couldn't have been more perfect.
Yeah. It couldn't have been better.
And to not stun your own teammate at the same time.
Which is really hard to do.
That's I don't know how that didn't even happen. Like, was it a lineup? Like, how? Such a well-placed stun from Marceline. Still, so much to work with if you're RF, and this time it's going to be a B approach. Site is for free.
I like this.
Oh,
Tap
nice
the
bait.
spike towards B. Yep, draw at any utility. They did get the Paranoia out from Melia, and now they can go elsewhere.
The problem here is, though, they are running into this over-rotate of a stack that YFP is putting through. But it doesn't matter because Emluo gets a lurk kill into front B. Initiator utility gone. No flashes now.
I think there are 2 things going on here. It isn't just that they got the Rolling Thunder out, but there was no... I'm sorry, that the Breach dies B, but nobody got hit by that ult, so there wasn't even the opportunity to crunch in Garage.
No follow-up whatsoever. You're 100% correct. With that dart not clearing anything A long, it seeps doubt in the minds of YFP, but the hit is here. Marceline is going to be the only one to get here in time to support Corrupt.
This is going to hurt.
Retake.
Wait, the ult instantly cancels back out. So Melia doesn't fully stick it. Perhaps it doesn't matter now.
What a 1v1. I just can't make it up with Emluo. Wait a second, Doug.
Marceline trying to put the team on their back. Elaborate. Trying to carry some of the load. A 3v2 still. A dash away. And a wall up to buy some cover. To buy some time off the Paranoia. There's still a shot at this Kazler as ult, but it's way too close. And they've been caught. They've been found out. Position given away.
Silva ultimate.
Trying to reposition for the ult. You're absolutely right. You've got to win this fight. And cannot. Is there going to be enough time? Can you buy enough time? They understand there's pressure coming. A dart is all it is. Marceline on the swing, trying to stay alive. Elaborate's going to get the defuse. YFP get to 8.
Oh my gosh, YFP. They're doing it, Doug. They're slowly coming back. And it's not easy. It's not going to be easy if they want to make it happen. But if they can keep grinding these rounds out, there's a chance that they can bring it within 2 rounds. Right here.
And it has to be diligence from top to bottom, round after round. Keep your book straight. Don't do anything dumb. Don't get audited. Like, handle everything perfectly, because that's the only way you're going to get back into this. One slip up and you're cooked.
Oh my goodness. I just can't believe it. Marceline came up huge. Now the economy has finally been broken for RF. This time, maybe trying to actually commit into the B site. But Melia with the spam.
You cannot get thrifted here. You cannot get thrifted here.
Disastrous.
What a mess that would be. Melia's upgraded weapon. No armor to play with, though. They're going to try to get out on C, but Elaborate's ahead of this. Big kill if they can convert. Hazard's been spotted. And again, the wall's closing in. The spike now hitting the ground. And Elaborate should put any sort of threat out of this round. That's exactly what they do. YFP got to 9.
They dealt with that B pressure very well the last 2 rounds. This time actually getting some kills in the mix. A little bit of spam. Melia jumping the gun a little bit too early here, but that Sova ultimate prevailing in the end. And Elaborate had some really big moments here on site with a lot to deal with, honestly. You had to deal with garage window, front garage, a wrap from CT. But isolating the 1v1s the way that she wanted to made it look easy. I'm not sure if RF are aware that there is an operator in place, though. Marceline did not really show anything in that last round.
Yeah, I don't think so. And there's going to be action. They've taken the short line. Hazard's going to be up close. There's nowhere to go. As soon as the drone goes off, they know where they are.
And playing at a deficit like this, it's awesome to see that your duelist is still willing to take those type of risks, those type of peaks, because it was the right play indeed.
Yeah.
A lot of times duelists, they can get in their head in moments like this when it's so close. You don't want to make the mistake. You don't want to overpeak, especially when you're using that operator. Sometimes just wait for them to walk into your crosshair, right? But most of the time, the most impactful duelists are the ones that force the plays themselves. And having no Sova on the field now for the attacking side makes it so hard to pick where you want to go. They're picking right, Doug.
At least they're trying to throw a little bit of misdirection. I don't think this was ever an intent to go B. Clear the dart to force rotations out from the defense. But they're going to end back C.
Yeah,
And
it's not going to work in their favor, though, because the C
No.
pressure game.
Exactly.
30 seconds left.
Melia's here, Elaborate's here, and there's no way they know that. There's no way they know that. Now they know. That was a dink, but it got traded back. What a shot from Luli. Melia, though, the second trap off of the paranoia, only tagging on to one. Can Luli do it again? A little bit of help from Riv, who's joined up. Millie's now dead. That's not going to help, but Riv's gotten 2. 2 more to be found off of the flash. Patience on the swing. 2 targets, none found. Marceline gets 3. YFP get another.
Op saved into the next round as well. YFP have brought this within 1 round. The economy of RF. It's really worse for wear right now. There's a chance to tie it up. There's a chance to take the lead. You feel the momentum shift. RF need to call a timeout right now. They need to figure out what's been going wrong for them. There's been a lot of space control gained from YFP on this defensive side. That push down C long was the perfect call.
How quickly things can change. 3 minutes. I mean, 3 minutes ago, we were talking about RF at 11-7, and what are they going to do? How are they going to get back into this? If you're YFP, and everything's changed, and now we've gone back to the plot that has been this entire series. RF need to find a way to respond.
And they're forcing into this round, too. A lot of light armor. It's a walk down mid right now for Marceline.
And there's nothing to ensure that that's not happening. There's no cam, there's no drone, there's nothing.
Smoke top C should give the confidence of RF to slowly creep up and pop from within the smoke. Here comes the 3-2-1s across the board.
Flash, dash. Everything invested. The problem with this is YFP are going to have everything to fight back. A lot of utility was just dumped out onto this site. Patience there out from Kazler. Very nicely done. Repositioning, knowing the second shark was on the way. Is there going to be a smoke for them to be able to cross back out and go towards long? Or do they try to fight? Do they try to hold here? The Neon ult has been popped. It's a stun. It's a delay. Millie was left. A sacrificial lamb to try to get any kills, and one was found. But now all attention, all eyes, all crosshairs towards long. They've got to find a way to make a short attempt at this. The Scary Shark is just going to stick it the whole way, but it got stopped. Halfway done, though. Elaborate has to do it on their own. A 1v1. Can Elaborate stick it? Can Elaborate stick it? Yes! Unbelievable! The Red Bull clutch! We're tied!
My gosh, Aluvali just shuffling guns, trying to find a weapon with ammo to get that spam. With the half from Scary Shark. It was absolutely perfect. It was immaculate. It's just like that. It's the timeout now for refrag. How is this happening? How are we tied up? So many of these retakes have gone the way of YFP. Their defensive side, Doug. Look at that timeline. 3 defuses in the last 5 rounds.
I would love, and I don't think we're going to be able to do it, but I would love to see Aluvali's POV there. I don't know if that's possible. It might not be at this late of an ass, but
yeah, she was definitely shuffling around trying to find any type of gun that had ammo in it. Everyone was spamming the spike at that moment. Oh my gosh. What a complete swing of emotions. It really felt like YFP were down and out. But it really was Marceline on that retake previously, that first string of rounds that they were able to accumulate. Getting 2 in a 5v3 scenario.
Caution here. Right here.
Bringing their team all the way back into it. The op wasn't gained in that round, but it's not really going to matter considering the firepower you're going up against here. It should be a match point unless Millie has something to say about it.
so Luli doesn't. Not this time. And Millie was only able to get 1. Again, the Sheriff's causing a little bit of trouble. It's all on Emlo now. A 1v3 with the Sheriff.
I have retrieved the spike.
Fake TP. And they took the bait. YFP gets a map point. I can't believe this.
That A fight. One of the first times we've seen the Omen here towards the A site as well. Paranoia can be so useful from that spot. It's what I was mentioning earlier, the change that I thought that YFP should have made. They finally do it. It's such a crucial moment to put them on match point. And if you're RF right now, you're like, how is this happening again? It's always so close between these two teams on Haven. I guess history might repeat itself. 4 members, Doug, of YFP at this A site. Not a singular doubt in their mind.
Gotta convert here. Oh no. How did those two keep this back on their own?
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
What's the response? What do Refrag do here? They still have members up. They still have a chance at this fight. But a re-hit towards A?
Yeah, is anybody going to clear Scary Shark? These close corners in the middle of a fight, but of course Amluo doesn't hit the shot this time. How?
That's the dagger. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the dagger. YFP take Haven with the ridiculous comeback. 13-11 to take us to Abyss. I have lost my mind.
My mind has been lost since that comeback started, Doug. The 5v3 to make the comeback. Marceline coming up clutch. Huge. When it just looked like it was just done. It was going to be match point for YFP. Oh my gosh.
Fortunately, for those of you who are watching at home, you've been gifted with another map. The first 2 have been exceptional. The third should be the exact same. Abyss on the cards to close out this series. We'll see you guys soon.
Well, I certainly hope nobody here made plans for after today's broadcast, because we are going the distant tier in lower round 3, determine who's moving on to the lower finals. Honestly, I kind of thought at a point, Wyatt, that YFP were a little cooked. The refrag, they were doing so well. They had the lead, and YFP slowly but surely brought it back and are going to close out Haven.
Yeah, evidently on Haven, YFP are the definition of they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. This is the second time that they've just been down and out, and then suddenly, huge comeback on Haven to win the map. They did it against Shopify, they've done it against Refrag, and they did it this time on the other half. So sure, they decide to turn up on one half, whether it be attack or defense, every time they play this map. It was a sick comeback.
Look, I'm telling you that there's something about these players that make them catch fire. We saw it a little bit in the first map, but this one, I mean, everybody was on one in that second one. Particularly Marceline, Corrupt had their moments. Everybody really turned up, and I think as well, some big misplays by Refrag in the end. Like this round in particular, the one that we just saw where they all went and played post plant off of the site. Yeah, the retake was very strong there from YFP, but nobody contested whatsoever, and you end up with a defuse like that. So well played by YFP, and Refrag needs to be able to close out maps like that, because that was in the bag.
One of those rounds you think about when you're trying to sleep at night, like, man, if only. But hey, this was so close, and a true testament to both these teams. YFP going into this, I think we talked about a clear favorite for Refrag being able to push them to this limit, and even just going across the board, Wyatt, looking at the scores from the map, I mean, this was, even if there's a couple mistakes, like, these teams were shooting.
For sure, and still, it remains to be the case. These YFP players, as far as the mechanics of the aim, it is just nasty. I mean, I feel like I'm about to repeat what Bala just said, but yeah, it's like at any given moment, even Elaborate at the bottom of the scoreboard had some crucial multi-kill rounds, right? And their ability on defense to play for some of those flood situations and the big set retakes with that composition, having the multiple stuns from the Neon and the ability to get in off the breach was just so potent, so strong for them.
Yeah, and IFB and being able to get these shots and being able to have that mental to bounce back when we got to see that comeback come together, really, really showing true. I mean, looking back at around, what was it, 19, 21, 22, if my memory serves me right, the later half of that, Wyatt, these retakes and like what YFP was able to string together was just chef's kiss.
And it was really Marceline being able to create so much space on the Neon in these situations. Heads up moments like you saw Elaborate there, sort of almost like reflanking, picking off that flanker, and then they're able to just focus forward here. These retakes were fantastic, and yeah, multiple of them were the crucial element of being able to bring this game all the way back. That crazy diffuse stick that Elaborate had over towards C. Like, Refrag, they were able to get the spike down. They were able to penetrate into the sites, but this post-plant play, it was just way too good.
And this one too, I mean, this is what I was talking about. Look at all this retake util, it's very good. Millie even does well to get one, but then everybody else. There's no flank here coming from Refrag. There's no, nobody holding garage at all. Everybody just falls back in this position, and yeah, there's some maps you could play like this, but C-Long is so difficult in these instances, especially there where Refrag, again, still have the tools to play spam. They'll have the tools to play up on that, and there's no counter util that you could use. Like, you think back a couple rounds before that, right, where you had that ult, that Sova ult going down long A. If you had these tools, you could play in those situations, but without them, all of a sudden you're looking like sitting ducks.
Yeah, and someone who we talked about when we're looking at this comeback, and even just at the beginning of the series, was Marceline. We got to talk a little bit more, especially maybe the impact wasn't quite as flashy as we've gotten to see in some of the other games, but I think especially like more near the tail end of that, even just Wyatt, I'm thinking of the last round, just the confidence to swing around the corner. I mean, it was a slow but gradual warming up.
I mean, just look at the difference in the stats between the first and second half. Crazy turnaround. Double ACS, over 3x the kills, over 2x the KDA. Huge turnaround for that second half. Again, so much of it was on the retakes, being the tip of the spear. making that space for her teammates, but then also just finding the kills off the setup from the initiator utility that was coming in was the driving force of that comeback. Just such a display of that mental fortitude, the ability to keep yourself in the game and even elevate your play despite such a tough start.
I mean, I think of that mental fortitude, and I'm thinking back to when YFP was able to take down Shopify Rebellion on this map, and it was also a comeback there. I mean, YFP, when we're looking at Haven and Bala, their past experiences with it, this has been a map that has been so strong. So even if it was a little worrisome at first, being able to have that mental and everything in the back pocket, especially when you're having this Marceline that's warming up, that fares so well for even just the momentum going on forward in the series.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you remember back to the first map, what it was like 18-3 in terms of first kills, first deaths. Like, very, very big difference here. And I think a big part of it is Marceline coming online, right? You saw a lot of those on defense in that second half. You saw a lot of those interrupting types of plays as Refrag's going for these defaults that just weren't there on Bind. So if we continue to see that, it's going to be, again, you're seeing these questions and teams have to answer them back and forth. We saw it in the first map from Refrag. All the first kills that they're getting here, all the really, really nice plays from Emluel on the Lurk, those just don't exist. And now it's YFP asking the same question, like, how are you going to deal with the fast tempo that we can inject into the round at a moment's notice?
I mean, the question that I have is who's going to be closing out this final map of the series? Who's going to be moving on into this lower finals? Because ahead of the series, and even just this entire main event, it's been talks of YFP closing out that last one. They have the momentum, but well, I don't know why. This has been a close series through and through.
For this third map, it's one that both teams are typically floating, but both look really good on. Both of them actually had gone up against Mesos Millionaires earlier in the tournament, who more often than not were first picking Abyss, and both of these teams actually picked up a win over them. So I think it bodes well for the level of play that we're going to see here. And Refrag in particular, you were asking, Arten, for more of that proactive lurking, flanking from Emluo. There was that in spades in their match the other day, so I'm looking for that turnaround from her. She does need to keep up that high level of play, step things up here on the final map if they want to get into the top three, have a shot to make it, through the lower final to the finals.
Yeah, I'm looking forward in particular to the duel in mid. A lot of teams battle over that space so that they can then focus on holding down the extremities, holding down the lurks that are going on. So whoever's going to be able to, Marceline, Millie, whoever it is, the smokers oftentimes get up involved in that. That battle is going to be crucial. Whether it happens in mid, whether it happens anywhere else, I'm definitely looking at that one. Millie so far has not had a big stamp on the game, but she's going to have to if they want to take it over and actually get through that top three, which nobody in the server right now has been able to do ever.
It all comes down to this one final map to determine who's going to be moving on into the lower finals and who has the dreams dashed away right now. So it's time to head into Abyss. Final map of the day, and for the final time, head on over to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
Oh, thank you so much. We have had a wild time for the last couple of hours, and for things to end on Abyss, as Sierra so eloquently put, hopes and dreams die at the end of this series for one of these two teams. We're 45 minutes away from kind of seeing how things pan out, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Dre, a pleasure to share this call with you. What are your thoughts on the comps so far?
It seems pretty standard, nothing new. I'm a big fan of the Harbor Omen on this map. I mean, I said it the last time that YFP played against Mesos, and really the only thing that both these teams have in common is beating Mesos on this map. They have no history playing Abyss against each other whatsoever.
Feeling area.
Start to see some of the Harbor utility. We're going to talk about that a lot. This map, this wall sectioning off middle of the map. You're already seeing the door cleared out to give them a little bit more room to work with.
All this is to spread the defense thin. Have to have multiple eyes looking at mid. That relieves a lot of pressure from the actual sites. So when you do go for an exec, either A main or B main, there's not that third player that's ready and geared waiting for you quickly. And honestly, just taking this free mid space as well allows you to formulate whatever type of plan you want. Looks like it's going to be an A lean right now. No info right now for the side of RF.
But they're ahead of. I mean, you just saw that refresh smoke outside of A main. You're gonna try to split that way, but Millie's in a really good spot too.
You're being faced by 2 members, and she's gonna be cut off by that second harbor wall that's about to come off.
Ahead of the smoke, the paranoia too, but again, the timing on this is really nice. Oh, but Millie gets caught anyway. Tried playing on the other side of the smoke. The flash through over the top as you see all members of YFP flooding out onto the site. Kaiser and Emluo, the only 2 that remain from a very far distance.
Spike planted.
And there's just so many smokes on the site, even for the post plant. You have a cascade to follow up once that wall goes down into CT. Another Omen smoke into heaven. And this is going to be one of the most impossible, I was going to say one of the most impossible 2v4s, but that shotgun did a lot of damage.
Emluo, 1v3 all week. 1.
Oh.
Almost hits the second. There's the tap. Not able to connect. I thought there was a moment there where we were going to have something special, but Elaborate stops it. YFP get the pistol.
Yeah, that's a super cool strat. Taking their time as well. Excuse me, bro. Was YFP.
No, you choked up. I get it. Beautiful.
I choked. Yeah, but taking control of mid slowly was YFP, and then leading into the A split with the different layers of smoke and just the sheer bodies that they have. It was honestly well coordinated. The timing was perfect. And Illuvili tried to sneak into that smoke in CT to try to catch members off guard as they're running in, maybe throwing utility, but just couldn't quite connect with the classic right click.
Second pass at the same wall. Comboed with a dart. A little shaky on the first. I thought Elaborate wasn't going to be able to settle, but nicely done to dispose of Illuvili.
The smokes player down and out for the count, so now YFP can afford to contact even further with that outlaw or these vandals if they wish to. And they're playing the map really well right now, Doug. This is looking like they have a really deep understanding of how to approach this attacking side with the double controller. A lot of conditioning already being shown, defaulting being shown to work.
Standing ahead.
Explain that to me and to viewers at home a little bit more, Dre. What is it about Harbor that allows that kind of conditioning, especially on a map like Abyss, so much better than, say, a Viper or another agent like that?
Well, you essentially have 4 smokes, right? You have the orb, you have 2 cascades, and you have the wall that comes up. So you could actually have more than 4 smokes within the round. So you could afford to use the Harbor wall to take space like a Viper would regularly, and then have it again for the next execute when you actually want to show where you're going. Or use it to paint even. You know, there's so many possibilities with this character's kit, and his ultimate on top of it all just gives you a free B or a free A site. Or so it should feel. Obviously, you can dance around, you know, the concussive blast in the water that's being shown, but it's still very hard to do so. You're able to isolate different types of angles, different types of fights. It's such a unique character.
We'll see how much more they continue to lean into that and play that to perfection.
Right here. Standing ahead.
This is such a good buy as well. This time they're using an Omen smoke to cover Broken Door as they slowly creep up. This is the first time they've taken really aggressive space in mid, and this is why the Omen smoke is here. It's to get close to the judge. There's the cascade to scale even more, Doug.
Again, a cool idea.
Super
with the
cool
judge
idea.
on the other side, yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay out, but you can. I mean, you were talking about it earlier, Dre, and I think that even that kind of highlighted it. They have a lot of really cool ideas with how to execute this comp.
Yeah, super cool. Even that little cascade right there barely covers over the top. Marceline gets taken out. Honestly, RF have done a really good job weathering the storm of what has been this unique Harbor utility.
Oh, they have this round at least.
Yeah.
And they're still not out of the woodworks quite yet. Corrupt and Elaborate still in a position here, but Emluo's position even better. Again, the timing outside of these smokes. Emluo, you know, the Death talked about it a lot. Corrupt's left in a 1v2, not able to save that round as Refrag get on the board. The Death talked about it a lot. We talked about it a little bit in the cast as well. Emluo has been exceptionally good, man.
Yeah, she's been insane. I mean, she was kind of fallen off a little bit towards the end there. If Haven couldn't quite close it out for her team. But can't help but feel like she feels an immense amount of pressure because a lot of the success of this RF team is behind those opening entries that she does get. Sometimes that can make you kind of force the fact a little bit more than perhaps you should.
Well, perhaps a little bit of aggression here towards Elaborate. You've got a flash setup and a slow walk out. There could be a pounce here depending on how they try to play this. Or they just hold the line. It's exactly what Refrag are doing.
Flash doesn't connect, but Elaborate will. She's just going to get out of dodge here, Doug. She has support as well from Corrupt. All of a sudden, RF have to back up, and that's your smokes player down and out again, Doug. It's really tough to come back in these rounds.
Exactly where you are.
You don't have controller. Not even the jet smoke covering that entire choke. Like,
that second cascade is starting to come through. Marceline's already fallen. And they're not going to allow any entry into A. Even on the other side of the opener from Elaborate onto Aluvli, this is very nicely done.
I wonder right now for Melia if you're going to do that. A connector smoke, break the door, kind of fake like you're going back towards A. The spike actually being towards B, but the camera does get good info. The rotations are coming out, and Melia hears everything right now, Doug. She's calming everything for her team right now.
30 seconds left.
Might even get away with more than just info. Yep, that's one kill found. Oh, and they've gotten a little bit aggressive here. Second smoke through. The fake TP. Yep, beautifully played.
Wow.
And now there's going to be an even later flank. Yes. Because as soon as they turn their attention back towards B, they can retake the space.
Actual
Melia has just put on. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to call it. Unless they just get turned on to close the round, which would be tragic. Mluo falls. Millie does too. I mean, the late flank isn't even...
Hold up.
Well,
maybe we're going to get it.
Two. A tap.
It's
Dart
coming.
Cleared. Knife in hand, and Riv has an idea, but no real way. Melia does get it to close out the round. YFP gets a 3.
She got it, but what a nice job, honestly, just being in that lurk spot, and everything was just a constant flow of communication. Hey, they're rotating here. They just got here. I'm going to cut off a rotate even. I'm still going to keep a player here for the retake. It was so nice. I mean, here it is. Here's the replay. You get the kill. Omen TP away. Smoke yourself out. Hit the late flank to secure the round no matter what. So many different win conditions in this round for YFP. They're continuing their hot streak.
This time they're ahead of this wall, and they've cleared the dart, so they know that there's at least one around here.
Yeah, but the problem is now B is free off of that pick from Elaborate. This outlaw has been absolutely tearing through the defense right now. This is a different type of YFP, Doug. Is that a no-scope?
Yeah.
Is that a no-scope?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is terrifying here for Refrag, because you compare how this has gone to Haven, for example, where Refrag really felt like they had a plan. They had a lot of cool things going on. They were able to get an early lead over YFP. And even when YFP was kind of fighting their way back into this, I think this timeout makes a ton of sense. Refrag were showing some mettle.
Yeah.
This has not been that.
No, not at all. And you know what it is with this YFP team? And this is what I was going to say earlier is this was the same story 2 days ago, Doug. They ended up chopping the first map. The second map was shaky. And then the third map was just completely dominant. It's like once they get that pressure off of their shoulders, they're able to perform at max peak. And they go crazy.
Yep.
This is why they're a part of the big three, as we like to say, me and Athena. But
bro, y'all really trying to get that to stick, huh?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. YFP big three for sure, all day long, baby. But YFP, I mean, if they want to qualify, for Berlin, I mean, they gotta win it all, Doug.
Yep.
They have to win it all.
Yeah, break down the scenario for me.
Yeah, so in terms of points right now, even if FlyQuest get third against YFP, thinking that YFP make it out of this, of course, obviously, with the way that this series has been going, you just never know. But FlyQuest have enough points, even if YFP decide to beat FlyQuest on that day. FlyQuest make it through if YFP cannot beat Shopify. So that's how it goes. That is how the story goes. They have to win everything from this point forward to make it to Berlin.
Which in some ways makes it very simple. You know what you have to do. The fate is kind of in your hands.
Take flight.
But unfortunately, while simple, it's not easy. They have to win out.
They can tap into this type of team, the confident one where they do everything correct. They're all firing at all cylinders. This is when this team looks the most deadly.
Wait, they don't know. Emlo was in such a good spot. The dart was too deep, and I thought Emlo was going to be able to get the best of Marceline, but still nicely handled. Oh, that was almost disaster. Now they're going to invest, and they're investing the Hunter's Fury too. Scary Shark applying a little bit of pressure. That flash is not going to help them. What? Still getting one? Elaborate trying to take a step back as they try to bring Rift back into the fold. Elaborate on the early swing. Aluvli forgets that. Don't worry about bringing up your teammate. Get the best of Elaborate. That's exactly what they do.
And yeah, you use 2 ultimates to come back into the half, stop the bleeding a little bit more. But on the other side, I mean, I'm still surprised that Nora hit that shot. That was insane. And this entry from Marceline as well.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's actually just cracked.
Goes there.
This shows you how much RF has to do to win these rounds. They have to just do the most. YFP, they got some shooters, and they're all turned up at this very moment. Perfect timing for them, even though they lost the last round.
Marceline getting tagged up pretty badly to start things off.
Trades across the board once more. Key difference here is those trades were off of a default. This drone in mid is going to get a lot of info on the Scary Shark. We know the Harbor's in mid now.
That's dangerous, but what a shot!
Yeah, the double dip.
Standing ahead.
Paid out, though. But it's not paying out anymore. Corrupt on the counterpart, and now that's a free spike to be planted.
Yeah, that well is run dry.
There's 2 cascades still in play right now for the side of YFP, but Corrupt is doing most of the heavy lifting.
Hey, they're running away with this.
Yeah.
This feels so decisive. I mean, even expecting the flash on the other side of the harbor wall and Corrupt waiting that out, knowing what was going to come, repositioning around on site as beautifully as they just did, and then obviously hitting all the shots. That's the most important part, but man, they're clicking.
Absolutely. Just everybody on point right now. And the game plan going into this map has definitely been just running circles around RF. This mid pressure, it just can't be handled right now. You have to send so many more players there. And the only other obvious solution is to have, you know, your Cypher cam there and your Cypher trips, but then all of a sudden your A and B site get even weaker.
This is interesting. Aluvuli's going to get ahead of all of this utility. I don't think the knife would have tagged. Meanwhile, the knives going up. The Cove to provide some cover. There's going to be a really late flank coming in from Aluvuli. Again, the pacing on this is everything. You got to hit the shots. A little bit messy on the first 2. Gets a shot at a second, connects. All of that was off of Aluvuli not getting tagged by some of that early utility from the dart and the wall combo that they've been doing every single round.
Yeah, and it wasn't pretty.
Your fault.
But you still got the job done, but problem is the round's not done yet. Marceline has a free B site. That neural theft, that's going to be full info right now for the attacking side. That B site is still open and free. And that trip getting hit at A is making RF spin in even more circles. That's why you see Millie looking towards that middle of the map, but it's a slow walk out of heaven for Riv, who just gets plucked out.
That's a tough thing too, is, well, not able to, yeah. This is getting dangerous. An Outlaw is not the weapon you want in a position like this. Again, it's on Corrupt, and now position going to be given away off of the neural theft. That shock's going to hurt. Oh, it just barely misses the mark. 16 HP for Millie, getting one down. That's Emluo. Now the easy job is left, and Corrupt's reading it. It's just patient, and she is. 3 fall as the Red Bull clutch comes through, and I mean, we can call it a clutch, but Dre, that was almost a thrifty.
Yeah,
it works out for YFP anyway.
Yeah, YFP dodged a bullet there off of the back of Corrupt. But still, I mean, Corrupt is playing at such a high level right now. This weird little cheeky off angle on top of the ledge and crouched. There's no way your crosshair is ready for that. It leaves Millie in such an awkward spot. You have to hit a crazy flick to secure the round. It's just too much to deal with. YFP, this pressure, and now this attacking operator. This is something that Elaborate has shown in the past. She pops off with it, Doug. She honestly buys Outlaw and Hop as much as she can on this map.
Yeah, I respect it.
I suggest you move.
A perfect Harbor wall for this execute and Harbor ultimate. It's a free A site. There are trips in play though.
One cleared, the other one has not yet.
Okay.
Not connecting on that up shot, just narrowly missing. There's the second trip. That's 2 misses. You don't get many more shots like that. Yeah, Riv was like there, but still alive. Still in the fight. Meanwhile, Corrupt getting 2 with the ult.
Now a drone with the Silver Dart to follow up. Elaborate. It's going to take out Riv finally. It's just so tough to play against. And maybe a little bit of miscommunication, maybe a little bit of tilt from the side of RF. A lot of people just jumping the gun a little bit too early there. That Omen Smoke was not able to come out in the choke at A main to deny that operator from getting value.
They feel really outclassed here, Dre.
Yeah, it's tough.
This feels like the first time that Refrag really... It feels like YFP are head and shoulders above here. And I know it's only 5 rounds, and I know a lot can change, but a lot of these smaller things that aren't going their way, it feels a little bit more indicative than just, oh, momentum is going the way of YFP here.
Yeah. Last time RF won this map was against Mesos, and they only were able to get 5 rounds on the defensive side. They were able to win out on the attack, but I just feel like with the way that the game feels, YFP have a very, very strong read of how RF like to approach this map.
I mean, even that situation right there.
Yeah.
Aluvli tries to get, yes, it's an eco, but Aluvli tries getting pretty aggressive as far as positioning goes, and it's perfectly read by Melia.
And all the different layers that are being shown. Sova just droning here to keep 2 players A while everybody's already walking towards B. Now the exec is coming through right now. Mluo will take out Marceline.
The Sheriffs again, causing problems. And as has been the case, Refrag gets something to give you a little bit of hope, just a glimmer. And then as soon as you're lulled into thinking there's a shot at this, YFP slammed the door on the damn thing.
The problem is it's only been on these Sheriff rounds, on these ecos for RF, where they've actually looked competitive and looked like they've stood a chance. Those Sheriffs can only get you so far. You're still outgunned. You're going up against an operator. Flash doesn't even connect. Elaborate is feasting on this half. This YFP, this confident version of YFP. This is the team that looks like, you know, they can take maps off of Shopify. They can take maps off of FlyQuest. They need to tap into this earlier on in the series that they play, Doug. If they could play like this consistently, they would be up there. They would be a force to be truly reckoned with.
Yes. And, you know, maybe some people just like drama.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe some people just like drama, and maybe that's just how YFP like to play things. And but for whatever the reason, it's better late than never. There is no way for Refrag to make any aggressive play towards A main.
Yeah.
This Cascade and then Dart combo towards A main just denies all of that.
Eyes down.
And then in general, you just don't want to peek out because there's an operator in play, right? That allows YFP to walk all the way up B and cut off the rotations. It's just a masterclass. Just say it again. Keep saying it.
It's off the rails. I mean, it's off the rails, yeah. What do? They're once again broke. They have to save.
It's nothing. Just got to pray that you get the last round of the half. At this point, anything helps. And, you know, it's just tough for some of these teams. You know, I'm not sure if RF has a coach and et cetera, but you don't have the complete structure around you and you lose the way that you lost on the last map after being ahead, it can be so hard to bounce back from mentally. And it really does look that RF have just run out of steam.
Yep.
Last round before the switch.
What they kept finding their stride to keep things competitive, but you know, you mentioned it, we can call it a couple of different ways. They run out of gas, you know, whatever it is, that hasn't been the case here on Abyss. They haven't found that gear.
Yeah, usually it's off of the back of like heroics from Emluo or, you know, Illuvili with the anchoring.
Yeah.
Right now you got Kazler sitting at the top, who honestly played great on that Haven map as well. Finally, now we're seeing some aggression, but
Camera taken out.
it'd be a little too late. And even so, the operator at the other end of this, Elaborate's still popping off, still dropping bombs.
And she's doing it on her own. That was her own cam setup. That was her own setup. There wasn't like a crossfire setup or bait from anyone else. That's beautiful Cypher play.
Exactly where you are.
The Cypher ultimate too. As if they needed even more of a clearer picture to paint.
Yeah, the Outlaws going off too. We talked about hopes and dreams ending just a few minutes ago. I didn't realize it was going to end in nightmare, not like this. I mean,
yeah, with how the first two maps went, so competitive, so close. The never-ending battle. One team wins 5 rounds, the other team comes back, wins 4. But this has just been a complete obliteration, a complete stomp. YFP, Elaborate, sitting at 18-5 on the Cypher. That's another benefit of running the double controller. You kind of allow your Cypher to take certain timings on her own. She's able to look for more duels. Doesn't have to play for the team as much. Pistol round, it's dire for RF.
Yeah. We talk about must wins. That's about as best as you can possibly say that. This position's really nice from Melia too. I mean, why would you be expecting the Omen posted up in the cage? This is a great response out from Merv though. It's fallen down to a 2v2. Illuvili has nothing but a classic though. Full armor, or light armor, excuse me. So a chance to take a little bit of damage. And unbeknownst to Illuvili, it's a 1v1 on the site right now. A little bit of noise made. Now the second swing coming through. And that might be the final nail in the coffin, Dre. YFP, they're running away with this.
Yeah, this is going to be such a hard round to eco as well for RF. You're going to probably see a bunch of Outlaws in play for YFP. And a bunch, I say, you know, just one, I guess. But look at the weaponry diff. And if you're RF, I don't blame you for trying to buy into this, but Sheriff full armor, it's just not it, Doug. It's just not it. We'll see if I bite my words here shortly. Can't help but feel like it's just going to be the most uphill of battles. And Melia on the Omen on this B site. We saw so many different things. That same smoke in the pistol round, this time playing in it with a judge. Scary Shark, easy pick'ems in A main, all one by one. The 4K to close out the flawless round.
Match point.
A whimper for refrag this map. And that feels bad to say, but it really just kind of describes the situation. And this multi-kill, yes, it was against an eco, but even the judge kill at the beginning of the round really just kind of put a punctuation mark, an exclamation point, if you will, on the whole situation. I mean, the timeline is accurate here. The timeline really does tell the whole story. And now you've got refrag on this hobbled by, put together like Frankenstein parts in order to keep your season alive.
Just full sending it out mid, all 5 members. Surely this is the end right here, but Millie has something to say about it. Is it enough though, Doug?
A little bit of pace could be overwhelming. Scary Shark, remember, was the massive wall in the previous round. This time falls. They're upgrading weapons along the way too. Corrupt and Melia, 2 left standing. In the face of a ferocious 4, they're fighting to keep their tournament life alive.
Remaining.
It's all into Melia now.
Yeah, the last
they're all weak.
member alive.
They're all weak. Dre, this would... I mean, I guess it doesn't get any more devastating than being knocked out of the tournament, but...
Yeah. Okay, we
32 HP.
We got there at the end. Well, some players are low.
HP. Yeah. Well, they've all been low. That's what makes it so concerning. But 2 bullets left. There's not a lot of time. Slammed shut very quickly. And it doesn't seem like RF are going to drop any of these weapons either.
Yes.
So they keep what? Bulldog, a Guardian, and an Outlaw into the next.
Yeah, and then remember, this is YFP's bonus. So they have a full buy going into this round. So still full advantage the way of YFP. Everything to work with right now. They could really take their time if they wanted to. Should be no pressure at all for YFP to close this one out. Not just yet, at least.
This is a nice spot.
We'll see if RF can string some rounds together here and maybe put up a little bit of a fight. Don't you love a good fake comeback, Doug?
Right here.
You know how I feel about those. Interesting here. The harbor wall from YFP, not as deep. The last couple of rounds, it had been a little bit deeper and it had been from A main, but this time they dart behind it. They take all of the space. They've invested the reckoning. They've got him corralled and controlled. They've got him in the pen. And they might be dealing this final death blow right here and right now. And they might do it with all 5 standing. YFP make a mockery of refrag on map 3 to stay alive and advance.
Jeez. The flank in mid, everyone corralled, everyone crunched up on that site. And it was just perfection from the side of YFP. I mean, dropping the bonus round, you're supposed to lose that. Yeah, maybe not to share a full armor buy, but you got there nevertheless. And congrats to YFP. That was a hard-fought series. I mean, it really could have been a 2-0 the way of refrag, and I'm sure there's going to be some nightmares haunting all those remaining members going into next year. That's a tough pill to swallow if you refrag. You were so close. So
and it's a long off season too, man. You're right. There's a lot of time to think about how that went down. And I think we can mention that a little bit on the side of refrag, but then also for YFP, talk about, grit. Talk about getting hit in the face and then punching right back. They could have lost on Haven. They almost lost on Haven. They looked dead. And they just roar back into a ridiculous manner to carry that momentum into an absolute stomp on Abyss. What a ridiculous performance. They're going to survive. They're going to advance. We're going to a break. You guys get some water. There's an interview on the other side of this. Do whatever you got to do, but you're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you guys soon.
well, when we look back at this series, the first two maps being so close, expectations for the third would be the same, but YFP had a completely different plan for this. From the get-go, they set the pace, they took off running, and they didn't slow down. I think that bodes so well for them being this top 3 team, the one that could get the upset. For Refrag, it was devastating.
No, honestly, I think we're playing all the general highlights, but the very first one that we've seen was really the most important. It was simply Melia standing in mid, killing a rotate. That was the story of the entire half. Pure map control from YFP, always dominating over mid, cutting off the rotates, getting free picks there. That Harbor was paying dividends as far as the map control game went overall. So much pressure was being applied by that early wall that was being placed, faking out like they could be controlling one part of the map and then executing elsewhere. It was a great attacking game plan from YFP, and it worked exactly as they drew it up.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about the battle from mid right off the bat. I mean, starting off on pistol round, inserting somebody deep, that sort of thing is crucial to maintaining a good game plan going forward, and that's what they did. So, you know, I don't love to see the way that Refrag went out here, but I love to see the way that YFP closed out this series. I mean, dominant. And this is what I'm hoping for from these players. These players, again, to reiterate, they can heat up. We've already seen them take down FlyQuest in a third-party tournament. We've already seen them take a map off of Shopify in a fashion that we saw in this very series, a comeback on Haven, and now here they make it to the top 3 for something that hasn't been done by any of the players on their team so far in GC. For a new team, this is incredible stuff to close out the year in such a fashion, and they're still in it. They could still go further. So really, really important that they get big wins and their emotions continue to rise.
Especially when you're looking at the upset they need to pull off if they want to find themselves at Berlin. Being able to end off this final map with such confidence, I think, is so huge. And looking back at this map, I mean, they played lights out. But Wyatt, even looking back at the composition and how that was able to enable them, that was just a huge difference right there.
Yeah, I was so impressed by the gameplay and win this Harbor. On this initial round, look at the wall on the minimap. It just faded, but it's sent up at the top of the round, so Scary Shark can pressure all the way up here, get all of this space. Cove goes down so they can just stay alive, go back towards B, meet up with the team, and then go into this full execute that they had been doing. Dark cover for Heaven. And then here comes the cycle of that Harbor wall. Again, it's going to go up to cut off all these angles deep on the right, get some safe passage up, and then this A-site execute that they were going for. Look at this wall again. It cuts off Heaven, cuts off main perfectly, and then the ult, the Reckoning on top of that just to get the site for free, and still always controlling mid, cutting off the rotates. Elaborate didn't get the kill there, but did get the leg shot at the very least. They were just controlling the map everywhere. Like, always control of mid. The wall was getting so much value on the executes. This Harbor game plan was really fantastic.
Just refrag. They just didn't have an answer to it. Then it was a refrag that we've gotten to see that confidence through the series, and going up against this Harbor and everything else, it wasn't clicking. And for it to be ending off that way, I mean, it happens, but it's not just the comp. I mean, while talking about the players, Elaborate was someone that managed to get that one stick defuse over in Haven, and then changed momentum. And then now, all right, well, also just popping off in the server.
Absolutely, this player was dominating in crucial moments earlier on in the series, and then over on this map. I mean, Wyatt's already pointed out some great examples of them controlling mid. Controlling the extremities, but yeah, every single time there's a flip, Elaborate's the first one on the other side of the map, leading the charge, right? If there's not a flip, they're the ones really providing pressure down mid. There's so many of these instances where, yeah, like Wyatt said, picking off every time down middle there. How many op kills did we just see when there's nothing else going on other than the hit on the site, where they're just looking down mid, free kill, somebody's rotating, easy clap. Look at these stats. Fantastic play from Elaborate, and yeah, disappointing from Refrag there that they're not able to actually adjust and do anything against it. But when you're doing so many things so well, it's difficult to get a handle on even just a single one of them.
Yeah, it gotta be like that sometimes, guys. It's simply due. For it to be in lower round 3 here for qualifications, definitely a little heartbreaking. But of course, we have to talk about the victors and talk to the victors. We have our Verizon post-match interview now. And on the line, we have Nora, the scariest of sharks over there.
Hello.
How are you doing? Especially, I want to talk about going into that third map because this was such a close series. And that third map was just incredible. Was there a conversation, a turnaround going into it? Is this just really strong for y'all?
I started explaining like Warhammer 40k lore and just talking about like the orc race. Like they have a wall where they just like charge forward at the enemy. And I just like every single round just like said wall, and we just kind of like walked at them and like just W keyed the whole entire game. Was their game plan really?
I really hope you're
Warhammer.
serious. Please tell me.
I am.
All right, I need a second after that one. All right, so where was that then earlier in the series? Because starting off, we look at this bind that it was really close but then dropped, and then this Haven with the turnaround. I mean, what kind of happened to those first beginning maps? Was it just a refrag that was popping off? Was there something maybe in YFP not quite clicking?
I mean, I've always like saying our team like we're like an acapella group, where it's like if one person's like shutting down, we like end up playing like a 0v5 and we just like shut down as a team. So it's just like like getting back in tune with each other, feeling each other out, and like playing the game from there.
Getting like pitch perfect vibes now. Just like, you know, it's like a bunch of chaos at the beginning and all of a sudden it's at the end. Happy ending, but going on forward then, you're now finding yourselves in the lower finals. YFP, we've talked about the top 3 teams. And you're now in the top 3. You're up against FlyQuest, who's been chasing Shopify, but you beat them in the Neon Dreams Invitational. So how do you feel ahead of this lower finals?
I don't know. I'm just tired. It's been like a long week. I forgot there was like a lower finals. I was like, oh, we won. We're done. I was like, oh, another match. Yeah. Just taking like second by second. I'm just so tired.
It might even be 2 more matches if you win tomorrow. So we'll keep this short and sweet then for you. I'll let you get some rest. It'll be a big day tomorrow. Nora, congrats on the win, all right?
Bye-bye. Have fun. Have a good night.
You too. So real. It's so real. I mean...
Relatable. I know.
Yeah.
Martin, I know you relate to that one, buddy. We're about.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
We're about 2 hours past Unk's bedtime.
It's
he
true.
needs to go to sleep.
It's very true. That time is 9:30 sharp. Okay, we're way past that. I appreciate it.
I blame them for taking to a map 3, all right? At least YFP, they were able to clean up that map pretty quick so you guys can
I get some nice streams now.
right?
Great game. That was awesome.
Perfect. I mean, everyone's gonna have to rest up because looking ahead, Game Changers is not done yet. Now, tomorrow we have the lower bracket finals. Earlier on in the day, we got to see FlyQuest get knocked down into that lower finals. Now YFP moving on forward will have an opportunity to play up against them. And Wyatt, so like tier list has been right. I mean, it almost looked like it wasn't true, but so far there's our number 1, number 2, number 3 spot.
Yeah, it would definitely be remiss to not at least briefly give Refrag their flowers for their performance in this tournament. They succeeded in making it past their prior performance in Series 2 where they finished 5th, 6th, this time making it into 4th place. So still, congrats to them on that achievement. They did show up, but YFP coming through as advertised. Effie's in that interview earlier in the day after Shopify won was giving them props, expecting them to be one of the top teams, and you know, we saw exactly why that is the case. We haven't gotten to see them against FlyQuest yet in Game Changer Series 3, so excited to see how they're going to stack up in the lower final, though obviously they have, you know, met in the past.
It's different stakes now. It's a very different look at this because for FlyQuest, they can make their way into the grand finals. They have secured their spot to Berlin no matter how it goes. Losing out tomorrow means, well, their destiny is all in Shopify Rebellion's hands, which is a very scary place to be. So lower finals, why it's happening tomorrow.
A couple of players on that team know how that goes too. When it's something that's in Shopify's hands at the end of the year, uh-oh. No, that's a must-win game. And honestly, at the beginning of the series that we just saw, I would have been like, okay, I think FlyQuest got that in the bag. But the the YFP we got on Abyss is something to be trifled with. It is now something to be trifled with.
Especially YFP have now discovered the secret of the explaining the Warhammer lore and the Urks and all of that. I mean, they've cracked the code. So it'll be a series for tomorrow. But I know y'all are tired. There is a match that we need to be for to watch. So we're gonna be wrapping this one up. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You guys for crushing it. Production for crushing it, and all the players for putting on a wonderful show. Be back here tomorrow for their lower finals. See you then.
Planted.